Prynawn da pawb, good afternoon everybody. We will make a start. Gadewch i ni ddechrau. Yn gyntaf, hoffwn roi gwybod i'r aelodau yn unol â rheol sefydlog 26.87 fy mod wedi sefydlu a cyhoeddi amserlen ar gyfer balotau biliau aelod ar gyfer y 7fed Senedd. Cynhelir 2 falot, y cyntaf dydd Mercher 4 o Hydref, a'r ail ddydd Mercher 7fed o'r Orffennaf 2027. Mae'r proses ar gyfer balotau biliau aelod yn newydd ar gyfer y 7fed Senedd, ac am y tro cyntaf bydd y rhain yn balotau'n enw yn unig. Bydd rhagor o fanylion am y balotau, ynghyd â gwybodaeth am y hyfforddiant a fydd ar gael ar y proses o ran biliau aelod yn cael ei cyhoeddi'r i'r holl aelodau yr wythnos hon. Diolch. Nawr, symudwn i eitem 1, cwestiynau i'r prif weinidog. Cwestiwn 1, Cai Parry Jones.
Has the Welsh Government made any tangible cost savings in any department during this Senedd so far?
Llywydd, our job is to make every pound work as hard as possible for the people of Wales. That means focusing resources on the priorities that matter most to people and delivering the commitments we were elected to deliver. We're reviewing spending across government to ensure resources are directed where they can make the biggest difference, whether that's cutting waiting lists, tackling child poverty or strengthening our economy. Alongside this, we will continue to press Westminster, of course, for the fair funding that Wales deserves.
I'll take that as a no. A key component of the Welsh Government's administrative spend is the estate it owns and manages. According to the most recent, cutely named State of the Estate report, published in April, we see that the Welsh Government has around 70,000 square metres of estate at a cost of nearly £20 million a year. 70,000 square metres of estate is exactly the same as the 2020 target produced pre-COVID and before the boom in home working. We also learnt from the latest report, quote, most staff continue to work remotely. First Minister, smarter management of the estate could save over £10 million a year. My question is, why is the Welsh Government not making these obvious efficiencies?
I know the member comes from the position of begrudgingly having even a square foot of estate in Wales looking after the interests of the people of Wales. But I tell you what, this government is a government that believes in using the resources that we have wisely. We can look at it in terms of square footage, or we can look at it in terms of people. Yeah. What I want to do is make the most of the people that we have, whether that's working in the civil service, whether it's working across public sector, in health and education, and in everything this government does, including encouraging people to get the right balance between remote working and working in the office. We will do our utmost to make, as I say, the best use of every single pound. And in that context, maybe he should take my original answer as a yes.
Anna Nicole.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Public Accounts and Public Administration Committee took evidence from Adrian Crompton, the outgoing Auditor-General for Wales. In his evidence, he was clear that value for money is not just about spending less, it's about making the money we do have work better. If we are to address the real challenges facing our communities today, what we need to focus on is better government, driven by a new leadership. I'm delighted that this is already a core commitment of this government, something it's getting started on quickly in its first 100 days. Will the First Minister assure us that his government will maintain a relentless focus on improving outcomes for people and making the best use of the resources that government does have?
We've made it clear that it's all about outcomes. It's all about looking at how the decisions that we take as a government impact positively on the lives of the people of Wales. I absolutely agree that good government isn't about chasing short-term savings, if you like. Though we make every pound work hard, it is about making every pound deliver better outcomes for the people of Wales. It's why we're reforming how public services are delivered. That stronger focus on prevention is one that comes to mind immediately, how we can spend money now on stopping some of those problems in health occurring later down the line. This is why the target has been put in place by the Enterprise Minister on halving the productivity gap and making the investment now in ensuring that we strengthen the economy in that way. It is all about good government with long-term positive outcomes for the people of Wales.
Hugh Thomas.
Diolch, Prif Weinidog. One of the key challenges of government is to manage in-year spend and in-year overspends. You will know, First Minister, that local government is bound by law, that they have to balance their books within year. That doesn't go for other governmental departments. Do you accept the principle that all government departments should manage their budgets to the agreed budgets? Or if not, can you outline what in-year overspends are you prepared to accept this year?
The member will imagine, I'm sure, and he'd imagine correctly, that this is a government coming into power that is determined to look afresh at all the budgets that we have, to make sure they are aligned with our priorities, that they are that money is being spent well, with outcomes at the heart of everything that we do. It's not the case that our government departments can have overspends as such. There are elements of the public service, we know, where there are significant in-year pressures, health being one of those, and this government has indeed inherited hundreds of millions of pounds of in-year pressures in the health service as a result of the mismanagement of health by previous Labour health ministers. That's something that doesn't stop us from getting to grips with a challenge now in improving public services, but that is the reality, and everything we do is about making sure that our public funding is dealt with in a prudent way to deliver the best outcomes for the people of Wales.
Andrew R.T. Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, one of the inquiries that the Economy, Trade and Rural Affairs Committee undertook at the end of the last Senedd term was to look at the Centre of Global Rail Excellence. And it was made clear to us that an incoming government would have to make a critical decision over whether it was going to back this particular venture, and the tag price on that was some £400 million. No small change in the back of the sofa for that, I would suggest. Has the government had chance to formulate a view on the future funding requirements for the Centre for Global Rail Excellence? And if you have, when will you be bringing a statement forward so that we know what the commitment will be going forward?
The member is right to point to this as being something that can offer opportunities in terms of the Welsh economy, but he's also right to point out that there are significant expenditure commitments that would need to be made in order to get to that point. The government has not yet come to a decision around that. That is a consideration that will be ongoing, and I'm unable to give a date on that. As the member will be aware, there are many funding considerations that the government is grappling with in these early weeks.
Cwestiwn 2, Nigel Williams.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, what action is the Welsh Government taking to reduce waiting times for outpatient appointments and surgery for patients in Flintshire and Wrexham?
We announced an additional £145 million to support a clinically led approach to focus on delivering a sustainable solution to reducing waiting times and driving pathway transformation. We've set up an expert panel to look at the development of surgical hubs and are commissioning an independent review of performance and the impact waiting has on patients.
Well, that doesn't help me, I'm afraid, First Minister. I've got a letter of appointment here, actually, for myself personally, which was written a year ago, which tells me that I've been placed on an outpatient waiting list in Betsy Cadwallader Trust, and that I'd be contacted as soon as possible. And I've heard nothing since. I've also been told by someone else they've been waiting 3 years for gallbladder surgery, and they've heard nothing since whatsoever. I could be dead by now. You know, what are you actually doing, and what can you do for my constituents, so they can realistically expect to receive the appointments and treatments they've been waiting so long for? Diolch.
I'm grateful for the question. I would respectfully ask the member to reflect on the code of conduct on pursuing our own particular cases within the Welsh Parliament. But of course, it is right that we all represent people who have been waiting a very long time on waiting lists. It is the length of waiting lists in terms of numbers. It is the length of time that people are waiting on them that has led this government to conclude, even before we came into government, that this was a priority. It is why we prioritised in the last budget for 2026-27 the need to invest in the NHS now. It's why decisions have been made through the supplementary budget that we hope can be passed today in order to spend on bringing down waiting times and making the system sustainable. Because it is unacceptable. But wherever people are, and that of course includes people here in this chamber who are on waiting lists, it's not acceptable that we believe this to be normal. And that is why we are paying the utmost seriousness to the work of working with health boards, making the investment, having those performance reviews so that we can build a sustainable NHS and care system for the future.
Diolch. And as you've raised standing orders, I'm sure the member who spoke was speaking on behalf of his constituents as well, whilst drawing on a personal experience. Just to clarify, indeed, speaking on behalf of constituents is our imperative here. Carrie Harper.
Diolch, Llywydd. The issue of parking at the Mae'r Hospital in Wrexham is raised with us time and time again, and some residents have told us that they've arrived sometimes up to 3 hours before an appointment just to find a parking space, and that will be contributing to the 27,000 missed appointments at the Mae'r last year. We've raised that repeatedly with the Health Board, alongside other local members as well, the Council and residents too, yet there is still no concrete plans to tackle the problem. My own mother is currently undergoing cancer treatment, so I've seen firsthand the extra stress that causes for people who are already worried about their health. And I welcome the government's commitment in the supplementary budget to boost funding for the NHS, and I also hope that this budget passes to allow that support to happen. First Minister, do you agree that accessing healthcare should begin at the hospital entrance and not with a queue for a parking space? And what discussions is the Welsh Government having with Betsy Cadwaladr to ensure this long-running problem is finally treated as a priority?
Yeah, well, I certainly agree that access to healthcare should not begin with anxiety about finding a parking space, and it is something that far too many people face. And Betsy Cadwaladr, University Health Board, is responsible for the operation and management of parking across its estate. Welsh Government guidance sets out the principles and best practice that health boards should apply when managing car parking on hospital sites. And the Health Board recognises the parking pressures at Wrexham Mae'r Hospital in particular, and I understand is considering practical, operational and management options to improve access for patients, visitors and staff, keeping emergency routes clear as well, which is very, very important. It's one of those elements on which my Health Minister is eager to see improvement wherever that might be in Wales.
Sam Rowlands.
First Minister, Nigel Williams, the member, was absolutely right to raise concerns about constituents waiting far too long for those planned procedures, surgeries on waiting lists in Flint, Wrexham. One particular area which I believe should require some extra focus, ironically, is that of cataracts operations. People having to wait 2 years or more for cataracts operations, and you'll appreciate, First Minister, during that time, that can be debilitating for people, especially if they need to drive in rural areas of my constituency of Flint, Wrexham, when they're waiting for years for what is actually quite a simple procedure in the grand scheme of things. People who live just over the border in Cheshire are waiting 6 weeks for exactly the same operation to take place. That strikes me there's an issue there with commissioning of services, which could make a big difference to accelerate people's wait when it comes to cataract operations. So would you look at that, First Minister, see where specifically cataract operations can be accelerated to ensure those thousands of people who are waiting currently no longer have to wait without being able to see properly?
Yeah, as the Minister points out, that is something that the government is doing. We know that when it comes to the eyes, it is particularly important to pursue treatment as quickly as possible. It was one of those elements during COVID, I remember, when people were facing delays in accessing care because of COVID restrictions, and that was putting eyesight at risk. It's something that the government is very, very aware of. It's one of those areas that's very much in mind when we look forward to continuing the performance review and putting in that sustainability which will help across the NHS in time.
Galwodd yn awr ar arweinwyr y pleidiau I holi'r prif weinidog yn gyntaf arweinydd Reform UK, Dan Thomas.
Thank you, Llywydd. Continuing the theme of NHS, in this last week before recess, I would like to get to the bottom of when 2-year waits on the NHS will be eradicated, because thousands of people across Wales are still waiting in pain and discomfort for far too long. Now, during the election campaign, the First Minister said that 2-year waits would be eradicated within a matter of months. And then his new Health Minister said that they would be eradicated by the end of the 4-year term. I then asked the First Minister who was right, and in a very long-winded answer, he said that he was. But then just a couple of weeks ago, his Finance Minister on BBC Walescast said that 2-year waits would be gone in 12 months. So in other words, a year. Now, a year is a lot longer than a matter of months. So can the First Minister finally give us some more detail? By which month will 2-year waits be finally eradicated in Wales as they are in England?
We could have a philosophical debate here about how many months is months. All I can say is that all the actions that have been taken by this government within the first 100 days, commissioning that work on establishing the surgery hubs, on making sure that we put that investment through the supplementary budget that we want to get passed today, so that we can, both in capital spend and in resource spend, make that investment to drive down those 2-year waits. The actions that government is taking are aligned with bringing down those 2-year waits as quickly as we can. We want to do it in months. I not so much stick to that. That is precisely what we set out to do before coming into government, and what we are actively delivering now in government.
The First Minister gave a promise during the election that 2-year waits would be eradicated within a matter of months. That clearly is not happening. And these promises are coming back to haunt you. Yeah. And it was obviously a promise that was made in the heat of an election debate, just as was your comments about a road solution for the M4. And your ministers keep punishing you for your off-the-cuff remarks by rowing back on the promises that you're making in the heat of debates. Now, it is quite clear. It is quite clear that the First Minister doesn't do the detail. There's no detail on 2-year waits. There's no detail on tackling M4 congestion. There's no detail yet on childcare plans. You had 30 years to wait for this moment, and there's not even any detail on what Plaid's definition of a woman is. All right, so let's try an easy question, because we know this figure is somewhere in Plaid Cymru HQ. What are the initial costings of Plaid Cymru's childcare offer?
Well, I mean, the costings around the childcare offer have been made public, and they are very much a part of the supplementary budget that is due to be voted on today. The childcare offer is made up of a specific fund of £55 million that is going to be partly in capital, partly in resource, to make sure that we're able to deliver, as the first phase of the rollout of costed childcare, the completion of the 12.5-hour for 2-year-olds. Now, that is what is being done. I literally cannot give you more detail than that. It's the money, it's the timescale, and it's going to be done within this financial year. Now, I know the member couldn't decide which question to ask today, so he tried to bring eight into one. But in terms of accusing me of giving an off-the-cuff reply on the M4, it was an off-the-cuff reply based on 15 years of Plaid Cymru policy that we want to see a solution to the problems on the M4 in the Newport area. Work that has already begun under my Deputy Minister for Transport, and that we will be reporting on in the autumn of this year.
15 years, and all your Transport Minister could come up with is closing junctions. Now, that is one way to stop congestion, is to stop cars getting onto the M4. I'll give you that, but the people of Newport will not be very happy with that. Now, I asked for initial costings. Costings for Phase 1 is not the initial costings. You said during the election campaign your promises were fully costed. Then you're downgrading them to initial costings. Then you're downgrading it to costings for Phase 1. So you clearly haven't got a plan. And if we do get those costings within the first 100 days, the 100 days ends during recess. So we can't scrutinise when you actually issue those, but we will be here in September waiting to scrutinise those figures. But First Minister, if your supplementary budget is voted down today, are you prepared to come back during the summer recess with a revised budget, or is this a part-time Plaid government? Or are you content for the plans within your supplementary budget to languish for months upon months because you're too stubborn to do a deal?
the idea that from opposition we were unable to resolve the problems of the M4. We were in opposition over those years. He was in the Conservative Party, so I get the confusion there about where his politics land. Listen, I understand that there is frustration in wanting a holiday after 8 weeks of being the leader of reform in here. We will be working through the last 43 days of the 100-day plan, every single day of that, reporting on it as we promised the people of Wales we did, and then cracking on with phase 2, which is that programme for government to transform the lives of the people of Wales. But today we need to get a supplementary budget through to get working on the NHS, on childcare, on ALN and all those issues that matter to the people of Wales.
Arweinydd Llawn Cymru, Ken Skates.
Diolch. First Minister, over the past few days, a crisis developed, the like of which I fear we will see again and again. Homes were evacuated, schools were closed, hundreds of acres of land was scorched, and businesses hit during the North Wales wildlife fires and extreme heat. Now, thanks to our emergency services, the loss of human life was averted. First Minister, who is responsible in your government for responding to such events?
This is a cross-government response. Of course, we have ministers directly involved in working with the particular emergency services, of course, but this is a cross-government approach in that these fires may have started yesterday, but they are the cause of man-made climate change that all of us across government are committed to addressing.
Thank you, First Minister. Of course, the risk with it being cross-government is that no single minister actually holds on to the responsibility. Now, that was the distinct advantage of having a minister for North Wales. This week, the Welsh Government's been pretty much silent in North Wales and about North Wales whilst these fires have taken place. More people may be left homeless in weeks and months to come with further extreme heat predicted. And that means that businesses will also be hit. Likely events will be cancelled. Can you assure people across Wales that your government will support businesses and homeowners who are impacted by wildfires and extreme heat?
Of course, my government will do everything we can and already have done to support those who are affected by these fires. My thanks initially go to the people who responded to them. My thoughts are with the people who are affected by them. On the question of a Minister for North Wales, I have a Minister for North Wales. It's Sian Gwenllian. Anis David Tristan, Anis Anna Brychan, it's Mabon Ap Gwynfor, it's Senedd Williams, all my ministers are ministers for all of Wales. Where was Labour's minister for the south of Wales, if that matters? Because all my ministers are ministers for the south of Wales too, and the west of Wales, and mid Wales, because we are a joined-up government that has a plan for our nation, all of our nation. That is why all of us have come together around this supplementary budget today. North, south, east, west and mid, important to remember, with a determination to change the lives of the people of Wales for the better. We have a supplementary budget that is focused on making the NHS sustainable. I will be voting for that sustainability for the NHS. Yeah. The leader of Labour in Wales is threatening to vote against that. I will be voting against expanding free school meals under this supplementary budget. The Labour leader here is threatening to vote against that. I will be voting for the expansion of paid-for childcare in Wales. The Labour leader threatens to vote against that. And yes, I will be voting for a package worth £120 million for ALN that he and I negotiated positively on, and he is threatening to vote to not allow that spending to go ahead. This is a government for all of Wales with a vision for all of our nation.
Arweinydd y Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. If you'll indulge me, I'd like to pay tribute on behalf of the Welsh Conservatives to Bonnie Tyler. Tributes have poured in, of course, across Wales about the loss of this Welsh icon, a singer with global fame and impact, a unique artist with a unique voice. And we want to pay tribute to her and send our best wishes to her family and her loved ones. And, of course, we're also in shock at the loss of Anne Widdecombe. A colourful political character, precious character to people across the whole of the United Kingdom, but especially here in Wales for those who met her. First Minister, thanks to the members of the public right across Wales, our country now recycles more household waste than anywhere else in the United Kingdom, and our glass recycling rate is amongst the highest in Europe. Yet in spite of this, your Plaid Cymru government wants to follow the previous Labour government's plans to diverge from the rest of the United Kingdom and insist on including glass in its deposit return scheme from October. We know it's going to push costs on to businesses, manufacturers and consumers. What assessment has your government made of the additional costs of this scheme, and what are you going to do to mitigate against it?
I will, of course, firstly also send my condolences to the loved ones of Bonnie Tyler, a national treasure who was a part of my life as long as I care to remember. She will be fondly remembered by all of us here in Wales and far beyond. And yes, Anne Widdicombe, we share in the grief of her loved ones, but also in the fear around the safety of politicians and public figures. And these are negotiations and discussions that we should all across this chamber be eager to engage with in a non-political, non-party political way. On the deposit return scheme, I note that the Conservatives supported the DRS with glass. You know, this is the starting point, and always at a time of difficulty in the implementation of a policy, it's important to remember where we came from. Why is it that the Conservatives said they supported including glass? Why is it that the last Senedd voted for the inclusion of glass, which is something that this government is respecting in taking this matter forward? It is because it does go further than recycling. It is the reuse. It is about that environmental responsibility. It is about also being a trailblazer, because there's an agreement in principle in other parts of the UK to progressing with glass. We can be the ones showing the way. Are there challenges? Yes. Which is why exemptions have been made clear for small retailers, for small producers, for example. But given that it's the right thing to do, you don't always allow the fact that there are challenges, very real ones, absolutely, to stop you in your tracks when there's a prize worth aiming for.
Look, First Minister, we all agree that we need to get to grips with litter and improve even further our recycling rates. But we've already got a by-election this summer with a man dressed up as a bin. The last thing we need is another row about rubbish receptacles, if I can put it that way, here in Wales. Now, councils are actually cutting litter bins across the country because they can't afford to provide them and can't afford to empty them. Fly tipping is on the up. 90% of glass is already recycled in Wales because of the curbside recycling system and the engagement of the public with it. Why does your government think it's acceptable to impose extra costs on small shopkeepers, force householders to face the inconvenience of having to drive with their cars full of bottles back to the shops, rather than simply leaving those glass bottles at the curbside for collection and recycling? Why don't you make it simple for manufacturers, simple for retailers and simple for the public, and bin this unnecessary policy?
Bins being a theme here, I like the rubbish receptacle trashing, of course, the reputation of the leader of reform currently. Again, when you're talking about people driving places to get rid of bottles, I mean, at the core of DRS as a principle is people taking things places. So that doesn't make a difference whether it's plastic or glass, and the member does agree that it's the right thing to ask people to take those plastic bottles somewhere in order to deal with that problem of plastic. I understand that there are challenges, and I know that my minister is dealing with those challenges now and putting the practical measures in place in order to deliver this. What we're saying is that we believe that this can be overcome, and the member mentions the additional cost to small retailers. There is an exemption for small retailers who don't have that square footage, that space to put the machines in and so on. These are things that the government is taking into consideration, but we believe that this is doable, and we do not believe the threats of the very large manufacturers of extremely large increases in prices. The sums don't add up.
Question 3, Matthew Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa ddadansoddiad mae'r Llywodraeth wedi wneud ar effaith y cynllun gwariant amddiffyn ar gyllideb cyfalaf Llywodraeth Cymru?
Mi ydyn ni'n amcangyfri bydd gostyngiad o 25 i 30 miliwn o bunna o leia yn gyllideb gyfalaf Llywodraeth Cymru yn y flwyddyn ariannol hon, efo gostyngiadau pellach yn y blynyddoedd i ddod. Mae Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol hefyd wedi nodi bydd angen dod o hyd i 4.7 biliwn o bunnoedd ychwanegol yn gyllideb yr Hydref, felly dyma'r gostyngiad lleia gallwn ni ddisgwyl, mi alla fod yn fwy. Mi fydd hyn yn cael effaith uniongyrchol ar yn ysgolion, yn ysbytai a'n cysylltau'r trafnidiaeth.
Prif Weinidog, we can all see that the threats to national security are numerous, but it can't be right that Wales will be denied years of capital funding to cover the failure of consecutive UK governments to give us an armed forces fit for the future. Once again, the needs of Wales have been, at best, an afterthought. 31 of 32 schools in Torfaen require urgent maintenance, and there's a £5 million backlog for repairs in Monmouthshire schools. The money we will lose will directly affect areas like mine, and this means that issues that need to be addressed urgently will have to be pushed back. So bearing this in mind, how will the First Minister keep making the case to the UK Government to redress this? Diolch.
It is a very important point, and we absolutely recognise the changing face of the threats that we face currently, and the arguments in favour of strengthening defence spending, including in the cyber sector, in which we have real expertise here in Wales. But Wales should not be peculiarly disadvantaged by the way the UK government has gone about with its decisions on defence spending. Departments in UK government in Whitehall would have been able to make the case for protecting budgets. The handing down in this way without negotiation with Wales of ongoing cuts to capital, which were under severe strain anyway, will inevitably mean needing to cut back on spending on health and education. The first supplementary budget allocates £40 million of additional capital funding this year to support the urgent maintenance and repair works across schools, the kind of which the member mentions. That is put under threat, but of course we need to get the supplementary budget through first in order to make that spending.
Paul Moore.
Diolch, Llywyd. First Minister, Reform UK makes no apology for supporting increased investment in Britain's armed forces at a time of growing global instability. National defence is the first duty of any government, so rather than blaming Westminster for difficult spending decisions, will you explain what efficiencies the Welsh Government is prepared to make within its own capital programme before claiming Wales cannot cope? How much money could be redirected by cancelling lower priority projects and reducing waste so that essential infrastructure such as roads, hospitals and schools is protected while the UK strengthens our national security?
I would hope that all of us want to see capital spend on schools and hospitals. These are really, really important elements for the future of our nation. As I said, the point here is that we haven't been engaged in any of this discussion that ends up in cuts being made that will inevitably lead to cuts in public service capital spend. I have written to the Secretary of State for Wales and the Cabinet Minister for Finance has written to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury to raise those concerns, seek clarity of the impacts for our funding. As I say, it's completely unacceptable that Welsh capital budgets are impacted in this way. That does not take away from recognising the changing face of the threats that exist in the world around us, which are undeniable.
Peter Fox.
Diolch, Llywyd. First Minister, rather than solely focusing on the impact of the Welsh Government's budget, what is the government actually doing to maximise the opportunities of the defence investment plan that it can present to employers such as BAE Systems in Glasgow, in my constituency, in the wider defence sector? There's over 285 defence companies in Wales contributing £1 billion to our economy. Surely we should be focusing on what we can make out of this instead of just bemoaning the situation.
It's a separate question, but it's a very, very valid question. How, when defence spending is made, or where defence investment is made, that there is at least equity in the way that spend is made. And if you look at the way UK government distributes that investment, Wales has not been getting its share. If you look at the proportion of defence spend going to the southwest of England, for example, compared with Wales, there is no comparison. So the member is right that there is an economic element to this, and that is something that we would look at in economic terms. And of course, seeking opportunities for businesses involved in ethical defence, the ethical defence sector in Wales. But that does not mean that we should withdraw our concerns around how decisions are made that affect all of our constituencies, be it schools or hospitals and so on.
Question 4, Joe Martin.
Will the First Minister provide an update on what the Welsh Government is doing to promote equality in Wales?
In her oral statement of the 9th of June, the Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Minister for Social Justice and Equality set out our priorities for promoting social justice, fostering respect, solidarity and fairness. We're committed to addressing inequalities in Wales. This includes supporting the delivery of the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan, Disabled Persons' Rights Plan and delivering on the BSL Wales Act.
First Minister, the Welsh Government has a target whereby 20% of all newly hired government employees should be from ethnic minority groups who themselves only make up 6% of the Welsh population. It has another scheme which pays £5,000 to ethnic minority students who want to become teachers, money which isn't available to students if they are white. These measures, which are themselves explicitly racist, fall under the scheme ironically named the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan. Put plainly, it is anti-white discrimination, and the Welsh people will not sit idly by as we are racially discriminated against in our own country. First Minister, will it be your government that delivers the return of race-blind meritocracy in Wales?
I'm sure the member is pushing the limits of what the Llywydd would deem acceptable in the chamber. My government believes in providing opportunities to people in a way that promotes equality of opportunity. The member chooses to focus on the colour of skin. I would choose to focus on the fact that there are many people who don't have opportunities because they live in poverty, because they happen to come from a background that has not made those opportunities open to them, as they are to somebody as privileged as I have been. That is something that I would accept, or expect rather, to be a core value in everybody in this Senedd that believes in supporting and representing all of the people of Wales, regardless of their background, regardless of the colour of their skin. It is about taking a suite of measures that we can honestly believe reflect those values that were in many ways the basis of the election that allowed us to have a government of which hope was seen as a real mantra.
Sarah Rees.
Previous answer, I can tell that you agree with me that when we talk about equality in Cymru, it's more than a buzzword. We're talking about people's lives, where families working multiple jobs are struggling to get by. Mums have been pushed out of work because their childcare is unaffordable. Disabled people face barriers to services. Racialised communities experience persistent discrimination. And these pressures don't exist in isolation. They're the conditions in which inequality deepens and division takes hold. And the consequences of this widening inequality is that when people feel ignored or left behind, it's a fertile ground for far-right extremism. Movements that thrive on misinformation, scapegoating and fear. And they target the communities already facing inequality, undermining the joint effort that we need to build a fairer Wales. So I'd like to ask how the government is ensuring that it's addressing the root causes of inequality and protecting those most targeted by hate and division across Wales.
I want to associate myself with all the words spoken by the member there. This isn't. I mean, there are elements of policy here, but this is about values. Yes. And this is about ensuring that in everything we do as a government, be it in education, in healthcare, in job creation, all those elements where people interact with public services, or in supporting communities and putting in place policies that support cohesion, that always we are driven by those values. It is something that that I know unites the majority within this Senedd. The need to speak the language of tolerance and to have a government here that acts in a way that always promotes that cohesion and tolerance is something that is very, very important to us.
Question 5, Rebecca Phillips.
Diolch, Llywydd. A wnaeth y Prif Weinidog roi diweddariad ar waith y Llywodraeth i ddatblygu gwasanaeth ADY canaliadwy.
Mae cefnogi plant a phobl ifanc ag anghenion dysgu ychwanegol a sicrhau system gynaliadwy yn flaenoriaeth i'r Llywodraeth hon. Mae hyn yn holl bwysig mwyn codi safonau a sicrhau bod y dysgwyr yma'n cael y cymorth maen nhw angen I ffynnu. Mi ydym ni wedi ymrwymo I weithio efo'n partneriaid I ddatblygu atebion cynaliadwy fydd yn para yn y tymor hir.
Diolch, Prif Weinidog. Mae'r cyllid atodol yn gyfle mawr I wneud gwahaniaethau a dechrau gweithredu ar flaenoriaethau pobl Cymru. Mae'r cyllid yn ffocysu ar weithgareddau sy'n medru cael eu gweithredu yn y flwyddyn gyllidol hon, gan gynnwys cyllid uniongyrchol I ysgolion I sefydlogi a chefnogi'r darpariaeth bresennol ac sy'n galluogi dull canlyniadau tymor hir I ddod i'r amlwg. Rwy'n ofni y bydd atal y cyllid atodol hwn yn peryglu hynny, yn cadw'r sectorau mewn sefyllfa hynod o anodd ac yn mynd yn erbyn blaenoriaethau fe pleidleisiodd pobl Cymru drostyn nhw eleni. Hyn, mae'n amlwg fod angen cymorth ADY arnom yma yng Nghymru. Felly sut fydd y Llywodraeth hon yn mynd ati mewn ffordd ysterlion ac effeithiol I gefnogi'r sector?
Cynaliadwyedd ydy'r peth bwysig yn fan hyn yn de, a dros yr wythnosau diwetha mae yna lot o gyfeirio wedi bod at sut da ni'n cyrraedd at bwynt lle mae yna gynaliadwyedd. Nid ateb tymor byr ydy hwn, mae angen dull partneriaeth go iawn yn does I geisio cryfhau y ddarpariaeth gynhwysol sydd ganddo ni dros amser a meithrin system fwy gwydyn a chynaliadwy I Gymru mwyn mynd i'r afel ar pwysau a chwrdd ar angen cynyddol ymysg dysgwyr. Because we know that the pressure is great. And it's in the spirit of understanding that pressure that engagement has happened in recent weeks. And as I laid out in a letter to the leader of the Labour group yesterday, I appreciated the determination shown by him to make sure that this was an issue on which there was focused, and it enabled us to pursue our determination to build a sustainable future for ALN provision in Wales. That is why we were able to move at pace, working with the Education, the Welsh Language Minister in particular, to not only identify the funding against an extremely difficult funding background, but crucially to find a way that we can start spending this money immediately. Now that has come about as the product of positive negotiation, what we want to do, and I think what the majority of people will sense is the right thing to do now, is to get that across the line in that spirit, which allows us at the same time to press ahead with spending on the NHS, on childcare, and on free school meals as well, which of course the Labour Party agree with, and I'm thankful to them for expressing that they do agree with it.
Tom Montgomery.
Thank you, Llawn. I'd like to start by declaring an interest. My wife and my mother both work in an education setting which includes supporting children with ALN. As I'm sure the First Minister is aware, conditions like autism exist on a spectrum. Different children require different levels of support and intervention. Some with the right support can continue in mainstream education, some can't. And then there are the countless individuals who fall somewhere in between. However, those who work within the system, those that I speak to, often tell me of a system that fails to reflect the reality. With many children in need of placement at specialist schools, but stuck in a system which is often too slow to respond or is sat on waiting lists for months or even years, whilst others are placed in mainstream education without the correct support packages in place, failing both the students and the schools. First Minister, we need wholesale change. Better coordination between health boards, mental health services and education authorities to speed up intervention. How are you going to get on and do that?
the member is quite right to point out those challenging areas. It's not just a matter of thinking of them in isolation, it's the way that they touch on each other. It is about taking that cross-government approach. It is the way that my ministers are approaching it. It touches on the ALN issue again, and the need to get going on how to impact in the most positive way on the way policies are delivered within schools. The manifesto in which I stood made this one of the areas that we were absolutely clear we needed to gain ground on. We are confident that in working in that cross-government way we can do that.
Question 6, David Hughes.
Thank you, Clwyd. First Minister, what action is the Welsh Government taking to better support palliative care sector?
We're committed to strengthening palliative and end-of-life care and to developing a sustainable hospice funding model. As a new government, we're building on important foundations already established across Wales, including the quality statement, national service specification, competency framework and hospice commissioning approach. We're also working with NHS Wales, hospices and carers to improve access, strengthen the workforce, support advanced care planning and ensure long-term sustainability within the sector.
Thank you, Mr. First Minister, Taff Morgannwg University Health Board recently run a major public engagement process regarding the future of specialist palliative care and end-of-life service across the region. One of the proposals was to close Ward 6 at Ysgyrni Cwm Cynan to relocate them to Royal Glamorgan Hospital in Llantrisant. This has drawn significant local opposition and concern. Residents and local councils argue that closing the specialist beds in Cynan Valley could force terminally ill patients in Merthyr and Cynan to travel for further care. I am sure that the First Minister agrees with me that hospice and end-of-care service are one of the cornerstones of the Welsh healthcare system. Each year, they provide essential care and support for more than 20,000 children and adults living with terminal illness, easing pressures on the NHS by delivering vital, compassionate care within communities across Wales. However, rising demand and increasing costs are placing these services under strain. Will the First Minister commit to providing sustainable long-term funding for hospices and end-of-life services in Wales to ensure that they can continue to deliver essential palliative and end-of-life care?
I certainly agree with the member on the importance of the sector. I say that as a former active member of the cross-party group in the last Senedd and the previous one on end-of-life care. On the particular issue of Ysbyty Cwm Cynan, I believe the Health Board's position is that consolidating specialist inpatient palliative care is necessary in their view to address workforce shortages and to maintain safe and sustainable specialist services. It's true to say, of course, that it is up to health boards in Wales to make those decisions. They hold the statutory responsibilities for the planning and delivery of healthcare services. They have to deliver them in a way that is tailored to the needs of their populations. But we are continuing discussions within the sector. The Minister for Health and Care hopes to be meeting very soon, I think, with Hospices Cymru to discuss current pressures and the long-term sustainability of hospice services in Wales.
Question 7, Elfed Williams.
Pa gamau mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn ei gymryd i wrthuso perfformiad ariannol y gwasanaeth iechyd ac i sicrhau rheolaeth effeithiol ar gyllidebau iechyd?
Fel rhan o'n cynllun 100 diwrnod cyntaf, mi ydyn ni'n adolygu'r trefniadau presennol ar gyfer gwerthuso perfformiad ariannol y gwasanaeth iechyd. Mi fydd cryfhau'r dull hwnnw hyd a symud y system yn raddol tuag at atal yn hanfodol i sicrhau cynaliadwyedd yn y tymor hir.
Dwi'n gwsawu nifer o camau pendant y gymerwydd gan Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru ystod i rym. Mwyn mynd i'r afel ar heriau dwy sy'n wynebu'r gwasanaeth iechyd ym Mangor Conwy Môn. Rydym wedi gweld ymrwymiad uniongyrchol y môr iechyd Betty Cadwaladr ac arian ychwanegol i'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn y gyllideb atadol. Dwi'n siŵr bydd pawb yn cydnabod y gwahaniaeth gall yr arian hwnnw ei wneud i glifion ac i staff. Ac mor bwysig felly yw pasio'r gyllideb y pnawn. Wrth edrych tuag at y dyfodol ac i sicrhau bod y gwaith da yn barhau, mae'r rhaid annog defnydd mwy effeithiol o arian cyhoeddus yn y gwasanaeth iechyd. Gyda hynny mewn golwg, am wnaeth y prif weinidog rhoi diweddariad ar ymrwymiad y Llywodraeth i sefydlu tîm effeithrolwydd cyllid iechyd a phryd mae'n gobeithio gweld y cam hwnnw'n dwyn ffrwyth.
Wel, fel systema gofal iechyd eraill, cynnwys mewn rhannau eraill o'r Deyrnas Unedig, mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yma'n wynebu heriau ariannol sylweddol. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n yn blaen i bawb. Mae angen rhagor o waith yn sicr a camau gweithredu i'w roi o ar sail gynaliadwy. Mae gweithio ar yr elfen effeithlonrwydd yn bwysig iawn iawn. Mae'r gyllideb atodol, wrth gwrs, sy'n blaen ni heddiw, mae'n cynnwys 100 miliwn o bunnau o gyllid ychwanegol i gefnogi lleihau amseroedd aros, 45 miliwn o bunnau o gyllid cyfalaf ar gyfer gwasanaeth iechyd, a mi fydd Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cydwalad yn elwa yn uniongyrchol o'r ffrwd ariannu hwnnw. Mae ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd a gofal ynghyd â swyddogion yn adolygu'r trefniadau presennol o ran effeithlonrwydd, efo'r bwriad o'i cryfhau nhw a nodi cyfres glir o gama gweithredu erbyn diwedd y 100 diwrnod cyntaf, sy'n mhen rhyw 43 diwrnod erbyn hyn. Ond y tu hwnt, dwi'n meddwl, i'r syniad o effeithlonrwydd yn gyffredinol, mae angen dull gweithredu hir dymor yn cynnwys troi mwy a mwy at yr ataliol, a mae'n agwedd ni at hyn hefyd yn rhan o'n ymrwymiad 100 diwrnod cyntaf.
Cwestiwn 8, Carmelo Colasanto.
Diolch, Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government doing to support small and medium-sized businesses in Carmarthenshire?
Small and medium-sized businesses are at the heart of Carmarthenshire's economy. We're supporting them through Business Wales, the Development Bank of Wales, Smart Innovation Support, Town Centre Regeneration Programmes, supply chain opportunities linked to major investments such as Pentre Awel, and targeted funding that helps businesses innovate, expand and create jobs across the country.
Diolch, First Minister. I recently spoke to owners of haulage businesses in my constituency who tell me that it costs around £3,000 to get a driver their HGV licence for a job that can actually pay up to £50,000 a year. Yet they still cannot recruit and retain drivers. They have a practical proposal, a Welsh Government loan to cover that licence cost, repaid by the driver once they are earning. In effect, income contingent loan that would cost the taxpayer next to nothing in the long run. England currently offers free HGV skills boot camps, but Wales does not. And here's a wider point as well. After net migration hit a record 944,000 in 2023, justified as filling labour shortages, these Carmarthenshire businesses still can't find enough drivers. Now, I'm sure I'm going to hear the word Brexit being fired from a cannon over there any second, but having spoken to these people, they tell me that it's not Brexit, it's the prohibitive cost of the licence that drivers and hauliers state is the real obstacle here. So, will you commit today to examining at least an income contingent loan scheme for HGV licences and support these businesses to drive Wales' economy forward?
Well, I commit to considering most things because we're always on the lookout for good ideas. I know that the barriers to the HGV sector with drivers are, they come from multiple sources. Difficulty in getting test capacity, for example, is one issue. That is non-devolved, of course, but we as a government will always seek to work with UK government to make sure that we have the capacity for testing. There are elements, I know, in my neck of the woods where the FE sector has got involved in providing pathways perhaps to people into the driving sector. Very happy to consider what could be done, and I know I speak on behalf of the Enterprise Minister in looking at how we look at the various options on the table to recognise that this really important sector has that need, quite a crucial need really for an HGV sector to have enough drivers, that need is fulfilled.
Question now, Mae'r Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa gamau mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn ei cymryd i ehangu cynllun gofal plant ar gyfer plant 2 oed ac i gyflwyno cynllun yn llawn ar ledled Cymru?
Wel, fel dwedais i'n gynharach, mae'r Llywodraeth yn cyflymu'r broses o gyflwyno 12.5 awr o ofal plant wedi ariannu i bob plentyn 2 oed ledled Cymru. Mi ddyla'r cyllid ychwanegol yn y gyllideb atodol a lluogi awdurdod y lleol i wneud cynnydd wrth gyflwyno cam cyntaf yr ehangu hwn, a dwi'n falch bod swyddogion yn cael adfodd cadarnhaol gan awdurdod y lleol am y gwahaniaeth y bydd y cyllid yma yn ei wneud.
Diolch Prif Weinidog am yr ymateb. Fel rhywun sydd gyda profiad yn ymgyrchol diweddar o'r effaith mae costau gofal plant yn ei gael ar gyllidebau teuluoedd, roedd yn for falch o sefyll ar fanifesto oedd yn ymrwymo i gyflwyno cynllun gofal plant gwbl drawsnewidiol. Rwyf hefyd yn falch o weld y Llywodraeth yma'n bwrw mlaen yn syth i fuddsoddi yn y sector gofal plant drwy gyllideb atodol a cychwyn ar y gwaith o roi'r dechrau gorau i bob plentyn a chaniatáu i rieni ddychwelyd i'w gwaith. Dyna bwysigrwydd hwyluso'r gyllideb atodol i basio heddiw, mwyn gallu bwrw ati'n syth. Felly byddwn nhw'n croesawu mwy o wybodaeth ar y camau nesaf fydd Llywodraeth yn ei cymryd i ehangu gyda'r apariaeth.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn i'r aelod am amlygu pwysau gwirioneddol sy'n wrth gwrs sy'n cael ei achosi gan costa gofal plant. Dwi bod ymhlant i'n mynd yn hun erbyn hyn, dwi'n cofio yn iawn yr gost drwm oedd na o ddarparu gofal plant, a dyn ni fel Llywodraeth yn benderfynol o helpu am y gost ariannol, yr cyfleon sy'n cael ei roi i blant a'r cyfleon economaidd sy'n dod i rieni ac yn y blaen. Mi fydd y Dirprwy Brifweinidog yn darparu diweddariad i'r Senedd heddiw ar y broses o gyflwyno yn cynnig gofal ynghyd â gwybodaeth am y modelu costa. Mae'r buddsoddiad ychwanegol yma drwy'r gyllideb atodol yn mynd yn galluogi ni i ehangu miloedd o leoedd gofal plant ychwanegol sy'n cael ei ariannu yn canolbwyntio'n syth ar gyfer ehangu gofal plant ar gyfer plant 2 oed. Mae hwn wastad yn rhywbeth sydd yn digwydd mewn phases, y 12.5 awr, yr 20 awr, wedyn ymlaen at y plant iengyd. Dyna sut mae hwn yn cael ei gynllunio, yn cynyddu yr amlen ariannol a'r gweithlu ar yr un pryd. Ond da ni'n glir bod y newid trawsnewidiol hwn yn gofyn am sector gofal plant cryf a chynaliadwy gweithlu medrus a model cyllido sy'n gweithio i ddarparwyr ar ogystal ag i rieni.
Cwestiwn 10, Jane Bryant.
Diolch Llywydd. What is the Welsh Government doing to support young people who are not in education, employment or training?
Supporting young people who are not in education, employment or training is a priority for this government. We're investing in support that helps young people develop skills, build confidence and move into education, training, employment or self-employment. Alongside this, our Wales Means Business agenda is focused on growing Welsh businesses, attracting investment and creating more high-quality jobs across Wales.
Diolch Prif Weinidog. Earlier this year, Premier Forest Products in Newport became the first private sector company to sign the Welsh Government's Corporate Parenting Charter. Working in partnership with Newport City Council, Premier Forest provides paid work placements for care experienced young people. Opportunities are offered across all departments, helping participants gain practical experience of the workplace and transition into employment. Terry Edgell, CEO of Premier Forest Products, is clear that commercial success comes with social responsibility. And I've seen and heard firsthand what difference this makes to young people, the company and also the workforce. So I'd like to know, what is the Welsh Government doing to encourage and support more employers to give opportunities like this to care experienced young people across Wales?
Thank you and congratulations to Terry and the team at Premier Forest Products. It does take good employers to show the way as well, so my gratitude is genuine to the team there in Newport. It takes a whole host of things to come together, doesn't it? It can be government programmes, both devolved and non-devolved. It can be Jobs Growth Wales, it can be Communities for Work, it can be the Economic Inactivity Trailblazer. It could be work being done within the FE and skills sector itself. MEDR is currently developing a more flexible apprenticeship programme for 2027, aligned to employer demand. We've got to make sure that it's aligned to the needs of those young people that we need to bring into the system. Careers Wales is still important in this, in making sure that they're there at the right place at the right time to point young people in the right direction. So it's an all-government approach, but finding those trailblazing companies are really important to show others that it is in their interest to make sure that they provide opportunities for young people who otherwise could be missed.
Ac yn olaf Prif Weinidog, cwestiwn 11, James Evans.
Diolch,
does the Welsh Government calculate the funding it provides to Powys Teaching Health Board to deliver care for the residents of Powys?
Welsh Government uses a resource allocation formula to distribute the majority of NHS funding according to the relative health needs of the population served by each health board. The formula is commonly referred to as the Local Health Board Resource Allocation Formula.
Thank you for your answer, First Minister. I've raised on this floor, this chamber, a number of times about decisions that Powys Teaching Health Board have taken to reduce bed numbers, closing hospitals, reducing access to minor injury units, ward closures, and also delaying care across the border in England to meet their financial challenges. Your legislative statement this afternoon is bringing forward a rural proofing element to legislation. I'm interested, First Minister, does that rural proofing then apply to rural health boards to make sure that the funding that they receive actually protects the people who pay the same amount of tax as anybody else in this room but receive a lower standard of service? So I'd like to hear from you, what is your government going to do to protect those rural health boards to make sure they get the funding they need so my constituents can get the care they need and they pay for in their taxes?
The member is right, and I expect every member here to want to make sure that the health board serving their constituency is funded according to its need. I should say that the resource allocation formula does take into account the excess costs of rurality. It is one of the factors that is factored into to that particular formula. We've got to make sure that it's effective, that it works. Does rural proofing have a direct impact on that particular formula? I wouldn't say that the way the legislation that we have in mind would lead to there being a direct impact, but it's a principle. What that legislation shows is that this is a government that, as a matter of principle, wants to make sure that no rural part of Wales is left behind because of its rurality. That should be as relevant in health as in anything else.
Diolch, Prif Weinidog. Eitem 2, cwestiynau i'r Gweinidog Cabinet dros effeitholrwydd Llywodraeth a'r cyfansoddiad. Cwestiwn 1, Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Deputy Clwydd. What measures is the Welsh Government using to assess the effectiveness of government across departments?
The Welsh Government uses a range of measures to assess effectiveness across departments, depending on the policy area and the outcomes being delivered. These include management information, official statistics, evaluation evidence, financial and performance reporting, and feedback from service users and those with lived experience.
Thank you, Minister. Glad to hear it's so full. Your published ministerial responsibilities include official statistics, including the census, social research, the National Survey for Wales. Effective government depends on understanding how Wales is changing and ensuring that future planning reflects that evidence. What research has your department undertaken into the demographic changes in Wales since the implementation of Nation of Sanctuary policy, and how are those findings being incorporated into the evidence used to forecast future demand for housing, NHS services, school places, transport infrastructure and other public services across Wales? If those demographic changes are not being factored into government planning, how can you be confident that your forecasts accurately reflect the future needs of Wales? This is not being divisive or any other adjectives you may wish to throw at our party. The people of Wales deserve to understand how the government determines the future requirements of our nation, and your portfolio is central to ensuring that those decisions are informed by robust evidence and accurate data. Thank you.
Thank you. I can offer the member some reassurance here because my colleagues in the statistics team plan meticulously based on the evidence, based on the demographic figures, and based on the whole range of factors that impact on the population of Wales, on the health of Wales, on the economy of Wales. He will be familiar with, the member will be familiar with a number of statistical publications that appear on a weekly basis, if not more so, from the statistics team that undertake that detailed analysis. And you will also be familiar that those statistics teams look at the future population of Wales and the changing demographics of Wales on a local area. So I can offer that reassurance to the member.
Shaf Taj.
If the government's effectiveness is itself constantly being reviewed and reset, does that suggest that the current measures aren't actually working? And how many more reviews will be required before ministers can demonstrate sustained improvement? In short, how many reviews are there, and will there be yet another review of the outcome of that review?
I do fear the member is a little pessimistic about our plans for government efficiency and delivery on outcomes. I set out in my oral statement, and I've set out in this Senedd before, how we're going to focus on outcomes, and what I'm doing and what we're doing as a team in the Cabinet Office, supporting my colleagues right across government, is ensuring that every one of our plans, every one of our developments is focused on changing the lives of the people of Wales for the better. That is what we will do. That is what we will continue to do. And again, as I alluded to in a previous contribution to this Senedd, the first 100 days puts the foundation blocks in place. We will then move rapidly into that delivery phase and ensuring that the lives of the people of Wales are duly improved.
Question 2, Benjamin Hodge McKenna.
What progress has the government made in developing digital dashboards that track the effectiveness of government departments?
Work is progressing on the Government Priorities Dashboard, which will provide a clear way to track progress against our 5 priorities. An initial version of this dashboard will be published during the first 100 days of this government, with key measures to support transparency, delivery and accountability.
Diolch, Weinidog. I thank the Minister for his commitment to the timely publishing of digital dashboards to better enable this chamber to scrutinise the government. What benchmarks or targets will be used to measure effectiveness using these dashboards? And if the dashboards reveal that individual departments are not performing as expected, what action will the Minister take in his role as Cabinet Minister for Government Effectiveness to ensure that the government is actually performing effectively?
Thank you for the member, and thank you for his support in the work that we will be doing at the Cabinet Office and across government. I think the first thing to point out clearly is that these dashboards are going to be focused on the 5 priorities we've set out as a government. We have said we will cut waiting lists, we will tackle child poverty, we will help families with childcare, we will raise school standards, and we will improve productivity in the Welsh economy. Colleagues opposite ask when. The Minister for Enterprise and Connectivity has already set out the time frame for the productivity goals. But there is an interesting point here which we should reflect on, which is we've set out a 10-year productivity goal. My colleague, the Cabinet Minister, wait for it. But what we need to do is to have interim measures so that we may track progress along the way. And we're committed to developing those measures.
Diolch. Galaf nawr ar lefarwyr y pleidiau holi'r gweinidog Cabinet. Cyfarfod Reform UK, Kai Parry-Jones.
Diolch, Dir Pwyll Llywydd. Minister, last week your government came to the Senedd and asked for permission to go to Westminster and argue for a different funding model. In a crushing defeat for you and your colleagues, this Senedd refused to grant that permission. Reform, with the support of Labour and the Conservatives, potentially saved £1.5 billion annually for the Welsh Government's budget. You're welcome. Now that the Senedd has spoken, will you abandon your plans to argue for a change for the funding model for Wales?
Na. Yr hyn sy'n glir iawn wrth asesu y sefyllfa ariannol sy'n gwynebu Cymru yw bod angen cyllido teg ar Gymru a cyllido sy'n adlewyrchu anghenion y boblogaeth. Does gan Gymru ddim yw hofni o adolygiad o'r fath.
Thank you for your answer, Minister. You are responsible for your party's programme for government, and that programme did take a significant blow last week. Just like the supplementary budget that you are hoping to pass with votes you don't have, your minority government has to follow the first rule of politics, which is learning to count. There's little doubt, Llywydd, that much of Plaid's manifesto hinged on an optimistic change of the funding model from Westminster. Now that the Senedd has rejected your calls to change the funding model, what changes have you made for your programme for government?
Wel, dwi'n diolch i'r llefarydd am y sylwadau. Dwi'n gallu cyfri. Diolch yn fawr iawn, ac mae'n un o fy hoff bethau yw cyfri ag adiad at ei gilydd. Mae gyda ni gynlluniau clir mewn lle. ar gyfer ein gwariant. Dwi'n gobeithio'n fawr y daw yna gefnogaeth ar draws y Senedd i'r gyllideb atodol sy'n adlewyrchu y blaenoriaethau nath pobl Cymru pleidleisio drostyn nhw yn yr etholiad. Ond dwi hefyd yn gobeithio'n fawr, a dwi'n gobeithio bydd yna gydweithwyr ar draws y Senedd hon yn gweithio ar sicrhau bod Llywodraeth Cymru a'r sector gyhoeddus yng Nghymru yn gweithio ar ei fwyaf effeithiol ac ein bod ni ar draws y 4 mlynedd nesaf yn adnabod mwy o gellid ei buddsoddi ym mlaenoriaethau'r pobl i gefnogi gofal plant, i gefnogi'r economi, i gefnogi'r gwasanaeth iechyd.
Well, I cymryd hynna fel na. Responding to the COVID inquiry's 5th report today, the First Minister rather vaguely said Plaid remains committed to reviewing the Wales COVID response. In March, Plaid said it would hold a short, sharp and focused review of the Welsh Government's COVID response. A far cry from your full-fat, all-Wales inquiry Plaid previously called for years, including during your 2024 manifesto. Now, following that U-turn, nobody knows what your review actually is. Not when it's happening, not for how long, not even what elements of the COVID response it would focus on. Surely, Minister, now is the time to make it clear to bereaved families what actions exactly your government is going to take.
Wel, dwi'n diolch i'r Llyfarydd am y cwestiwn yna. Wy'n siŵr mod i fel nifer o bobl eraill yn siambr hon ag ar draws Cymru wedi cael ei effeithio arno gyda Covid. Mae gennau aelod o'r teulu sydd wedi dioddau o Covid hir, fydd nifer ohonoch chi yn ei adnabod hi. Mae yna heriau yn amlwg yn fyna. Mae'r Llywodraeth hon wedi ymrwymo i gynnal adolygiad o Covid. Dyna be wedon ni yn ein manifesto, dyna be dyn ni'n bwriadu i'w wneud, ac mae'n dda gan ei ddweud dwi eisoes wedi bod yn gohebu gyda y Covid bereaved families am ein bwriadau ni ac yn gobeithio trefnu cyfarfod gyda nhw yn fuan, as mae'n bwysig bod lleisiau y sawl sydd wedi dioddau yn rhan o'r drafodaeth yna yn bwydo i waith y Llywodraeth, a dwi'n gobeithio maes o law wedyn i ddiweddaru'r Senedd ar ein cynlluniau ni ar yr adolygiad hwnnw yn unol ar hyn mae'r Llyfarydd yn gofyn.
Cyfarydd Llafur Cymru, Hugh Thomas.
Diolch, Weinidog. Mewn ateb ysgrifenedig dderbynnu sy'n ddiweddar, cadarnhaodd Gweinidog dros Llywodraeth leol fod Llywodraeth Cymru fel rhan o'i hadolygiad o'r fformwla ariannu yn adolygu'r data ar dangosyddion sylfaenol gan gynnwys yr rhai sy'n ymwneud ag amddifadydd a gwasgaredigurwydd poblogaeth, so deprivation and sparsity, mwyn sicrhau bod yn parhau i ddarparu adlewyrchiad cywir a chadarn o angen cymharol a chostau. There's huge concerns in parts of Wales that Plaid will copy what Rishi Sunak did in England and redistribute funding via the funding formula away from poorer urban areas towards relatively wealthier rural ones. As the Minister with responsibility for statistics, can you confirm what issues you identified in the underlying data and indicators which prompted this review, and when will the review be concluded?
Diolch i'r Llyfarydd am y sylwadau hynny. Mae fy nghydweithiwr aelod cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol yn symud ymlaen gyda'r adolygiad y fformwla gyllido. Fel gyda pob darn o ystadegau swyddogol, mae'r Llywodraeth yn cadw golwg manwl ar gywirdeb ac effeithiolrwydd y data yna a sicrhau bod nhw'n cael ei adlewyrchu'n gywir yn y fformwlau. Mi garen ni, mae'r Llyfarydd ei hun yn dod o Aberystwyth a fe wy'r y Llyfarydd yn iawn fod yna ardaloedd o dlodi sylweddol yn y Gymru wledig yn ogystal â'r Gymru diwydiannol, a mae gosod cymunedau felly yn erbyn ei gilydd yn approach siomedig garen ni awgrymu.
Wel, dwi wedi adlewyrchu, Gweinidog, y concern real sy'n cael ei deimlo yn yr ardaloedd mwy diwydiannol. Fe glywon ni gan eich ffrind Senedd Akbar chi mewn dadl fer yn ddiweddar. Mae yna 60,000 o bobl yn byw yn arc deheuol Caerdydd. Byddai'r 60,000 yna yn un awdurdod lleol. Dyna'r awdurdod lleol clotaf yng Nghymru. Felly mae'r concern yn real. Ac fe nes i ddim clywed pa ffigur oedd wedi eich gwythio chi i gynnal yr adolygiad hynna. Ta waith. Agwedd arall o'r agenda bolisi tîm peri pryder yw'r cynnydd yn y nifer o cwangos a'r comisiynau newydd sy'n cael ei ffurfio heb amcanion wedi eu diffinio ac heb dryloiwder clir. Fel y gweinidog sy'n gyfrifol am oruchwiliaeth, pa gamau y fyddwch chi'n ei cymryd i sicrhau fod y Senedd hon a'i phwyllgorau yn gallu craffu'n effeithiol ar y cyrff newydd hyn?
Byswn ni'n awgrymu yn garedig mae mater i'r Llywodraeth gyfan yw sicrhau bod y Senedd yn ymwybodol o'r cynlluniau sy'n datblygu. Mi fues i yn y siambr wrth wrando ar fy nghyfaill gweinidog cabinet dros gysylltedd menter ag ynni yn diweddaru'r siambr am y cynlluniau i ddatblygu asiantaeth genedlaethol, datblygu economaidd genedlaethol newydd. Dyna'r fath o ymagwedd i ni'n cymryd fel Llywodraeth. Dyna fyddwn ni'n parhau i wneud i sicrhau bod y Llywodraeth yn gallu bod yn glir ar ei chynlluniau hithau a bod yna gyfle priodol i'r Senedd hon i graffu ar y cynlluniau hwnnw.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Andrew R.T. Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Minister for Delivery, it is vital that Plaid Cymru stick to their commitment prior to the election and voted on many times in this chamber that they would enact a COVID inquiry, not a review, an inquiry. Can you confirm that the government's thinking, whatever emerges, will be set up under the Inquiries Act 2005, which would compel witnesses to come before that inquiry and give evidence? Because anything else will be a whitewash.
I thank the member for the question. Work is progressing on our COVID review. As I indicated earlier, I will be making a statement to this Senedd in due course about that review, and I will be liaising closely with a number of those groups, the COVID-bereaved families amongst others, who have made very strong representations to this government and to previous governments about the importance of that review being thorough and looking at the issues from a Welsh perspective and ensuring that the lessons that can be learnt are fully learnt for the future.
Warm words, Minister, but little substance. The reality is that we found out with the COVID committee that was set up in the previous Senedd term that unless witnesses were compelled to give evidence, that committee was thwarted in its endeavours to get to the truth. Today, for example, the COVID inquiry reports that the FFP3 respirator masks that we were told Wales was well stocked with prior to the COVID pandemic in its emergency allocation, there wasn't a single mask in Wales available for the health service to use. These are the things we need to get to the core of as to what was not provided, what was mislaid, what was deliberately not ordered to save money, and what was not acted on the emergency planning trials that were held prior to the COVID pandemic. If you don't set it up with the Inquiries Act of 2005 in mind, whatever you bring forward will be pointless. So I implore you and the government to stick to your guns, stick to your morals and stick to the votes that you made prior to the Senedd election and have a full-blown inquiry that gets to the truth and ultimately prepares Wales for any future pandemic.
I heard the opposition spokesperson's passion for the issue and the importance of the issue and the impact. Reading the most recent module report on COVID brings home the sobering impact of COVID right across this country. Those lessons must be learnt, and the review that we are committed to undertaking must have the ability to address those precise issues that you have set out, and that is what we will seek to do.
Sorry, I'm just... Okay, Llawn. Deputy Minister. Actually, a question. I'm lost at the moment, sorry.
I can go to question 4 and come back if you like.
No, it's all right, I've got it now.
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay.
I've got 2. How is the Cabinet Minister working with the Cabinet colleagues to deliver the Welsh Government's priorities in Penybont, Bro Morgannwg?
Delivering meaningful change for people in Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg and across Wales is at the heart of this government's approach. That starts with our first 100 days plan, which I'm working collaboratively with Cabinet colleagues to deliver. The programme for government will build on this foundation with improved cross-government working and a clear focus on delivery.
Cabinet Minister, the Welsh Government has repeatedly identified health, education, tackling poverty and the cost of living as key priorities. Yet many families in Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg tell me they're still facing long waits for healthcare, are worried about educational standards and are struggling to make ends meet as the household costs continue to rise. For many, a family holiday this summer remains out of reach. Given the clear gap between the government's ambitions and reality facing many constituents, what evidence can you provide that these policies are delivering meaningful improvements, and how are you working across government to ensure departments are not operating in silos but together delivering tangible, measurable benefits for families in communities like mine?
Well, I thank the member, Dr Thomas, for his question. The analysis of the challenges facing families in Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg and across Wales is one which we share. Standards in education need to improve, waiting list times need to come down, far broader childcare needs to be provided for families to make lives easier for people who are today struggling. We've been here for, I think it's 8 weeks. We are working at pace to seek to deliver meaningful change for those people in Bro Morgannwg and in other areas. And for me, fundamentally, if we are to succeed as a government, those very people you refer to have to feel the measurable change to their daily lives. And if we succeed in that, then we can be pleased in 4 years' time that it is a job well done. But our dashboards and our progress mechanisms across government will allow us to track progress, but it will also allow us to work with Cabinet colleagues right across government to ensure that where one part of the system isn't necessarily supporting those aims, that we work together to break down those silos and make progress. It is work in progress. It is a significant task of work. After 27 years of Labour government, it is a task that I am committed to doing right across this government. Diolch.
Sarah Rees.
Diolch. Minister, as a sea dipper, I know the health and well-being benefits of being able to swim safely in our waters, and ending pollution in our waterways and seas is a priority for many residents in Pen-y-bont, Bro Morgannwg, especially after Natural Resources Wales recently reported poor water quality at 2 of our local beaches. Since becoming a Senedd member, I've heard directly from local swimming groups like the Watchtower Waders in Barry. I've met with Ofwat, and I've welcomed NRW and yw'r Cymru's South Central Bathing Waters project, which aims to identify the sources of pollution ahead of the statutory targets that come next spring. So I'd like to ask what further action this new government is taking to ensure that the bodies responsible for our water systems are delivering effectively so that every part of our rivers, streams and coastal waters reach the highest possible standard of water quality.
I thank the member for the question. I'm familiar with the Penarth Dawn Strokers who head to the water in Penarth on a daily basis, come rain, shine or however cold it is, braver people than I. On the matter of water, we are taking a whole system approach to improving water quality in Wales, strengthening regulation, accountability and investment across the sector. Through our water reform programme, targeted action on pollution sources and closer collaboration with regulators, water companies and land managers, we are seeking to drive long-term improvements in rivers and coastal waters.
Cwestiwn 4, Gwyn Williams.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipper Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the independent review of the performance of the NHS in Wales as part of his oversight work of the government's priorities?
Dwi'n gweithio gyda gweinidogion Cabinet i sicrhau bod yr ymrwymiadau yng nghynllun y candwyrnod yn cael eu cyflawni. Mae swyddogion yn datblygu opsiynau ar gyfer comisiynu adolygiad annibynnol o berfformiad yr NHS yng Nghymru. Fe fydd yr adolygiad yn ystyried achosion ac effeithiau'r heriau presennol o ran perfformiad, gan gynnwys yr effaith ar ganlyniadau iechyd y boblogaeth mwyn lliwio gwelliannau a datblygiadau i'r dyfodol.
Diolch yn fawr. As a consultant myself, I'm well aware of the inefficiency of the NHS, and clinicians and consultants have been calling for change, meaningful change, for years now. We need a fundamental change in culture, one that promotes accountability, performance and continuous improvement, while moving away from the previous blame culture and that toxicity that can too often hinder progress, and in fact has hindered progress. Above all, the focus must be on patients and in ensuring that their voices are heard throughout the system. We need a far more joined-up approach across the health boards in particular, which we spoke about last week, and organisations such as Digital Health and Care Wales. Despite spending millions of pounds on digital transformation, progress on different electronic patient records has been slow, with work most often delayed due to health boards not collaborating or working with each other. We are already lagging behind countries with integrated national systems, remaining reliant on fragmented digital infrastructure, which is cost, inefficient and unable to communicate effectively. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline how he will work with the Minister for Health to deliver the hard reset that is needed across our health board to deliver this meaningful change? Diolch yn fawr.
Wel, diolch am y cwestiwn, ac mae'r aelod yn amlinellu nifer o ardaloedd o aneffeithiolrwydd fyna sydd angen ei taclo, a dwi'n edrych mlaen at fynd ati i'w taclo. Fel rhan o'r trefniadau atebolrwydd newydd a weithredwyd o Ebrill y Llynedd, dyn ni'n cynnal cyfarfodydd rheoledd gyda byrddau iechyd i herio i cyflawniad a'i perfformiad mewn meysydd allweddol. Mae'n cynllun can diwrnod wedi gwneud nifer o ymrwymiadau i ysgogi gwella system yn y gwasanaeth iechyd gan gynnwys adolygiad ar y cyd o drefniadau cynyddu ac ymyrraeth. Bydd yr adolygiad yn canolbwyntio nid yn unig ar broses, ond ar yw goruchwiliaeth a chynnydd yn gyrru gwelliant gwirioneddol mewn canlyniadau i gleifion. A dyna i fi ble dwi'n dechrau ac yn gorffen. Ydyn ni'n mynd i llwyddo i yrru gwell canlyniadau i gleifion?
Francesca O'Brien.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm sure all members in this chamber have a strong interest in the performance of the NHS and particularly in terms of its staff. Therefore, after last week's debate on iCare, I picked up the latest magazine of iNews magazine, volume number 33, and I came across a fascinating article written by Dr Gwyn Williams of Plaid Cymru, where he blasts the high levels of sick leave being taken by staff in his own department. He then goes on to create a humorous quiz, poking fun at the various excuses he feels are being made by NHS staff to take sick leave. These include, and I quote, thrashing the Equality Act 2010 to within an inch of its life to get the very most out of the NHS, end of quote. Dr Williams finishes the quiz by saying that for nurses and other staff who take too much stress-related sick leave, and I quote, a gulag is too good for you. You are the reason the NHS is in the state it is in, end of quote. So I asked the Minister, does he agree with the comments made by Dr Gwyn Williams, member of the Senedd, and does the questionnaire align with Plaid's measuring of NHS staff performance?
Thank you for that question and those choice quotes. I haven't had the pleasure of reading iNews yet, but I'm sure the library will provide me with a copy in due course so that I may read the whole article in context. I think there's an interesting issue here around public sector absence and how you work with people to tackle that absence. And I had, and this may not win favour with the opposition benches there, but I had a very interesting conversation with colleagues from the trade unions about a health board that had proactively put a absence management team in to support people to return to work more effectively and quicker. And in light of that, saw a significant fall in absence rates. So it can be done working with staff. Our NHS professionals are ones that want to serve the NHS, and I believe that collaborative and cooperative work is rather better than potentially sending people to the gulag.
Question 5, Art Wright.
Diolch, Deputy Clywith. What assessment has the Cabinet Minister made of the benefits for Wales of being part of the United Kingdom?
Thank you for the question. The assessment I have undertaken concludes that the United Kingdom is a deeply unequal and unfair state, with too much power and wealth concentrated in London and the southeast of England, to the detriment of Wales and other parts of the UK, as indeed has been noted by members of this Senedd, across this Senedd, in debates in recent weeks.
Minister, the most recent available data published by the Office of National Statistics demonstrates that the net fiscal deficit for Wales in 24-25 was between £22 and £23 billion. The second largest fiscal deficit per person of any country or region in the United Kingdom. Only Northern Ireland had a larger per capita fiscal deficit. Expenditure per capita in Wales in 24-25 was higher than the UK average, while revenue per capita was below the UK average. Has the Welsh Government made any assessment as to the net public sector fiscal balance in Wales for the 25-26 fiscal year? And does the Minister accept that Wales is a net fiscal beneficiary of the United Kingdom's fiscal transfers?
Thank you for the question. As somebody who is a fan of net fiscal statistics, it is plainly evident that Wales is a net fiscal beneficiary of the United Kingdom. But I put this to the member. Isn't that a remarkable indictment of the United Kingdom's stewardship of this country that we call home? Yeah. That we remain one of the poorest parts of the United Kingdom. We remain an area where child poverty is at its highest, where our economic development is behind, where our wage growth is behind. Yeah, that is the member has usefully highlighted the truth of the United Kingdom. And if he'd like some figures, let me tell him too about some smaller independent, successful countries. Since 2014, New Zealand has seen a 30% growth in GDP. Latvia has seen a 20% growth in GDP. Slovenia, 33%. Slovakia from the former Eastern Bloc, 27%. Where the UK has seen growth of 15%. Yeah? Small, independent, successful countries.
Nick Carter.
Diolch, Llywydd. In nearly 50 years, successive UK governments, Conservatives and Labour, have followed Margaret Thatcher's broken neoliberal ideology, which puts profit before people. Our national utilities have been sold off at a fraction of their value, and tens of billions of dividends have been extracted.
Can we please give the member a chance to read his question, because I can't hear it from here. Please start again, Nick.
In nearly 50 years, successive UK governments, Conservative and Labour, have followed Margaret Thatcher's broken neoliberal ideology that puts profit before people. Our national utilities have been sold off at a fraction of their value, and tens of billions of dividends have been extracted. The French government now owns our nuclear power industry. A Czech billionaire owns the Royal Mail. Here in Cymru, our heavy industry and the communities they supported have been abandoned, while Westminster is spending £100 billion on HS2 for half a railway that costs more than NASA's mission to the moon. Then there are the scandals: PFI, PPE, the sale of MOD homes. Not to mention an illegal war in Iraq, 20 wasted years in Afghanistan, and now complicity in Israel's genocide in Gaza. So on the contrary, Cabinet Minister, what assessment is being made into the benefit to Wales of not being part of the United Kingdom? Diolch.
Thank the member for the question. I think I'd probably add to his list that we should also note that the UK has been responsible for a decade of austerity, which has led to the unravelling of the fabric of our society. Community centres, leisure centres, banks, libraries, and all those facilities which are the beating heart of Welsh communities. Now, let me be clear, whether Wales should or should not be part of the UK is a question for the people of Wales, and for the people of Wales alone. But No, thank you, Mike. We answered that question several times in our previous session, I believe. But for my part, I want to see our nation empowered so that more decisions are taken in Wales for the benefit of Wales. This would mean greater control over fiscal levers, over natural resources, over the Crown estates, justice, policing, welfare and rail. Put simply, Wales shouldn't be denied the powers granted to Scotland so that the primary driver of policy making is the best interests of our community, not the vested interests so entrenched in the broken Westminster system.
Cwestiwn 6, Lynn Akerman.
What discussion is the Cabinet Minister having with the UK Government regarding the devolution of powers over water to Wales?
We are working closely with the UK Government on their forthcoming Clean Water Bill to ensure that the final proposals avoid any regulatory gaps, establish the powers needed for a new Welsh regulator and support effective cross-border working arrangements where these are required.
Before I ask my supplementary, I declare my registered interest as a former employee of Abercarn Rugby Club. Abercarn Welfare Ground shows a real impact flooding and sewerage contamination has on a community. The ground supports rugby, football and cricket. Sewerage has surfaced on the field. Pitches have sat unusable for weeks at a time, disrupting local sports and raising clear public health and environmental concerns. The wider issue is ageing sewerage infrastructure, polluted waterways, flood risk and contaminated land, with community facilities left to carry the consequences when systems fail. What discussion is the Cabinet Secretary having with Do Cymru Welsh Water, National Resources Wales, Caerphilly County Borough Council and the UK Government to bring forward plans with clear deadlines for Abercarn Welfare Ground covering testing, clean-up, public health advice and long-term sewerage and drainage works? And what is the Welsh Government doing to secure the powers, regulation and resources needed to stop sewage contamination and flooding from damaging community facilities in the future?
I thank the member who's made a very clear question and statement about the dangers of sewage and their very real impact on communities and community facilities. And for that very reason, we are seeking to take control of water in Wales. And our approach is to work collaboratively with the UK Government, focusing on practical delivery and maintaining system stability. And the Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience and Sustainability is meeting Minister Hardy from the UK Government this Thursday to progress those discussions.
Adrian Mason.
Cabinet Minister, across Wales, people are struggling with the cost of water bills. They're not interested in devolution or additional devolution. They were interested in the increase of their bills by 27%. So, Cabinet Minister, as you're well aware, water networks in Wales cross the Wales and English border. And in light of this, what clear problems would devolution solve? And how would this improve services or cut bills to the Welsh household?
We are committed to working with a new Welsh water regulator to improve sewage discharges in Wales, to bring down bills in Wales. The performance of of water companies right across the UK has not been good enough in recent years, and I think that has led to the UK position where we're moving towards a UK clean water bill. I've been pleased with the engagement we've had with colleagues in the UK Government, productive, collaborative engagement to ensure that we have the powers in Wales to deliver a better deal for people in Wales on water as on many other matters.
Leticia Gonzalez.
Thank you, Deputy Howard. How is the Cabinet Minister working across Welsh Government departments to implement the 7 wellbeing goals set out in the Wellbeing of Future Generations framework?
All ministers have a duty to promote sustainable development throughout our work. We are committed to working collaboratively to deliver our requirements under the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, and it's central to the way policy options are developed across Welsh Government and in the advice provided to ministers.
Thank you. Active travel as a preventative health measure is to be encouraged within communities. This also plays across a number of well-being goals, such as Healthier Wales, Wales of cohesive communities, and a globally responsible Wales. Will such activity be included in the proposals to improve measurable outcomes of our well-being goals to help assess impacts of such measures?
Thank you to the member for the question. Your colleagues will know that I have in the past taken some interest in matters active travel, but I know my colleague, the Deputy Minister for Transport, is developing plans across the whole range of transport interventions. But the approach of the Wellbeing Act is to embed issues like active travel right across government and in the ways of working and in delivering on the 7 wellbeing goals. And it is important for me in active travel, as in all of the issues we face, to ask the question, what outcomes are changing? Not how much money is being spent on something, but are more people, in that case, walking and cycling?
Question 8, Lindsay Whittle.
What discussions has the Cabinet Minister had with the Cabinet Minister for Finance regarding delivering the Government's priority of reforming the funding formula for Wales, please?
I'm working closely with the Cabinet Minister for Finance to ensure reform of Wales's funding arrangements, and that is at the forefront of our engagement with the UK Government. I raised fair funding at a meeting of UK ministers at the Interministerial Standing Committee on the 24th of June in Belfast.
Thank you, Minister. This underscores a truth known that decisions about Wales must be made in Wales. Devolution is about the reality on our doorsteps, our schools, our hospitals, our right to shape our own future and the right to control our own resources. Now, having served in local government for just close on 50 years as a councillor, I have seen the damage firsthand. Our councils are stretched to the limit and public services are under unprecedented strain. And it is time now to demand a system that works for Wales, not one that holds us back. Minister, what other steps can you take as a Welsh Government to push, as a matter of extreme urgency, in my opinion, for the replacement of the current funding formula, which is limiting the full potential of devolution? Together, this Senedd, with all of the councils across Wales, could be a united force to ensure better funding for our country.
Thank you for the question. I very much hope that the Senedd and councils across Wales will speak with one voice, securing fair funding for Wales. We will continue to press the UK Government for improvements to the current funding arrangements through discussions on the wider fiscal framework and intergovernmental finance mechanisms. I should say to the Senedd that in our initial discussions with colleagues from the UK Government, they have been cooperative and collaborative, and that forms a sound basis, I think, for future engagement.
On Montgomery.
As I've already spoken about in this chamber, councils are in real financial distress. We are seeing massive increases in council tax, growing debt bubbles and serious service cuts. This is why the government's plan to review the funding formula is so important. However, with everything, Minister, detail is key. Strong words and bold promises isn't enough. So with local government on tender hooks waiting for this review, can you tell us how you intend to review the formula? What components are you looking to change? And most importantly, how will the Welsh Government define success when it's reviewing the formula? What does a successful review look like to the Welsh Government? Minister, this place and most importantly local government need answers.
I thank the member for the question. I think there are two fiscal... I mean, we are ambitious. We're aiming at 2 funding reforms at the moment. There's the funding reform that the Welsh Government seeks from the UK Government, for which I take responsibility working with my colleague, the Cabinet Minister for Finance, and we are pressing the UK Government for progress there. My colleague, the Local Government Minister, is working on the funding system to ensure fairness right across our councils for local authorities in Wales. But I do very much hear the point about the pressure on local authority budgets in Wales, which I'm sure my colleague will be taking into account as that work develops.
A'r cwestiwn ola, Gwynidog. Question now, Sarah Rees.
How will the Cabinet Minister work with public service boards to ensure that existing legislation is implemented more efficiently across public services?
Public service boards are central to bringing public service partners together to collaborate on assessing and addressing the well-being needs of their areas. I will work closely with all public service board chairs to provide national support and ensure their implementation is efficient in enacting existing legislation.
Minister, the Social Services and Wellbeing Act gives unpaid carers the same legal rights as the people that they care for. It promises a carer's needs assessment and clear information and advice to help them in their caring role. But the reality is very different. Very few unpaid carers actually receive those assessments, and even fewer get the statutory support that they are entitled to after them. A new round of population needs assessments is under development for May 2027, but if unpaid carers don't receive the support that they're entitled to, more risk being pushed into poverty, their health deteriorating and having to give up or cut back on paid work. So what will this new government do to ensure that public service boards, regional partnership boards and others use these plans to close the implementation gap in the Social Services and Wellbeing Act and finally deliver the promises that were made to unpaid carers over a decade ago?
The member for the question. Now, my understanding, and colleagues will be aware that the public sector, the PSBs and the regional partnership boards are separate bodies that have separate responsibilities, and as such, the RPBs established under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act are the responsibility for the Cabinet Minister for Health and Care. However, recently, I've been looking at how we might tie together more effectively the work of the public service boards and the regional partnership boards, because what's been happening here is that assessment of the local community needs has been happening by one board at a given time scale and not necessarily on the same consistent data, and then by another set of people for the same area or for a very similar area at the same time. So I'm working with colleagues in government to make progress as to how we might better use evidence, use the same evidence, use robust independent data to build more effective performance from both the regional partnership boards and the PSBs. I hope that that kind of work will then lead to improvements in both social services and in public services more generally.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Eitem 3, datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes, galaf ar y trefnydd Heledd Fychan.
Diolch Dirprwy Lywydd. Nid oes unrhyw newidiadau i busnes yr wythnos hon. Mae busnes drafft y cyfarfod llawn ar gyfer 2 wythnos gyntaf tymor yr Hydref yn cael ei ddangos ar y datganiad busnes sydd ar gael i aelodau'n electronig.
Diolch. Llyr Powell.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Members would have seen yesterday that the Scarlett signed a new deal with the WRU, but rather than seen as a success, it was described on the BBC as peace is temporary. Welsh rugby is in an uncertain time, especially its professional side. Now, I found myself in a side where I was agreeing with the Deputy First Minister when she said to the Chamber in the 3rd of February 2026, it's disappointing that the Welsh Government has failed to recognise its role in this matter. She also then went on to say it's not good enough for them, the Welsh Government, to wash their hands of this matter. Now, I wrote a letter, written question to you, Trefnydd, with your other ministerial hat as the Minister for Sport, in which I asked you what you've spoken to with the WRU and will you step in and protect the regions. You wrote back to me saying decisions on the future of the game in Wales is a matter for the WRU. So I was interested, Deputy Llywydd, if the Minister would come to the Chamber when we come back and state what the Welsh Government's position now is, because Plaid Cymru seemed to say one thing in government when they weren't in power and are saying something totally different now. Can the people of Wales have assurances that the national game will be protected and their voices will be heard when the government steps in?
Wel, dwi'n falch bod yr aelod yn gwerthfawrogi na ateb fel trefnydd ydw i heddiw, a mi fyddwch chi falch o bod bod yna sesiynau cwestiynau i fi yn buan iawn yn mis Medi, a gobeithio byddwch chi'n llwyddiannus yn y balot mwyn gallu gofyn cwestiwn i fi, felly gobeithio'n fawr bydd y cyfle hwnnw. Ond dwi'n gobeithio bod o wedi bod yn ddiamwys yn barod, bod y Llywodraeth hon yn gweld pwysigrwydd chwaraeon, bod ni'n cydnabod yr holl gyrff llywodraethu. Yn amlwg, da ni'n parchu hyd braich. Ond pa mae angen craffu, da ni wedi craffu. Fel gwrthblaid, mi oedden ni'n gwneud hynny. Mi o'n ni'n berson cadarn iawn yn rhan o'r pwyllgor diwylliant a chwaraeon diwetha, lle oedden ni yn holi a craffu'r WOU yn galed a'r math yna o berthynas. Da ni'n gwybod faint mae rygbi'n olygu i bobl Cymru. Mae'n bwysig, fel dwi wedi deud, nifer o weithiau bod gan y WOU berthynas ac ymddiriedeth efo'i cymunedau.
Mark Jones.
Trefnydd, mae Ysgol Penli wedi cael i pwllnofio o ganlyniad i gostau rhedeg. Mae hyn yn golygu bod rhai o'r 9 clwstwr, ysgol clwstwr yn methu cael mynediad i wersi nofio a rhai yn methu fforddio bus i'r pwllnofio gosau. Dwi'n gwybod fod y Llywodraeth yn deall pa mor hanfodol ydy'r gallu i ddysgu nofio i blant, fel sy'n amlwg yn yr ymrwymiad i gyflwyno rhaglen genedlaethol nofio a diogelwch dŵr, ac 20 o wersi nofio a diogelwch dŵr i bob disgybl ym mlwyddyn 4 a 5. Mae'r ffaith fod y pwllnofio yma ar gau i ddisgyblion yn achos o bryder mawr i'r gymuned. A gawn ni ddatganiad gan y gweinidog perthnasol ynglyn â sicrhau nad oes yr un plentyn heb fynediad i wersi nofio oherwydd toriadau ariannol.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r aelod am godi'r mater pwysig hwnnw. Fel efo'r cwestiwn blaenorol, yn amlwg dwi'n ateb rhain fel trefnydd heddiw, ond mae yn berthnasol o ran y drafodaeth bydd yn hwyrach heddiw o ran y gyllideb atodol, oherwydd yn amlwg mae yna 2 biliwn o bunnau wedi i neilltuo yn y gyllideb hwnnw i ddechrau mynd i'r afel. Efo'r heriau sy'n wynebu ysgolion, a mi fydd canran o'r arian hwnnw tuag at gostau teithio. Yn ychwanegol i hynny, mae'n amrwymiad gan y Llywodraeth hon i wneud dadansoddiad o'r holl asedau chwaraeon gan gynnwys pyllenofio sydd ledled Cymru i wir deall 1. beth sydd wedi golli, 2. beth sydd mewn peryg o gael ei golli, her mae nifer o'n pyllenofio ni'n hen eithriadol. Mwyn gallu rhoi cynllun hir dymor, mi ddyle bod gan pawb fynediad i wersi nofio. Mi ddyle bod gan bawb yng Nghymru fynediad i byllen nofio. Ond yn anffodus, mae yna doriadau wedi bod, a dyna pam bod rhaid i'r gwaith hwn fynd rhagddo. Ond byddwn ni'n annog unrhyw aelod yma heddiw sy'n angerddol, fel ydw i, fel mae Plaid Cymru, ynglyn â sicrhau bod gan bob plentyn mewn ysgol gynradd yng Nghymru yr hawl i gael mynediad i wersi nofio am ddim, i gael sgil mor eithriadol o bwysig i gefnogi'r gyllideb atodol heddiw.
Vale line stopping in Newport were cancelled. Transport for Wales said this was due to more trains than usual needing repairs, and this is not the first time that this has happened. I know how disruptive these cancellations are for local people, and this is in addition to frequently overcrowded trains due to the limited number of carriages. People rely on these trains to get to work and college, and delays and cancellations have a big impact. It does seem that every time there is a problem on another part of the network, it is this line that is most often hit. And this is not fair and has a disproportionate impact on people relying on the Vale line. I'd like to hear from the Transport Minister how he will ensure a full and regular service on the Vale line.
Wel, diolch am godi y mater pwysig hwnnw. Mi fyddwn ni'n annog chi i fod yn ysgrifennu'n benodol ar y dirprwyd weinidog dros drafnidiaeth ynglyn â materion lleol. Ond yn sicr, dyma, da ni wedi etifeddu. Mae yna broblemau i ni fynd i'r afel yn nhw. Da ni hefyd yn gwybod bod y tywydd eithafol wedi cael effaith ar drafnidiaeth ac enwedig trenau yn ystod o gres hyn. Mae yna nifer o bethau a heriau da ni'n mynd i'r afel yn nhw, a mae'r dirprwy weinidog eisoes wedi amlinellu rhai o'n blaenoriaethau ni, ond mi fydd na fwy wrth gwrs hefyd.
Natasha Ashgar.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Mrs Minister, can I please request a government statement about the Supreme Court's clear ruling that sex means biological sex only? I'm sure you'll appreciate that sporting opportunities for women and girls are vitally important for their health, social inclusion and development. Yet the Football Association of Wales, a body that receives significant and ongoing Welsh Government investment, continues to operate an eligibility policy that allows some men to play in the women's game whilst girls have no category to call their own. Following the Supreme Court's judgment on the 16th of April 2025, the Scottish FA acted within 14 days to uphold the Equality Act protections for the female game. The English FA followed just 1 day later with legally compliant policy in place. It is now over 445 days since the judgment, yet women in Wales are still waiting for any announcement on their own sporting category. Silence from the FA Wales has prompted the Women's Right Network Wales to meet with the CEO, Noel Mooney, last year. They were assured FAW intended to review their policy, but also that the organisation felt it necessary to wait for guidance from the Welsh Government. Will the Welsh Government now take responsibility and explicitly direct Sports Wales to inform the FAW that maintaining a fair, sex-segregated category is not optional, but a fundamental requirement for any organisation receiving public funding to ensure that women and girls can enjoy fair opportunity and fair participation in their own sport? Because a statement from the Welsh Government addressing the above points would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Mi fydd yr aelod yn gwybod ei bod hi wedi derbyn nifer o atebion gan y Llywodraeth ar y mater hwn, bod y Llywodraeth wedi sicrhau y byddwn ni yn cydymffurfio yn llawn gyda'r gyfraith a bod y gwaith hwnnw yn mynd rhagddo. Mae'r sicrwydd yna wedi ei roi, dwi'n ailadrodd y sicrwydd hynny a dwi'n gobeithio'n fawr y bydd yr aelod yn sylweddoli ein bod yr ymweliad yna wedi wneud dro ar ôl tro gan y Llywodraeth hon.
James Evans.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I'd like a statement from you, Trefnydd, in your capacity as the Minister for Culture on how the Books Council funds news outlets in Wales. One such news outlet approached me this week asking for the location of a family home. They have also asked other members of the group that I sit in for names of their family members and also their homes as well, and details of their addresses and family members. They say they don't want to publish it, but why ask for it in the first place? I was also told that they have sources who have been to my home and can tell them exactly where I live. They also said they wouldn't publish that, but I can inform you, Trefnydd, and the Senedd that I've passed it on to Senedd Security with the hope of them passing it on to South Wales Police. With attacks of politicians on the rise and the sad murder of Anne Widdecombe this week, asking for this level of detail is totally unacceptable. So will you please bring forward a statement on the funding the Books Council provides to these news outlets to ensure that they are not putting any politicians in any undue risk or harm?
Wel, diolch. Yn amlwg mae yna ddyletswydd ar pob un o'na ni i bod yn ystyried diogelwch ein cyd-aelodau, i ystyried diogelwch pawb yn ein cymdeithas ni. Mae yna rôl bwysig gan y cyfryngau o ran bod yn gyfryngau sydd yn ystyried hynny. Mae yna ddyletswydd ar bob un ohona ni hefyd. Yn amlwg, mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn gweithredu o ran cefnogi newyddiadurwaith, ond o ran hyd braich, mae yna brosesau a mae yna god ymddygiad o neu god ethos o ran sicrhau efo Ipsos ag ati. Dwi'n meddwl bod yr aelod efo unrhyw gwynion yn iawn. Os ydych chi'n poeni ynglyn â'ch diogelwch i fynd at yr heddlu hefyd, os ydych chi eisiau sgwennu efo fi, ato fi efo mwy o fanylion oherwydd yn fy rôl fel trefnydd a prif chwip hefyd, mi ydw i'n cymryd o ddifri diogelwch aelodau ac yn ceisio hefyd cael cydsyniad rhwng y pleidiau o ran sut. Mae drwg gen i, dwi yn ateb yr aelod fan hyn a dwi wedi dweud os dwi eisiau sgrifennu ato fi hefyd efo mwy o fanylion, oherwydd dwi ddim gyda'r holl fanylion, felly dwi'n siŵr bydd yr aelod yn gwerthfawrogi hynny. Os fyddech chi'n hoffi ysgrifennu ato fi efo mwy o fanylion, mi byddai'n sicrhau bod ni'n edrych mewn i hynny. Ond dwi hefyd yn gwneud y ple hon ein bod ni fel pleidiau yma yn edrych sut ydym ni'n gallu cydweithio i sicrhau diogelwch ein gilydd, i sicrhau diogelwch pawb da ni'n ei gynrychioli a cymryd y gyfrifoldeb hynny o ddifri hefyd.
Becca Brown.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Trefnydd, could I possibly request a statement from the Cabinet Member for Rural Resilience and Sustainability on the fact that greyhounds were allowed to race at Valley Track last week at temperatures reaching 30 degrees when the advice of vets is not to even walk your dogs at temperatures of 21 degrees or above? What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the welfare implications for greyhounds racing in these extreme temperatures?
Well, thank you for raising that. Obviously, many members here will have been sharing those warnings about not walking dogs or taking care of animals and livestock during the extreme weather, and greyhounds are no exception. The welfare of greyhounds must be a primary consideration whenever racing takes place, including during periods of hot weather. We know that high temperatures can present additional welfare risks for racing dogs, which is why it is important that track operators carefully assess local conditions and implement appropriate measures to protect animal welfare. Those responsible for racing greyhound also have a duty to monitor dogs closely, ensuring access to shade and water. And as a government, we would expect any decisions relating to racing in hot weather to be informed by veterinary advice. You can say, I usually say that word in Welsh. Welfare considerations, the specific circumstances at the track.
Aidan O'Connell.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Can I have a statement from the Housing Minister on the latest housing policy for women fleeing abusive relationships? A few weeks ago, I met with Grace Andleton, a brave and courageous domestic abuse survivor. From her harrowing experience, she found the strength to write a book to help other women in the same situation. Now, her book is a powerful testimony of her story. She survives sexual assault, physical assault, coercive control, as well as being pursued after leaving the relationship by her partner, ex-partner. She's personally reached out to all members of the Senedd to seek support, but instead of taking up her recommendations for Georgia's law around rapid rehousing for working women fleeing high-risk abuse, many members of this Senedd and the previous Senedd have chosen to ignore her cries for help. Trefnydd, domestic violence is not party political. We all have a duty to act in this chamber. So I've written a letter to the Cabinet Minister for Housing relaying her concerns, and in the meantime, it would be much appreciated if everybody here went online and enacted the support for women fleeing violent relationships they so desperately deserve. Diolch.
Well, thank you to the member for raising such an important issue. Obviously, the Deputy First Minister is here as well, and in terms of our commitment as a government to eradicating any violence, that is paramount. I will ensure that I flag to the Cabinet Minister for Housing that you have written to her and ask that you have a full response.
Lynn Eagle.
Trefnydd, yesterday the Association of School and College Leaders and the National Association of Head Teachers notified the Welsh Government that they are declaring a trade dispute with the Welsh Government, citing ALN funding as one of the reasons for that dispute. They are asking for ACAS to now be involved to resolve this matter with the Government. This comes at the same time as the National Education Union also are undertaking an indicative ballot based on concerns they have about Welsh Government's approach to funding. This is an unprecedented situation for this Welsh Government to be in, just 64 days into your first 100 days. I'd like to ask for a statement from the Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Language on how, what steps will be taken to resolve these disputes with our trade union partners so that we can ensure that the needs of children and young people are met.
Well, the member will be aware that there is an offer on the table and a subsequent offer made since the unions made contact, which is more than what was on the table had Labour been re-elected to lead this Welsh Government. So, very clearly, there is now a pathway this afternoon for yourselves, ourselves, to join forces and unlock the substantial additional funding for ALN this year and in future years. That is within our power today. 40 million for ALN today. 40 million the following year, 40 million, more than the 9 million you had on the table. So we can play politics, or we can think of those children with additional learning needs. We can work together for those children with additional learning needs and put in place a plan that is workable, deliverable and meaningful. That is your choice today, and I really hope that you make the right choice.
Absolutely. Mae'r Rowlands.
Diolch, Dilynwch Llywydd. Hoffwn ofyn am ddatganiad gan y Gweinidog Cabinet Troswydnwch gwledig a chynaladwyedd ar y tân mawr yn ardal Bwlch Sychnant ar fynydd Conwy dros y penwythnos. Rwy'n falch erbyn hyn bod difrifoldeb y digwyddiad wedi dadddwysau gan y gwasanaeth tân a bod y rheini oedd wedi gorfod gadael eu cartrefi wedi dychwelyd adref. Hoffwn roi ar y cofnod fy niolch i'r holl wasanaethau bris a'r cymunedau cyfagos am atebodd mor gyflym i'r argyfwng a chefnogi'r rheini mewn angen. Mae yna rai pryderon byr dymor sy'n parhau megis yr effaith caiff hyn ar ansawdd yr air yn lleol, ond yn fwy sylfaenol mae'r digwyddiad ar fynydd Conwy dros y penwythnos, ynghyd â'r digwyddiad yng nghoedwig Braich Melyn ym Methesda, yn codi cwestiynau difrifol hir dymor. Byddaf yn gwerthfawrogi datganiad gan y gweinidog felly, sy'n amlinellu unrhyw gefnogaeth sydd ar gael y cymunedau sydd wedi effeithio gan ddigwyddiadau'r penwythnos a'r camau bydd yn cael eu cymryd i atal digwyddiadau tebyg rhag digwydd yn y dyfodol. Diolch.
Diolch i'r aelod am godi'r mater eithriadol bwysig. Dwi'n siŵr bod ni gyd wedi'n brawychu o weld y lluniau a'r teledu ac i'r trigolion hynny. Mae'n anodd dychmygu ac yr niwed difrifol wrth gwrs dwi'n rhannu'r sylwadau naid gan yr aelod o ran talu teirged, nid yn unig i'r diffoddwyr tân, ond i bawb fy'n rhan o'r ymateb yng Ngogledd Cymru sydd wedi gweithio ar y cyd i gadw pobl a chymunedau'n ddiogel. Mi nath na gynnydd sylweddol gan i'n wneud i ddod â nifer o danau gwyllt dan reolaeth, a fel oedd yr aelod yn sôn, mae'r sefyllfa'n gyffredinol wedi gwella'n sylweddol, ond mi ydyn ni'n gwybod bod hyn yn anffodus yn un o effeithiau newid hinsawdd rwan. Mae o'n fater dydyn ni fel Llywodraeth yn rhoi sylw hyddiannol iddo fo'n edrych draws llywodraethol fel clywsoch chi gan y prif weinidog yn gynharach heddiw, a gyda'r tymheredd rydyn ni'n ei profi yng Nghymru erbyn hyn, mae rhaid i ni fod yn gyfan gwbl unedig, dwi'n credu, fel Senedd, ynglŷn â sut ydyn ni'n mynd i fod yn ymateb i'r tebygrwydd cynyddol o danau gwyllt. Mae'r effaith mae hyn yn ei gael, fel ddech chi'n sôn, ar iechyd yn aruthrol, o ran bywyd gwyllt a natur yn aruthrol. Felly, bod mae rhaid i ni felly sicrhau bod y cynllun hwnnw'n ei le, ac os oes yna gymorth penodol, mae trigolion wedi bod yn ymgysylltu efo'r aelod amdano fo yr ydych chi eisiau ymgysylltu fo ni fel Llywodraeth, byddwn ni'n annog chi i wneud gysylltiad efo yr aelodau Llywodraeth perthnasol.
Art Wright.
Diolch. Trefnydd. The Basleg residents of Falls Mews have been abandoned from the life we all know for close to 5 years. The old Basleg Bridge was deemed to be unfit for use, leaving the residents with no direct access to their properties other than on foot. Newport City Council have attempted to resolve the matter, but due to funding needs denied by the former Welsh Labour government in the last Senedd, they are still locked out of normal life with a resolution still to be found. Imagine, Minister, 5 years of having to walk home instead of arriving on your own doorstep. 5 years of having to factor in extra travel time for work or school runs. 5 years of having to rely on emergency access for fire, ambulance and police support, delaying response times. 5 years of seeing your house price fall in value, locking you into negative equity. Those residents don't have to imagine, it's their lived reality. To add to insult, the council has not even offered them a reduction in their council tax across the last 5 years, despite a clear lack of services to them. Will the Cabinet Minister for Local Government, Housing and Planning agree to meet with me and the resident body to find a lasting solution to their plight?
Wel, diolch i'r aelod am erioli a ran y trigolion mor gadarn fan hynny. Mi ydyn ni'n ymwybodol fel Llywodraeth o hyn, dyn ni'n cydnabod hefyd yr effaith ar drigolion. Dwi'n gwybod bod yr dirprif weinidog dros drafnidiaeth hefyd yn ymwybodol o hyn. Byddwn ni yn annog eich bod chi'n ysgrifennu ata fo ynghyd ar gweinidog cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol, a yn amlwg mae'r dirprif weinidog yma wedi clywed y cais hwn, ond mi fyddai hefyd yn sicrhau bod y gweinidog cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol yn ymwybodol hefyd.
Liz McLean.
Trefnydd. Hoffwn ofyn am ddatganiad gan y gweinidog cabinet dros Llywodraeth leol tai a chynllunio. Mae'r hawl i brynu cymunedol yn gam pwysig tuag at sicrhau bod gan gymunedau lleol ledled Cymru yr asiantaeth a'r gallu i fuddsoddi yn ei dyfodol eu hunain a'i lunio. Gall asedau sy'n eiddo i gymunedau ac sy'n cael ei reoli ganddynt, ysbrydoli mentergarwch, creu cyfleoedd a helpu i draws newid bywydau. Ond mae'r rhwystrau sylweddol yn parhau o ran sicrhau bod lleisiau lleol yn cael eu clywed a bod buddiannau cymunedau'n cael eu diogelu drwy deddfwriaeth. Mae'n bosib y clywn rhywbeth gan y Prif Weinidog yn fuan pan fydd yn amlinellu rhaglen deddfwriaethol y Llywodraeth, ond o ystyried pwysigrwydd yr hawl i brynu cymunedol i gymunedau ledled Cymru, a all y drefnu datganiad gan y Gweinidog Cabinet dros Llywodraeth Leol Tai a Cynllunio i nodi cynlluniau manwl Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer bil hawl y gymuned i brynu a phryd y gellir disgwyl iddo gael ei gyflawni ger bron y Senedd.
Mater o bwys gwirioneddol, rhywbeth mae nifer, dwi'n gwybod yn y Senedd hon yn poeni amdano fo, yn angerddol ynglyn â fo, ac yn sicr mi oedd yna ymrwymiad cadarn yn manifesto Plaid Cymru, a mae'r ymrwymiad cadarn hwnnw yn parhau o fewn Plaid Cymru i sicrhau bod yr hawl i brynu cymunedol yn dod yn ddeddfwriaeth. Dwi ddim yn mynd i fod yn ceisio gwneud unrhyw ddatganiadau cyn i ni glywed gan y Prif Weinidog yn hwyrach y prawn yma, ond yn sicr gobeithio bod yr ymrwymiad diamwys hwnnw o ran pwysigrwydd hyn wedi wneud gen i prawn yma.
Stephen Rodaway.
Treasurer, could I request an answer on the Welsh Government's programme for identifying and eliminating waste spending across departments? As this Plaid Cymru government continues to look down the back of every departmental sofa in search of the money needed to prove its so-called fully funded manifesto commitments are in fact fully funded, what reviews have been initiated or completed to identify duplication, unnecessary bureaucracy, inefficient spending and programmes that are no longer delivering value for taxpayers, including any legacy issues inherited from the previous government? Given that the government has now been in office for over 60 days, there has been ample opportunity to begin this work. What waste has already been identified and corrected? What further efficiencies are planned? When will the government publish a report so that members and the people of Wales can scrutinise the findings and see how taxpayers' money is being saved and spent more effectively?
Diolch. Diolch i'r aelod am hynny. Yn amlwg mi gath bod Prif Weinidog i holi ar y mater hwn yn gynharach heddiw. Mi dyn ni hefyd wedi cael y Gweinidog Cabinet dros effeithiolrwydd Llywodraeth a'r cyfansoddiad a'r hyn y medraid ddweud yn gyfan gwbl glir wrth bob aelod yma ydy bod ni, fel Gweinidogion, wedi dechrau'r gwaith craffu hwnnw ar ddiwrnod 1. Yn cwestiynu bob llinell yn cyllidebau ni, y munud oedd ganddo ni yr mynediad at yr holl ystod yna o wybodaeth. Mae'r dadansoddi hwnnw yn parhau. Mae ganddo ni waith pellach i wneud dros yr haf, ond y gwahaniaeth sydd ganddo chi yn y Llywodraeth hon ydy'r ymrwymiad i weithio yn draws bortffolio i sicrhau bod bob pint posib yn cael y bydd mwyaf ar bobl Cymru. Dio ddim yn ddyn diogelu yn cyllidebau ni fel bod yna un peth yn gallu cael ei gyflawni, ond edrych sut mae'r bynt yma yn gallu cael ei ddefnyddio mwyn gwneud amryw o bethau amrywiol, a dyna'r gwaith sydd yn mynd rhagddo. A hefyd bod ni'n edrych yn strategol ac yn hir dymor. Ddim yn edrych ar yr pethau sydd yn mynd ar headlines yn hawdd, ond yn edrych sut ydym ni'n mynd i wella pethau yn sylfaenol. Dyna pam, efo anghenion dysgu ychwanegol, mae'n amrwymiad 3 blynedd y gall y Senedd hon fod yn prydleisio o'i blaid heddiw. Dyna pam bod ni'n mynd ati, efo'r gwasanaeth iechyd, nid i daflud arian, ond i ddofynu efo cynlluniau hir dymor, trawsnewidiol sy'n mynd i wneud gwahaniaeth gwirioneddol. A drwg yn y goffrenol, da ni wedi gweld, ydy rhoi bach o arian, ond ddim mynd at wraidd y broblem. Dyna'r newid efo'r Llywodraeth hon, a da ni'n gyfan gwbl dryloiw efo pawb o'na chi'n lun â hynny.
Peredur Owen Griffiths.
Diolch Deputydd. Trefnydd, I want to raise a concerning matter about that was brought to my attention by residents in Redwick in my constituency. They have endured low water pressure for years, but during the drier summer months, the situation is exacerbated considerably. For example, not being able to use washing machines and have showers. Then there's the impact on dairy and beef farmers in the area. In low pressure conditions, water butts for cattle cannot be filled to keep pace with how much the cows are drinking in this heat wave. This is therefore becoming an animal welfare issue, with one farmer telling me that their backup supplies of water are depleted and they are, I quote, surviving from day to day. The response to the issue from Welsh Water has fallen far short of residents' expectations, who are becoming increasingly frustrated that the seriousness of the situation is not being grasped, and therefore and there is no talk of a long-term solution. Can I therefore ask for a statement on water provision and the government's response to the extended drought period we are facing as it increases pressure on water supplies?
Well, thank you to the member for raising that extremely important issue. And given that hot weather is expected to be extended as well, I would ask the member to urgently write to yw'r Cymru the fact that you've raised it on the floor of the chamber today. As we know, extreme weather can pose a major threat to animal welfare. Similar in my response to the previous member around greyhound racing. We know that farmers must remain alert to weather conditions and forecast and take appropriate action to mitigate the risk. But if that is impossible because of issues with water supply, then obviously that needs to be raised with yw'r Cymru, and I would encourage the member to do that as quickly as possible.
Jane Dodds.
Farian, Dilynwch a prynhawn a trefnydd, a dwi eisiau cario ymlaen efo'r pwnc o pwllnofio, os gwelwch na. Hyn yw pwllnofio yn Pontardawe, os gwelwch na. For almost 2 years, my constituents in Pontardawe have been without their local swimming pool. Families, schools, swimming clubs and older people are now having to travel to either Neath or Ystrad Gynlais. And as we've heard, it's really important for children as well to learn to swim, and that's really, really important. Neath Port Talbot Council has done its part in completing a feasibility survey and identifying a preferred option for replacement, but there's still an £11 million shortfall. So just wondering, what could the Welsh Government do in order to help Neath Port Talbot Council to get that money in order to ensure that there is a swimming pool in Pontardawe? Diolch, Marian.
Diolch yr aelod am godi'r mater yma. Fel clywsoch chi, dwi'n meddwl fy mateb i'r aelod yn blaenorol, dyna'r union pam ydym ni'n mynd ati rwan i ddeall beth sydd wedi golli, be di'r buddsoddiad sydd i angen, fel bod ni unau'n gallu ailagor pyllenofio, neu sicrhau bod pyllenofio sydd efo risg o gau, bod ni'n gallu cadw nhw ar agor. Mae rhaid ni'n cael cynllun cenedlaethol. Yn anffodus, mae yna dan buddsoddiad sylweddol wedi bod mewn pyllenofio. Mae hon yn broblem enbyd yma yng Nghymru. Mae o'n rhywbeth da ni'n edrych arno fo fel rhan o'r rhaglen nofio newydd, oherwydd mae'n un peth rhoi y gwersi nofio, ond os ydy'r pylle ddim yna, mae'r darpariaeth yn mynd i fod yn anodd. Felly, yr ymrwymiad sydd ganddo ni ydy edrych ledled Cymru gan gynnwys efo Pontardawe. Be di'r angen? Chwaraeon Cymru fydd wedyn yn asesu o ran y buddsoddiad hwnnw, ond yr un peth byddwn ni yn dweud wrth aelodau ydy, dydy faint o arian cyfalaf da ni'n rhoi mewn i byllenofio ar y funud ddim yn mynd i allu diwallu yr hyn sydd i angen ledled Cymru. Felly mae rhaid i ni edrych ar y modelau amrywiol a sut ydym ni'n gallu gweld bod pyllenofio yn gallu aros ar agor, aros yn cymunedau ni bydd pobl o bob oed fel mae'r aelod wedi datgan ar ddechrau cwestiwn.
Diolch, Trefnydd. Ac yn olaf, Gareth Beer.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. Trefnydd, I would like to call for a Welsh Government statement on what support can be provided to constituents and local communities who wish to challenge the actions of well-funded infrastructure developers. As you will know, High Court proceedings are simply beyond the means of most families. Many of the constituents that I represent in Carmarthenshire have been subjected to survey notices which the High Court found were not issued in accordance with the statutory scheme. Concerned landowners and occupiers have faced significant stress and expenses because of the actions that they have been subjected to. They would welcome reassurances from this Welsh Government on what support can be provided to them. Therefore, I call for a Welsh Government statement on this matter. Diolch.
Diolch yr aelod am godi'r mater hwnnw. Yn amlwg o ran ymweru cymunedau, mae hwnna'n rhywbeth mae'r Llywodraeth hon wedi ymrwymo iddo fo. Da ni'n sicr yn credu bod angen ailedrych ar prosesau o ran cynllunio, o ran ymgysylltu cymunedol mwyn sicrhau bod llais trigolion lleol, pobl lleol yn cael ei glywed. Mi oedd yn un o'r rhesymau pam oedd nifer yna ni di ymgyrchu fel pam oedden ni'n y gwrthleidiau o ran nifer o mesurau sydd rwan yn ein manifesto ni ac sydd yn ein rhaglen Llywodraeth ni. Mae llais cymunedau yn bwysig a mae'n eithriadol o anodd pam nad oes ganddyn nhw y math o arian sydd ei angen i fynd ati efo'r math o astudiaethau ydych chi wedi sôn amdanyn nhw pan mae cwmnïau weithio'n rhyngwladol efo llu o gyllid sy'n gallu i cefnogi nhw i herio pethau'n erbyn y gymuned.
Diolch Trefnydd, symudwn at eitem 4, datganiad gan y Prif Weinidog. Galwaf ar y Prif Weinidog, Rhin ap Iorwerth.
Diolch Llywydd. Wrth anerch y siamber yma nôl ym mis Mai, mi sones i am fy mwriad i arwain Llywodraeth newydd sy'n gwneud pethau mewn ffordd newydd, a mae hynny'n wir am ddeddfu hefyd. Heddiw dwi am amlinellu cyfres o gynigion ar gyfer deddfa newydd mewn amrediad o feisydd fel modd o sbarduno sgwrs efo pleidiau eraill yn y Senedd. Da ni ddim yma i ddeddfu mwyn deddfu, a ni ddylid gweld y broses fel un abstract a di-liw, ond fel esblygiad o'i wneud yn iawn sy'n troi gwerthoedd yn polisi yn deddfwriaeth a deddfwriaeth yn gyfraith gwlad sy'n eglur, yn deg ac yn rhwydd i weithredu. Today I'll talk about our first phase of legislation. This recognises the dual importance of bringing early momentum to this legislature's work, whilst allowing space to build agreement and develop genuinely impactful legislation across a full 4-year term. There are several areas where action can be taken swiftly. Firstly, we want to protect and enhance Wales's unique sense of community. Our nation is a rich tapestry of urban and rural, north and south, young and old, but the legacy of a decade and more of austerity has chipped away at our sense of place. We will therefore proceed with the development of a community right-to-buy scheme and provide the legislative basis to enable eligible community groups to nominate and register valuable community assets to be given the right of first refusal when the owners decide to sell. We want more, not fewer places that allow people to meet, learn, organise and make decisions together. And we want these to remain in the hands of our communities. Secondly, the value my government places on fairness has motivated us to take action to strengthen the rights of tenants in the private rented sector. We will initially bring forward legislation focusing on strengthening our enforcement framework and the regulatory role of Rent Smart Wales, as well as requiring the sharing of rent data. This will lay the groundwork for more substantial changes that will improve housing affordability, make rent fairer and limit no-fault evictions, to be brought forward later in the Senedd term. We're also developing proposals to legislate for the right to adequate housing, because nobody should be forced to suffer the anxiety and unacceptable stigma which so often comes with having nowhere to call home. Thirdly, to leave a greener legacy for generations to come, we will bring forward environmental proposals which supports the Developing Climate and Nature Action Plan. We will make existing legislation clearer, more workable and better able to support delivery on climate change, nature recovery, woodland protection, waste management improvements, environmental enforcement and the sustainable use of natural resources. We also intend to develop a statutory duty on rural proofing to ensure rural needs are considered consistently when policies are developed and delivered. I made a promise to lead a government for the whole of Wales, and this long overdue change honours that. Consultation will begin imminently on these environmental and rural resilience proposals. As a package, they will strengthen legal and policy tools, support fair and effective regulation, and help deliver cleaner places, healthier ecosystems and stronger rural communities. Llywydd, mae rheolaeth dros ddŵr yn rhywbeth llawer dyfnach yn y cof Cymreig na dim ond mater o bolisi a rheoleiddio. Felly, i weithredu ar egwyddor hir sefydlog sy'n wrth galon y Llywodraeth hon y dylai adnoddau Cymreig fod mewn dwylo Cymreig, rydyn ni eisoes yn gosod sylfaeni ar gyfer ffordd newydd o wneud pethau. Y magwedd Gymreig fydd yn rhoi mwy o reolaeth i ni dros yn dŵr mewn modd sy'n gweithio un cymunedau, cwsmeriaid a'r amgylchedd. Bydd deddfwriaeth yn cael ei gyflwyno yn hymor y Senedd hon, ond bydd y gweithredu sydd eisoes ar waith yn parhau. Rydyn ni eisoes yn gweithio efo Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol i sicrhau'r grymoedd sydd ei hangen arno ni i adeiladu system Gymreig yn cynnwys rheoleiddiwr economaidd newydd sy'n adlewyrchu ein gwerthoedd a'n blaenoriaethau. A nid dim ond cyfiawnder economaidd sydd o bwys i'r Llywodraeth hon, ond cyfiawnder yn ei hanfod fel edefyn sy'n clymu cymdeithas at ei gilydd. Mae ein tribiwnlysoedd yn darparu gwasanaeth clodwiw i bobl Cymru, ond mae'r fframweithiau deddfwriaethol perthnasol wedi hen ddyddio. Ar hyn o bryd, mae pob un o'n tribiwnlysoedd yn gweithio mewn gwahanol ffyrdd, enghraifft dulliau gwahanol o apwyntio aelodau, creu rheolau gweithdrefnol a ffyrdd o apelio. Felly, mi fyddwn ni'n cyflwyno bil tribiwnlysoedd Cymreig yn fuan yn hymor o Senedd hon i greu system newydd Gymreig sydd yn gyfoes, yn gyson ag yn annibynnol. Bydd y system nid yn unig yn gallu bodloni gofynion presennol y gwahanol awdurdodaethau, ond yn ddigon hyblyg i gynnig fforwm y gellid ei ddefnyddio ar gyfer adfer anghydfod mewn meysydd polisi datganoledig eraill. Ac wrth edrych i'r dyfodol, yn unol ag ymrwymiad y Llywodraeth hon, bydd gan y system capacity i ddelio â gofynion unrhyw ddatganoli pellach ym maes cyfiawnder. Finally, on the first phase of the legislative programme, I turn to the economy. Whilst far too many major economic levers still reside in Westminster, we will not stop making the case for their transfer. But as an immediate step, a tax maintenance bill will continue Wales's tax devolution journey. These proposals will help the Welsh Revenue Authority continue to administer the land transaction tax and landfill disposal tax effectively by making operational and technical changes to clarify, enhance and future-proof the Welsh Tax Acts, and to support information sharing between the WRA and local authorities. Llywydd, my government will never place limitations on our level of ambition for Wales. The new National Development Agency will spearhead our mission to halve Wales's productivity gap to the rest of the UK in the next decade. And with the Minister for Enterprise already having announced an expert advisory panel, there is considerable momentum behind this goal. We won't take a final decision on the form of that agency until we've been able to consider the panel's advice, but we will be ready to bring forward legislation should that be required. This practical approach will underpin our activity in a number of areas, including child poverty and the Welsh language. We will review the evidence, we will consider the options available, and we will bring forward legislation where that is what is needed to deliver the outcomes on the ground that we want to see. Now, before concluding, Llywydd, I'll say a brief word about other legislation. It's the combination of primary and secondary legislation that make up the backbone of the developing Welsh Statute Book. The government's vision is not only to bring forward individual instruments that improve the lives of people of Wales, but at the same time to create a body of Welsh law that is clear, coherent and accessible to those who rely on it. Central to this vision is our continuing programme of consolidation and codification of Welsh legislation. I gloi, mae gwarchod democratiaeth Cymru yn un o werthoedd creiddiol y Llywodraeth hon. Ac i'r perwyl hwnnw, mae'r Consler Cyffredinol wedi cyhoeddi datganiad ysgrifenedig heddiw i amlinellu'r camau y byddwn ni'n ei cymryd wrth ystyried deddfwriaeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol sy'n effeithio meysydd datganoledig. Ar hyn o bryd, mae Convention Sewell yn methu'r prawf o gynnig gwarchodaeth ddigonol i ddatganoli. Dyna pam yn bod ni'n galw ar Lywodraeth San Steffan a'r Llywodraethau datganoledig eraill i roi Sewell ar sylfaen statudol gadarnach. A pham y byddwn bob amser yn gwrthsefyll unrhyw ymgais i amharchu neu anwybyddu ffiniau y setliad presennol. Llywydd, yma raglen bellgyrhaeddol ac uchelgeisiol sy'n adlewyrchu'n gwerthoedd craidd fel Llywodraeth ac a fydd dwi'n gobeithio yn arwain at gydweithio a rhannu syniadau pellach ymhlith pawb yn y siambr hon. Rydyn ni'n benderfynol o ddatblygu deddfwriaeth ar sail adeiladu consensws a drwy gydweithrediad bydd holl gymunedau Cymru. Diolch yn fawr.
Dan Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Whilst I'm grateful to the Government for the advance notice of this legislative priorities, issued by via the media this morning, surely government announcements, especially when they relate to bills to be introduced in this place, the announcements of those should be first made in this place, out of respect for all members of this Parliament. And I would encourage the government to reflect on that and treat this place with the respect that it deserves. Now, the statement refers to this programme as a far-reaching and ambitious programme and reflecting the values of the government. And now, that may be so if the bar is set low. And it doesn't squarely reflect the priorities of the people of Wales. On the cost of living, making rents fairer is a noble aim, but the root cause of unaffordable rents is the housing shortage. Now, the government should be tackling the root cause of this by overhauling the planning system, giving house builders more certainty and skilling up our young people for a lifetime of work in construction. We should also be giving councils more powers to say no to HMOs. The new development agency is an admission that this government does not possess the expertise to directly deal with business and industry. And for a moment there during the First Minister's speech, I thought that the Minister for Enterprise was coming to sit next to me then to tell me so. He got a little lost in the chamber, and I think that's an omen for how lost the government is on its policy with the economy. But businesses want to deal with decision makers, not agencies acting as a sales force. They want decisions on planning, on land assembly, on grant funding and business rate incentives. No quango can offer that. And Plaid have finally got power and they're handing it over to yet another quango. So far from creating more quangos, we should be consolidating them and bringing their functions in-house and saving on the extortionate management costs. Rural proofing, as was the case with the SFS, the devil will be in the detail. It sounds like another environmental sustainability scheme, but what rural communities need is the government off their backs when it comes to food production and acting fairly when it comes to transport, health and education. Food security and increasing food exports is a large part of rural proofing. Where is the legislation to safeguard those sectors? Tribunals, not one voter in Wales told me they wanted tribunal reform. But I do understand the importance of the tribunal system. But the language used to justify it, it's all about making the case for further devolution on justice and taking us down Plaid's journey to independence. On water reform, my group tabled a motion to clean up our waters, our seas, our rivers, which Plaid shamefully voted against. Today's announcement is a welcome U-turn, and I'm pleased that Plaid are now following Reform's lead on this topic. And there could be room for consensus on this. Hopefully so. You talked about consensus, First Minister. Tackling child poverty. Sadly, 3 decades of devolution has done little to eradicate poverty in Wales, and giving free childcare to all families, even those whose parents are millionaires, isn't going to make the impact the government expects. I understand the aim is for parents to be able to go out and work, but where are the jobs? Where is the plan for an economic boom in Wales? This government appears to have chosen topics where it thinks there is consensus, and I understand why a minority government would do that. But another approach would be to unite this chamber with a more ambitious vision for Wales. A vision that sees Wales lead in certain sectors, such as nuclear energy and logistics. A vision that sees farmers produce even more of our high-quality food to export, to enable a radical step change in house building and to significantly tighten up the performance management of the health boards, the health chiefs and the education sector. Wales has so much potential, but this programme does little to unleash it. We've seen these kinds of bills and measures before. They have made little difference to the daily lives of the people of Wales. People voted for change, but they've ended up with continuity. And where reform can see merit in legislation, we will support. We will offer our own ideas. But this is a missed opportunity to take Wales' story to another level, and I can't help but feel that people of Wales will be underwhelmed when they see this programme as a whole. Now, I know much can be achieved without laws and with the normal levers of government, but we have waited 30 years for this moment. There are just under 4 years left of this term, and Reform will do all it can to increase the level of ambition in this Parliament. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd, am y cyfle I ymateb. I'll respond on a few of those points. I am still waiting for any sign of ambition from Reform for Wales. But I'll address a couple of issues. On rural proofing, microphone. On rural proofing, I think the member confuses what this is. Yes, there's an element of that legislation which is about empowering us as a Senedd and as a government to take our environmental responsibilities more seriously and to act in clearer ways. The rural proofing element is about recognising the specific challenges that we have in rural Wales, and this government taking the necessary action to show that we are here to govern for all of Wales. And I'm very, very surprised to hear Reform that champion themselves as supporters of rural Wales objecting essentially to a measure that is about promoting the interests of rural Wales. And maybe he'd like to reflect on that. On the development agency, the member on one hand asks, where's the plan for growing the Welsh economy? And on the other hand, he objects to the idea of having this development agency, which is all about growing the Welsh economy and creating a new impetus. And I'm afraid he is totally out of step with business in Wales that from my experience, if not all of them, pretty much all of them, agree with us that this is a positive step. And if we look at the positive impact of development agencies within these islands, in Scotland and in Ireland, for example, this is something that we could benefit from. And I agree with him that there is a recognition here that government doesn't have all the answers. But the point that the point made is that governments can't have all the answers. We are bringing in business to lead this with us because it is the ingenuity and the agility of business that will allow us to move forward. And on tribunals, I'm not sure why he decided to focus on that, but I think the member's objection to making tribunals work better for Wales betrays Reform's opposition to empowering Wales in any way, not least, heaven forbid, make devolution work better.
Diolch, Prif Weinidog. Before I turn to the Leader of Welsh Labour, can I just pick up on the point that was just made? This is a gentle reminder, but a clear reminder, that normally, out of respect for this chamber, significant announcements would be made in the chamber and then face scrutiny within the chamber. So I just ask the Government and the First Minister to reflect on that rather than being announced outside of this chamber and then come in here. Ken Skates.
Diolch, Llywydd, especially for that kind and polite reminder of bringing announcements like this first to the Senedd. And First Minister, there are many aspects to welcome, I believe, in this statement, but I'd appreciate clarity on a number of points. It was, of course, one of the government's key commitments to put rural proofing on a statutory footing, and I look forward to scrutinising that legislation. I'll be particularly interested to understand what outcomes it'll drive for rural communities, because the test, of course, is not the drafting and the passage of the bill, but what changes for rural communities. Likewise, on the Fair Rent Bill, I'm proud of how the last Welsh Labour government strengthened protections for tenants, and my colleagues and I look forward to scrutinising the government's proposals in this area. I'd particularly like to welcome the government's announcement of a new law creating a community right to buy. This is a long-standing priority for many communities across Wales and is particularly championed by the Cooperative Party. It empowers local people to bring valuable community spaces back into community ownership, and I know that work on this started under the last Welsh Labour government. Of course, in England, there is already a community right to buy, introduced by the UK Labour government. And I'm a huge advocate of giving communities more power in decision-making over their own areas. It's exactly what the community right to buy helps to achieve. Places like the Raven in Llawn, I believe it's frequented by Darren Miller many times. That shows just how powerful a community right to buy scheme can be in empowering and uniting a community. I think it's an important tool in helping community groups to buy places like pubs, but also like schools, shops, open spaces and other places in towns and villages, and indeed in our cities. It protects places that make our communities special, that matter to people, and give people more of a say in designing their own high streets. Now, the UK Labour government's backed this up with a fund to help communities to buy assets. So what additional practical support will this government put in place to ensure that communities can actually make use of the new law? I'd particularly suggest that the Communities Facilities Programme could be a useful vehicle for providing financial support and indeed advice to communities that need it. Now, the First Minister won't be surprised to hear me raise legislation for a school staff negotiating body in the Chamber. I'm disappointed to see that it's not included in the statement today. We committed, when we were in government, to a school support staff negotiating body, and much of the preparatory work is done. It's ready to go, in fact. And of course, when the Senedd recently voted on this matter, there was cross-party support for it. We were always clear, though, in government that a new negotiating body would have addressing year-round pay as its first priority, because across Wales, 27,000 school support staff, the teaching assistants, the kitchen staff, caretakers, and many others that schools rely on are only being paid during term time. And of course, we're mere days away from the school summer holidays, a time at which, at least symbolically, these vital staff members are without pay. And it is about fair pay. It's about job security, it's about social justice, it's about stability for children, and it's also about equality, because 90% of school support staff are women. For thousands of families across Wales, year-round pay would be a huge step forward, and I would urge the government to commit to taking this forward as soon as possible. Now, another bill I'd hoped to see in today's statement was the taxi and private hire vehicles bill, which, as many members will know, was developed as a white paper under the Welsh Labour Government. Such a bill would legislate to regulate the taxi and private hire vehicle sector, including addressing the problem of cross-bordering, which is particularly prevalent in Cardiff and Newport. Now, since the white paper, the need for this legislation has only increased. There's no doubt about it. We now live in an age of rapidly evolving technology, particularly with regard to automation, that will fundamentally change how people across Wales work, how they travel, and therefore how they use taxis and private hire vehicles. This legislation, I believe, will only become more relevant and necessary as the pace of change continues to increase, and I'd urge the government to give this matter close consideration. Diolch.
Thank you very much for those comments, and on the timing of this statement, I would make it clear, Llywydd, that we are following in both spirit and in practice the precise protocols that have always been followed, were followed by the previous government. So, and this is the statement that I am making. In the Senedd chamber this afternoon. I welcome the member taking an opportunity to speak about a number of the legislative opportunities that he would like to pursue, commenting on the ones in our programme that he referred to. I welcome his support for the principle of introducing the rural proofing legislation. There's a lot of work to be done around even defining what rural means, because currently in statutory terms we don't have that. So it's a matter of ensuring that we have the frameworks within which then we can say that in everything government does, it has to take into account the impact of decisions on rural Wales. It's very, very important. Also on protecting renters, I welcome that support. This is building indeed on current legislation and bridging to future legislation. There is further legislation that this government would wish to introduce to protect renters further, but I think it's important that we keep an eye on how we can build consensus on the need to protect renters in this key sector. On the statutory school support staff legislation, you're right, this has been a topic of conversation and debate and vote in this Senedd recently, and as was implied in the way the vote went that way, I can see the benefits of a statutory body which would give support staff similar arrangements to those set up in England, give them a similar status to our teachers who already have an independent pay review body. very keen, as was said during that particular debate, to investigate how that could be taken forward. I would say, though, as I referred to in the statement itself, we legislate where we need to legislate, and we always look if there are other ways in which we can get the results we want. So this government is determined to make an immediate difference to people's lives, and I'm keen to explore what we can do without legislation too, and would invite those who would work with us on those aspects of that particular potential legislation. On community right to buy, again, I welcome the support in principle. And yes, Wales has slipped behind here, and I appreciate that work has been done in previous governments, but those governments didn't get it over the line. So we have an opportunity now to do that. We believe in our communities, we believe in empowering communities, and if we're able to work on this, because working together can bring results, we will drive this forward in the interest of communities, the length and breadth of Wales.
Darren Miller.
So, First Minister, you've had months to prepare for your legislative statement today, for this moment in this chamber. And I have to say, is this it? Is this all you've got to offer the people of Wales? You tried to present yourself as a government in waiting before the previous election, yet it's quite clear that you don't have a very well-developed plan as to what you actually want to do and deliver for the people in Wales. Tribunal reform, tinkering about with the Welsh tax system, is hardly the stuff that people on the doorsteps during the recent Senedd elections were concerned about. You had absolutely nothing to say about the Welsh NHS, which we know is on its knees, nothing to say about the Welsh education system, which is delivering the worst educational outcomes in the UK, very little to say on the Welsh economy, which is lagging behind other parts of the United Kingdom. And your statement, of course, was made in the sort of casual and presumptive way that we've become familiar with. It seems to make an assumption that your legislative programme will get the support across the chamber that you want it to get. But if I can just remind you, you're a minority government, right? Yep. You can't make assumptions without engagement with other political parties prior to making your statements, not engaging with the media prior to making your statements, but engaging with other political parties and trying to seek a little bit of consensus. Now, we've made it clear right from the outset of your term of office that we're prepared to work with you, we're prepared to work with any political party in this chamber to support legislation which is in the interests of the people of Wales. But you've made no attempt whatsoever to reach out to my party and, to my understanding, either Reform or the Labour Party about this legislative programme that you've set out today. So let me set out some alternative proposals on the things that are a matter of concern to the people of Wales. The NHS, in crisis. Some of that crisis is down to failing leadership. So we need an NHS accountability and governance bill to ensure that senior leaders in our health service are competent and can be held to account when things go wrong. We need to deliver that mobile phone ban in schools that you're sluggishly going to consult on without giving a clear commitment as to how you're going to introduce it. We need a new additional learning needs and autism bill to help young people to reach their full potential. And we need to protect those female-only spaces in schools, leisure centres and other buildings to keep women and girls safe and to make sure that that Supreme Court ruling on sex is fully implemented. We do need a national development agency, and this is one of the things that I hope we can work together on, but it needs to be a reformed development agency which will deliver true benefits for the people of Wales. And it's not just a national development agency. We also need to reform business rates here in our country so we can revive our high streets, help shops, pubs, cafes and post offices to be able to thrive and to prevent the further closure of buildings in our town centres. And while we do support the community right to buy plan, which we've been calling for years, by the way, in this chamber, because we do want to protect those community assets which are at risk of closure, what about legislating for another right to buy? Housing. Why don't we restore the right to buy to help people get onto the housing ladder? A reformed right to buy that puts the proceeds back into developing more affordable housing. Why don't we legislate to bring empty homes back into use so that we're not having these terrible empty properties plaguing our towns and communities? Why don't we take some action on council tax to help people keep their council tax costs down, with referendums for excessive rises? Now, I heard what you had to say about this rural proofing legislation you want to bring forward, something which we welcome. But in your 100-day plan, you specifically refer to funding in relation to that. You didn't mention funding at all today. And of course, we all know that we actually need wider reform. It's not just rural areas. There are certain geographic parts of Wales which are missing out on fair funding. North Wales, Mid Wales, West Wales, they've not been receiving a fair share of investment under successive Welsh governments as a result of your budget deals with the Labour Party. And we need to change the law to make sure that they do. So I am surprised at the lack of cross-party engagement in advance of your statement today. I don't think your statement is sufficiently ambitious enough. And if you want some ideas, I'll send you a copy of our manifesto so that you can implement that instead. Thank you.
I did see a copy of the manifesto, decided it wasn't for me, as did most of Wales, to be fair.
Most of Wales voted against yours too.
I recognise the platform that the member has to lay out a number of political viewpoints, on much of which legislation is not needed. I could refer to legislation where he did propose that I just disagree on. You know, to bring back the damage caused by Margaret Thatcher on right to buy, the damage that we are still trying to undo in terms of delivering more social housing now. So we just disagree, okay? We're just going to have to agree to disagree on that point. So on the mobile phone ban, we're taking action. Statutory guidance means we can move quicker without waiting for legislation. Though this government has said we will legislate if we need to, we reckon we can work quicker than that. On tax maintenance, he somehow rubbishes the idea of tax maintenance. This is an important part of a well-functioning tax system. And for a party that pride themselves on prudence, I'm surprised at the member for taking such a cavalier attitude to making sure that we have good and effective taxation systems. On business rates, again, we don't need to wait to act. Why don't the government legislate to bring back disused properties into use? Because we don't need to legislate on that necessarily. There's action that is being taken right now on that. On fair funding and making sure that we have a formula, not legislation, that ensures that money is shared out in an equitable way. Well, those meetings are already meetings that my Minister for Local Government is having. Finally, there's a theme from the member, and I will allow him to follow whichever theme he wants. But the idea that this is a government that hasn't, in everything that we've done, made it clear our determination to be consensual. From the very first comments that I made here in this chamber, I will read out again, Llywydd, my concluding statements in this statement this afternoon. And I said that this is a programme that reflects the core values of this government, and one that I hope will lead to cooperation and the sharing of ideas further among everybody within this chamber. We are determined to develop legislation on the grounds of building consensus and through cooperation in the interest of all communities in Wales. I'm sorry that he'd switched off at that point.
Now we're going to move to 1 minute contributions. I'm going to see if we can call everybody, but let's see how we can get on. And gyntaf, Predwr Owen Griffiths.
Diolch Llywydd, a diolch am y datganiad blaengar yma heddiw, Brif Weinidog. As the former chair of the Finance Committee, I reflect on what we were told by former finance ministers about the fiscal position of the previous government. I've also been following what the new finance ministers had to say in her analysis of her inherited tight fiscal position once the actual line-by-line detail has been seen. It also appears that things have got even tighter in recent months as results of events out of this government's control. Nevertheless, it's good to see that Plaid Cymru's manifesto commitments are being delivered in this legislative programme this afternoon. And I firmly believe that these commitments are for the benefit of the people and communities that we all represent. For example, the community right to buy. Not only that, these commitments are in line with the pledges of some of the opposition parties in this chamber, as we've heard this afternoon. I've even agreed with one or two things that Darren Miller said this afternoon, which is quite something. I hope, therefore, that we're able to put aside some of the political posturing and point scoring in order to find the common ground. So, First Minister, will you agree with me that we should focus on the common ground and those outcomes that benefit the people, the length and breadth of Wales?
I certainly do agree with the member, and I take heart, I get the politics, but I take heart from the fact that across this chamber, on rural proofing, for example, there is an agreement that it seems that this is a good thing to do. The way legislation works, of course, is that we have an outcome that we seek to achieve. Legislation is published. It is consulted on, and it is us here, it is you as legislators that are able to shape that legislation with amendments through committee scrutiny and so on. And the clearer the determination to cooperate in order to strengthen draft legislation on which we have a common agreement that it's a good thing, well, the more likely it is that that will turn into good legislation. And I start from that starting point. We can find that there is common ground. Let's see how we turn that into good law.
Sarah Cooper-Lassard.
Having worked in government, I know that arm's-length bodies most often fail on one thing, blurred accountability, where when a target is missed, the minister points to the agency and the agency points to the minister. Yeah. The First Minister has set out a decade-long target to halve the productivity gap, which is something we should all welcome. So who precisely will be accountable to this Senedd if that target is missed? The responsible minister or the agency's leadership? And will that accountability be written into the agency's remit in the terms of reference from the outset?
Really glad to have that question. It's a chance for me to sort of share my views on this as a matter of principle and to lay out the practical. It was a belief of the former First Minister, Rhodri Morgan, that there needed to be a bonfire of the Quangos because of the lack of democratic accountability. That was before our Senedd, or Assembly as it was then, was set up. Once we had our Assembly, we had that accountability. So that's why I believe it was a mistake to bin the WDA at that time. I mean, it needed fixing, but I think it was a mistake to fix it. We have that accountability now. We have many arm's-length bodies doing very, very good work. There's very good reason why we need things at arm's length from government. The reason business has really strongly supported the idea of having a development agency is because it is able to be more fleet of foot than a government ever can, because I see the limitations that government has. I believe the accountability is there within our systems, within our committee structures, and it is up to the government to say we are making we are setting these targets. It is up to the government to own those targets. The bodies, and within their remits, and you're right, the remit has to be right. The remit has to make it clear that the buck stops with government. Yeah, that's what we would expect, always.
Becca Brown.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae'n wych gweld fod y Llywodraeth hon yn mynd i'r afael efo'r argyfwng tai I gefnogi gwneud tai yn fforddiadwy a chynyddu hawliau y rhai sydd yn rhentu. Yn 2025, yn fe etholaeth I, roedd dros 65% o'r boblogaeth wedi I prisio allan o dai yng Ngwynedd, a mae'r pris canolrifol ym Mhen Llŷn dros 400,000 o bunna sydd yn anfforddiadwy I 96% o bobl leol. Mae'r effaith mae hyn yn ei gael ar yr ardal yn un ddwys iawn. Mae pobl ifanc yn gadael eu hardaloedd, yn symud i'r ddinas neu ar draws y ffin, sy'n cael ardrawiad gwael iawn ar ddiwylliant lleol ag ar yr economi. Mae'n dda gweld y Llywodraeth yn gwneud y gwaith hanfodol hwn, a dwi hefyd yn falch iawn i glywed am ddatblygu yr hawl i tai ddigonol. Mae'r hawl yma yn un hollol sylfaenol, a fydd deddf ar hyn yn drawsnewidiol i filoedd ar filoedd y bobl ar draws y wlad. Felly beth fydd yr amserlen ar gyflwyno y mesurau uchod a'r hawl cymunedol i brynu i'r Senedd?
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y sylwadau a'r cwestiynau yna. Ag ydy, mae'n falch gallu sefyll yn fan hyn a gwneud datganiad yn bod ni yn blaenoriaethu'r meysydd yma. Da ni wedi siarad amdanyn nhw dros y blynyddoedd a rwan da ni'n gallu bwrw ymlaen â nhw. Beth sydd ganddo ni yn ei hanfod yn fan hyn ydy rhaglen dim ond ar gyfer yr flwyddyn a hanner efallai gyntaf. Felly mae'r hawl i brynu cymunedol, mae hwnnw yn un sydd yn rhywbeth fydd yn digwydd o fewn yr cyfnod hwnnw, mwyn i ni allu dangos yn bod ni yn symud yn gyflym. Mae yna elfennau, fel dwi wedi grybwyll, y rhan cyntaf, liciwch chi, o ddeddfwriaeth i warchod rhentwyr, sy'n eto yn digwydd yn y cyfnod cyntaf yma, ond mae angen wedyn datblygu o fewn gweddill oes yr Llywodraeth yma y ddeddfwriaeth bellach sydd yn gallu symud ymlaen at warchod yr hawl i gartref a rhoi gwarchodaeth bellach i rentwyr. Felly mae yna raglen sydd yn datblygu yma, a cofiwch hefyd, ydy eto yn cyfeirio nôl at yr cydweithio traws seneddol dwi'n gobeithio i weld. Mi fydd yna gyfle i ddeddfwriaeth newydd gael i gyflwyno i mewn i'r rhaglen yma. Mi fydd pwyllgorau seneddol yn gallu cynnig deddfwriaeth. Mi fydd unigolion ar y meinciau cefn yn cael cyfleoedd o bryd i'w gilydd. Felly mae yna raglen dynamic yma mewn difri, ond y beth pwysig dwi'n falch o glywed cefnogaeth gan yr aelod arno fo ydy bod ni'n dechrau ar y materion yma rwan. Da ni'n gwybod sy'n golygu gymaint i bobl yn unig cynrychioli.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On legislation, I would think about how comprehensive education was initially brought in following a DES circular by Anthony Crossland. No legislation. I'm a member of the Cooperative Party who have long campaigned for a community right to buy scheme, and I support legislation to enable eligible community groups to nominate and register valuable community assets and be given the right to first refusal when the owner decides to sell. Far too many community buildings are left to deteriorate, and community action could stop some of these becoming derelict. Is any funding going to be made available to help these community purchases? I also want us to leave a greener legacy for generations to come, and I welcome environmental proposals to support developing climate and nature action plan. What I will ask, though, on animals is, will the proposed legislation provide additional support for animals in Wales? And again, I ask for legislation to stop the private ownership of primates. I note in the First Minister's statement that control over water runs far deeper in Wales' collective memory than it being seen merely as a matter of policy or regulation. Your Economy Minister joined me in the last Senedd supporting the public ownership of water. Will the Welsh Government consider nationalising Welsh water? Finally, on the economy, will the Welsh Government consider funding university research in computing and life sciences and the spin-offs that come from it?
Prif Weinidog.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you for those questions. Again, some of those last elements on funding, not necessarily relevant to legislation. On water, yes, I do believe absolutely in the principle of public ownership of water. That's my starting point. Always, we have now quite an exciting process that we are following with positive engagement from UK government currently on handing us the ability to control and regulate our water in future. Legislating on water isn't necessary to be part of this, if you like, first 18 months of legislative programme, because we are involved in those negotiations with UK government now on empowering ourselves in Wales, but legislation we will look at how how we can use law to protect Welsh water in future, because it is so important for us. And on community rights to buy, I appreciate the support there for that principle. There's a lot of work to be done in defining what exactly, for example, should be included. Some of the work has begun already, but we will get down to that work in earnest. I should have answered the question earlier too on the question of funding. There are already a range of grant and loan funding arrangements available that community groups can access. I'm always interested in seeing how those can be developed further. But I think the important thing here is laying down the legal framework within which we can identify who can be the responsible bodies locally, which community assets need to be protected, and how we put those protections in place. Let's get that work done first.
Anna Nicole.
Thank you, and I welcome so much in the First Minister's legislative statement this afternoon, but I'd like to add my voice alongside others across the Chamber to welcome the statutory duty on rural proofing. For too long, our rural communities have felt let down and forgotten, feeling that policies have been designed by and for our urban population, with only lip service being paid to rural communities. But this statutory duty on rural proofing, ensuring that rural needs are considered consistently in the development and delivery of policy, is an important step change and shows this government truly appreciates our rural needs. How does the First Minister see these statutory duties working to address the different ways in which rural communities experience policy and access to services, from healthcare and transport to the urgent climate and nature crises?
To all intents and purposes, the exact form and scope of the statutory duty is not decided yet, and that's very common, of course, if we think of legislation that we're collectively proud of here on the Wellbeing of Future Generations. You know, that started its journey in a very different form to the one it ended in, but the principle stayed true throughout. So we're setting an important principle. We'll need to develop, as I said earlier, the policy to define rural, to actually define rural proofing, you know, that sort of technical aspect of what it is legally that we're setting out to do, the exact form of the duty and what it requires someone to do, and the discretion it provides them to do it. We'll need to propose which public authorities it should apply to and why, and a couple have been mentioned already here today. Health has been mentioned. There are other aspects too that we need to consider. So it's a tool. Rural proofing is a tool which decision takers can apply when designing or delivering a policy. That's the idea, when designing or delivering a programme, a service. And Welsh Government already uses a template and guidance for internal integrated impact assessments. You know, that those templates are already in place. Other nations in the UK have comprehensive guidance and toolkits to support specifically rural proofing. Well, we want to have that too. So we'll be developing proposals for supporting mechanisms as part of the bill's development so it can be, you know, I trust, implemented effectively.
And Olaf, James Evans.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, your government says it's going to legislate for rural proofing, but England's experience show how easily this can just become another meaningless tick box exercise. You know, have normally carried out after decisions have been taken. You know, I welcome anything to strengthen rural communities, but the devil is in the detail, because the key question is not whether rural proofing should be put into law, but actually what the law forces ministers and other bodies to do. You know, will your law require rural impact assessments to be published before policies and budgets are agreed? Will it force ministers to act on the findings and ensure that funding formulas reflect the higher costs of delivering services in rural Wales? Is this going to end up being a framework bill with all the power transferred via regulations to ministers? You know, these are key questions, you know, First Minister, that your government should have a steer on, because otherwise, is this just not simply going to be another piece of paperwork that's going to be shuffled around Cathays Park, then given to a cabinet meeting, and then ignored because the decision has already been taken? So I'd like some assurance from you that you've actually done some detailed work around this before announcing it to the Chamber today.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about this across rural stakeholders for a long time. And in fact, the fact that we can see it in action and working effectively, Northern Ireland, for example, have a system that works and is really interesting for us. I'll end on a positive note, as I always try to do, and say that I think that the member is correct in stating that we can't afford this to be a meaningless sort of tick box exercise. And some of the criticisms levelled sometimes at legislation passed in previous Seneds have been maybe that they have lacked a focus on actually what are they trying to achieve. They've sounded good, but have they done what we need them to do? That is why I said at the outset of my statement today, that we shouldn't be legislating for legislating's sake. We should be legislating where we can see a need for it. We have done that work in recognising, you know what, we think that this needs to be done. And a lot of that work was done in the previous Senedd, actually. Kevin Campbell, in his constituency role, published a report on rural proofing, which is very, very useful in guiding us as a prospective government, and now a government to a place where we have been convinced. But every single member in the Senedd will have a contribution to make and to amend and to improve and strengthen. The Welsh word for amendment is gwelliant, literally meaning an improvement. So, we will be bringing forward legislation that you will be able to improve and strengthen. So, we are legislators. That's our job.
Diolch Prif Weinidog. Symudwn at Item 5 nawr, datganiad gan y Diprwy Brif Weinidog a Gweinidog Cabinet dros gyfiawnder cymdeithasol a chydraddoldeb. Galwaf diweddariad ar ofol plant y chwarae'r blynyddoedd cynnar. Galwaf ar y Diprwy Brif Weinidog a Gweinidog Senedd Williams.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Dwi'n falch iawn o roi'r diweddariad yma heddiw ar y gwaith I ddatblygu camau a chostau cychwynnol ymrwymad I chylgeisiol y Llywodraeth yma I ddarparu cynnig gofal plant I bob teulu. Bydd yr aelodau yn ymwybodol bod y Llywodraeth wrthi'n cyflwyno proses raddol I ehangu cynnig gofal plant I bob teulu sydd wedi ariannu ac o'i weithredu'n llawn. Mae hwn fydd y cynnig mwyaf hael yn y deyrnas gyfunol, gan ddarparu 20 awr o ofal wedi ariannu bob wythnos am 48 wythnos o'r flwyddyn I bob plentyn rhwng 9 mis a 4 oed. Yn fy marn I ac y marn y Llywodraeth ac y marn pob arbenigwr adlodi a datblygiad plant, nid rhywbeth y byddai'n braf I gael yw darpariaeth gofal plant ehangach, ond mae'n gwbl hanfodol. Dyw a ddylen I fod yn ehangu gofal plant wedi ariannu neu beidio, ddim yn gwestiwn i'w drafod. Mae'r diffyg gofal plant fforddiadwy yn broblem gymdeithasol i'w datrys, ac o'i datrys, fe fyddwn ni'n creu manteision sy'n ymestyn I gydraddoldeb rhywedd, datblygiad cynner plant, mynd i'r afael a thlodi, cefnogi ein heconomi a gwella iechyd a chyrhaeddiad addysg ein plant. Ar ôl datgan gyda balchder ein nod I ddarparu cynnig gofal plant I bob teulu, a ninnau nawr 57 o ddiwrnodau mewn I dymor y Llywodraeth hon, rydyn ni wedi bwrw iddi ac yn gwneud cynnydd rhagorol. Rydyn ni wedi bod yn cydweithio ar ein cynlluniau gyda gynrychiolwyr y sector a Llywodraeth leol drwy'r grŵp arbenigol sydd wedi sefydlu gennym ni, ac rydyn ni eisoes wedi cyhoeddi cyllid o 55 miliwn o bunnau ychwanegol drwy'r gyllideb atodol tuag at gam cychwynnol y rhaglen ehangu. Fel rhan o'r broses o ddatblygu ein manifesto, fe wnaethon ni gyfrifon ofalus gostau ehangu'r cynnig gofal plant a nodi'r cyllid ychwanegol yr oedd ei angen mwyn mynd ati i'w ehangu'n llawn. A ni'n nawr yn Llywodraeth, mae swyddogion wedi creu modelau economaidd pellach. Ac ar y sail honno, rydyn ni'n datblygu costau cliriach gan ystyried y rhagdybiaethau sydd y tu ôl iddyn nhw. Mae'r modelau sydd wedi creu hyd yma yn awgrymu y bydd costau craidd ehangu ein cynnig yn llawn ar sail prisiau heddiw yn galw am 375 miliwn o bunnau yn ychwanegol y flwyddyn. Amcan gyfri canolig yw hwn, am y gwaith ar y gweill gyda'n heconomegwyr a'n dadadansoddwyr I brofi a modelu cyfres o elfennau newidiol sy'n cynnwys y costau ar bob cam ehangu a'r niferoedd posibl a fydd yn manteisio ar y cynnig. Yn unol â chyngor ein grŵp lliwio arbenigol ar ehangu gofal plant, fe fyddwn ni'n ystyried nid dim ond costau'r gweithlu, ond ystod o ffactorau gan gynnwys hyfforddiant a datblygiad, anghenion dysgu ychwanegol, cymorth awdurdodau lleol a chyfalaf. Mae lefel y cyllid ychwanegol sydd I angen, a nodwyd gan waith economegwyr Llywodraeth Cymru hyd yma, yn gyson â gwaith manwl Plaid Cymru wrth baratoi I wneud yr ymrwymiad polisi hwn. Ein nod clir yw bod teuluoedd yn gallu cael mynediad at ofal plant mwy fforddiadwy a symlach, mwy cyson I bob plentyn rhwng 9 mis a 4 oed, ledled Cymru erbyn diwedd y tymor seneddol hwn. Bydd angen gofal wrth osod trefn ar y camau i'w dilyn i gyrraedd y nod, ynghyd â gwaith partneriaeth a phenderfyniadau cyllido wrth symud ymlaen, ond ni'n benderfynol o gynnal y momentum. Mae'r data diweddara a gyhoeddwyd ar y cyntaf o Orffennaf yn dangos ei bod ni bellach yn cynnig gofal plant wedi ariannu i bron 75 o blant 2 oed ledled Cymru yn 2025-26. Fodd bynnag, rydyn ni am fynd ymhellach a sicrhau bod yr hyn a ddawyd gan y Llywodraeth Lafur ddiwetha ond na chyflawnwyd ganddi yn cael ei weithredu'n llawn. Dwi eisiau i ni gyrraedd ein holl blant 2 oed cyn gynted y phosibl, a dwi'n pwyso ar awdurdodau lleol i gwblhau'r cam cyntaf hwn erbyn diwedd y flwyddyn ariannol. Dyma beth mae teuluoedd eisiau ei weld ac yn ei heiddi. Ar ddechrau y tymor llywodraeth yma, roedd 3 awdurdod lleol wedi llwyddo i gynnig 12.5 awr o ofal wedi ariannu i bob plentyn 2 oed. Mae 1 awdurdod lleol arall wedi cyrraedd pob plentyn 2 flwydd oed y mis diwetha. Ac mae 1 ar 15 awdurdod lleol arall eisoes wedi cadarnhau yn sgil y cyllid ychwanegol y byddwn yn ei fuddsoddi drwy'r gyllideb atodol, y byddwn nhw'n gallu cyflwyno'r ddarpariaeth yn llawn erbyn diwedd y flwyddyn ariannol hon, sy'n arddangos ein hymrwymiad i ddarparu ein cynnig newydd i deuluoedd ledled Cymru. Mae swyddogion yn gweithio'n agos gyda'r 2 awdurdod lleol sy'n weddill mwyn deall sut i'w cefnogi i ddarparu i'r pwynt hwn. Partnership working is a key element of delivery, and I met local authorities in Cwlwm earlier today as part of a workshop to discuss the practical challenges and opportunities of delivery and how to work together to deliver accessible childcare to more families at pace. The childcare landscape in Wales is unnecessarily complex for providers, partners and parents, and we are building on existing programmes, entitlements and delivery arrangements while looking honestly at complexity, barriers and unnecessary burdens. I am determined to maintain momentum and enable local authorities and providers to move as quickly as possible through the phases of delivery. So after rolling out 12.5 hours for all 2-year-olds, the focus will be on increasing provision for 2-year-olds to 20 hours and 48 weeks. We will consider flexibility on the pace of the rollout based on local circumstances, encouraging expansion to go further and faster where possible so that families are supported quickly. Some areas and providers will be able to increase hours, weeks or both more quickly than others. However, I am encouraging and expecting a laser focus on delivering this commitment. In areas that have already rolled out 12.5 hours, they will be encouraged to take the next step of expansion, offering additional hours and weeks of the year, depending on practicalities locally. And in parallel, I want local authorities to start working with all providers to roll out the expanded offer to 3- and 4-year-olds on a universal basis. And we'll be working with officials later this year to plan the resources and funding that this will require. This element will build on nursery education and will ensure that all children in this cohort, not just those whose parents meet the current eligibility criteria, will be able to access the benefits and enrichment of quality childcare. We will sequence this carefully, building on our existing offers for 2-year-olds and 3- and 4-year-olds before moving to the final phase, 20 hours of universal childcare for children aged 9 months to 2 years. Bydd cynyddu'r ddarpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg ar draws yr holl gamau hyn yn elfen allweddol o'n hymrwymiad, fel cam cyntaf pwysig i gefnogi mynediad i addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg. Byddwn nhw'n parhau i weithio'n agos gyda mudiad meithrin a phartneriaid eraill i sicrhau bod hyn yn elfen graidd ar draws pob cam o'r ehangu. The childcare workforce is central to expansion, which depends on the capacity, skills and support needed to deliver high-quality provision. And our economists and analysts are developing projections of how many staff we will need and where we will need them as we work through the delivery of these next phases. In partnership with the sector, we are exploring ideas and developing options to support workforce growth, and we will produce a workforce plan which will outline how we will support the growth, recruitment and retention of the childcare workforce, improving working conditions and career pathways. Llywydd, I fully expect that members and colleagues, and most importantly, parents and carers, will continue to monitor our further announcements as we deliver on this commitment. But it is a pleasure to be here, to not just discuss, but to begin to deliver universal funded childcare. We are moving the dial for children and families after years of treating childcare support as an optional add-on. We know that this will require significant investment. We know that this is an ambitious, complex commitment, but it is absolutely the right thing to do. Wales has the highest childcare costs in the UK, with many households spending more on their rent or mortgage than on childcare costs. Women are disproportionately affected by this, and Wales has a persistent gender pay gap. Wales has some of the poorest children who cannot currently access the benefits of early years provision. We are making our commitment to change this a reality by delivering a childcare system that works for children and families.
Christiana Emsley.
Deputy First Minister, let me begin with what should unite us today. Every member of this chamber wants children to have the best possible start in life and families to have access to affordable, high-quality childcare. But you've just said today that whether or not to expand funded childcare is, quote, not up for debate. With respect, Minister, everything on which this government spends taxpayers' money is open to debate in this chamber. Nobody disputes the importance of childcare. What is very much open to scrutiny is whether this government has a credible, affordable and deliverable plan to provide it. And today's statement contains a contradiction at its very heart. You tell us that whilst developing the manifesto, Plaid Cymru, quote, carefully costed, end quote, the expanded childcare offer. Yet only moments later, you tell us that officials are now developing clearer costs, reconsidering the assumptions behind them, modelling potential take-up rates, and testing a range of variables. Deputy First Minister, you tell us this policy will cost 375 million a year, yet immediately describe that as only a midpoint estimate. A midpoint between what and what exactly? What is the government's highest estimate? What is the maximum financial liability Welsh taxpayers could ultimately face? If Minister knows those figures, why have they not shared them with this chamber? And if they do not, how they can claim this policy was fully costed before the election? You also confirm that workforce projections are still being developed and that a workforce plan will be produced in the future. So which is it? Was this policy properly costed before the election, or are the central assumptions only now being worked through after Plaid entered government? Because both claims cannot comfortably stand together. In fact, today's statement sounds less like a delivery plan and more like a plan to plan another plan. Officials are still modelling the cost, testing the assumptions, preparing workforce projections and promising a future workforce plan. That is not implementation. It is planning to plan some more. And this follows precisely the same pattern Reform Wales identified recently in relation to the proposed canal child payment. Our written question revealed that an expert group is still considering the legal, policy and delivery issues surrounding this flagship commitment. Now, today's statement reveals that childcare costings, workforce requirements and delivery assumptions are also still being refined. That matters because these promises made a real difference on the doorstep. I met parents working long hours and families forced to choose between childcare and other essential household bills. Many saw these commitments as a lifeline. They believed that once Plaid Cymru entered government, the support would begin to arrive, not that ministers would then establish groups, test assumptions, and begin working out how the promises might operate. Those families were entitled to believe the flagship policies put before them had been fully prepared. Instead, they are now discovering how much remains unresolved. And when reform asks about those unresolved questions, the answers are too often ambiguous. We ask for costings and receive aspirations. We ask for delivery and receive a direction of travel. We ask about workforce capability and are told that projections are still being developed. We identify discrepancies, and before long, yesterday's firm commitment becomes today's flexibility. Perhaps that is the new policy cycle. Announce first, avoid the detail, and call the eventual U-turn a phased approach. The statement also tells us that 16 local authorities expect to complete the rollout of 12.5 hours for 2-year-olds by the end of this financial year, whilst officials continue to work with the remaining 2. That progress is welcome, but the real promise is 20 hours for 48 weeks for every child from 9 months to 4 years. That requires far more than urging local authorities to move quickly. It requires enough qualified staff, sustainable providers, adequate premises, Welsh medium capacity, provision for children with additional learning needs, and sufficient support in every part of Wales. Yet the government still cannot tell us how many additional practitioners will be needed, where they will be needed, how will they be recruited, and how retention will be improved, or what the full capital requirement will be. Those are not minor details. They are the foundations on which the entire promise depends. The more closely today's explanation is examined, the more gaps appear. Deputy First Minister, ambition is not the issue. Preparedness is. Good intentions are not a delivery strategy. A midpoint estimate is not the final costings. And the people of Wales deserve a government that arrives with answers, not one that writes the manifesto first and implementation plan afterwards.
Diolch am y cwestiynau. It does baffle me, you know. You said that this was very much welcomed on the doorstep. Well, we've seen the result of that, haven't we? And we know for years and years, anti-poverty researchers, people who are trying to promote equality in Wales and in our society have seen this as a keystone, as a foundational part of addressing that inequality. And yet all we get from reform is talk about a worst-case scenario, a financial liability, and of course you didn't even mention it in your manifesto because you have not realised, actually, you're not, or perhaps not just interested in reducing inequality. But this government is, and this government is delivering. This government is delivering. You asked me about delivery. Well, I have just outlined to you the first phase and the initial costing of that, okay? And I have told you that by the end of this financial year, we will have rolled out, working with our partners in local authorities and providers, to every child that is 2 years old in Wales will be entitled to 12.5 hours of childcare. So that's the first phase. We have delivered at pace on that. We are delivering at pace on that. When we came into this government, 3 local authorities had managed to achieve that after many years of this being a Welsh Government policy under the last administration. So I'm not going to take the criticism that we are not delivering. We absolutely are. 57 days into this government, we absolutely are delivering on this first phase, and I've been extremely clear from the beginning. We have perhaps you weren't listening to the debates, perhaps you would have done better in the election if you had, but our party made it absolutely clear that this was a phased plan. Anyone who knows anything about childcare is going to understand the complexity of the current system. I suggest you do a little bit of reading in order to see what the complex landscape is at the moment. That's why we have an expert group steering us in this work. And I have also said about that midpoint plan, because, as I set out in my statement, there are variables here. There are variables as regards the modelling, and that's the work we're doing. So the figure that I set out is that midpoint, the midpoint between the take-up that we have seen in other parts of the UK, which have similar demographics, so we could then reasonably expect would be reflected here in Wales, would achieve. But of course, we know that the full cost of this modelling, so the the maximum is usually about 80% take-up. That would be, the additional funding we needed would be between 250 and 500 million pounds. But the 375 million pounds is a midpoint estimate. So the precise funding will always depend on take-up rates. So we have to have estimates and modelling around all those scenarios. And so that's why the work is ongoing. It's not about making a plan, it's about making sure that we can deliver what is actually needed as we work through these phases, and we will always be able to respond then to any emerging trends that we see happen. And this is an ambitious policy. We would hope that if we build it, they will come.
Llywydd, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for the update today, which is very helpful for us to receive before we go in to recess. I was going to ask about the other points on the scale of the costings that you've done, so it's helpful to have the information that you provided in response to the previous speaker. As you're aware, a particular concern of mine is the impact of this commitment on Flying Start provision. I've said repeatedly that Flying Start is so much more than just childcare. It's enhanced health visiting, it's speech and language therapy, and it's parenting support. And we know how critical that first 1,000 days is for our children. I have asked you before about what the ramifications of this commitment are for Flying Start. What I'm worried about is that we could see a reduction in the numbers of children who are receiving all 4 elements of Flying Start in order to fund this. And I would be grateful for a clear answer on that today. I very much welcome the commitment in the statement to a workforce plan. Clearly that is going to be vital. I wanted to ask if you had any timings for the development of that workforce plan, and also under the previous government there was a commitment to promote fair work within the childcare workforce, who we know are some of the lowest paid and mostly women workers. So I wondered how you would be embedding the principles of fair work into any workforce plan. I did want to ask about the childcare steering group, and thank you for the letter, the childcare expert steering group. Thank you for the letter that you sent, which I've now mislaid in front of me. And I don't mean any sort of criticism of everybody who's on the steering group, because there are people there who I know and respect, officials, people involved in Welsh public life. But what I was surprised about was that there weren't more independent experts on there. There is someone there from the London School of Economics or an institution like that. But I would have liked to have seen some more independent experts on there. So, you know, given the scale of this expansion, so that we have some expert advisors who can identify any unintended consequences and also advise on the child development aspects of this offer. So I was interested in your comments on that, and whether you've got any plans to extend the expert group. Your statement highlights the fact that some areas and providers will be able to move faster than others, and obviously it's acknowledged that some areas have got less childcare provision, and some of those are the poorest areas and the ones where we most need that provision. So I wondered if you'd be doing any focused work to ensure that we don't entrench inequalities as we roll out this offer. And then just finally, you've committed to maintain the 30 hours for working parents at the same time as rolling out the 20 hours for other parents. Now, it's my understanding that in England there was some evidence that where there was a lower threshold for some parents, that there was a bit of a disincentive to childcare providers for giving the childcare offer to parents who were accessing the lower number of hours. And I wondered if you'd considered that and what steps you'd be taking to mitigate that risk so that everybody gets genuinely high quality childcare. Diolch.
For the questions. As regards Flying Start, as I've said, this isn't about, and I've said in previous statements, and I hope I've outlined it here again today, this isn't about just adding hours. Absolutely not. This is about taking a system-wide approach to transforming support for children in the early years. Childcare, as I said, is our manifesto commitment. It's absolutely a key part of that. And that's so, of course, that's the immediate priority, is to make sure that we can start that work of rolling out what we've promised to the Welsh electorate and then build, as I say, towards the next stages of expansion, as I've mapped out today. But the wider support services that are associated with early intervention and prevention programmes such as Flying Start and Families First, of course, with that enhanced health visiting, with the parental support and speech, language and communication support, of course, they're absolutely fundamental to the preventative agenda of this government. And I absolutely recognise that they are vital for supporting children and families who need that additional help in the work that we want to do to reduce inequalities for disadvantaged children specifically. So the expansion itself is focused on funded childcare, but as an absolute part of that work, we want to move towards a clearer, more consistent and more unified system across the piece, protecting the wider support that children have that helps them get the best start in life. So that approach will evolve over time. As regards the workforce, you know, you're absolutely right as regards the workforce. We know that we've got a lot of work to do here. That's why we're going to bring forward a specific plan. That will be in the autumn, because I think it will be aligned with what we're going to need to have conversations with the Cabinet Minister for Finance about. But we will, you know, our expert steering group absolutely has workforce planning at the top of its agenda, and we are listening to partners in the sector around what we can do, the creative solutions we can have, the incentivisation around recruitment and retention that we can bring forward there. So, as I say, it's absolutely central. We have to have that capacity, the skills and the support in place to deliver the provision that we want for our children. So we were going to turn, we're currently working on estimates, as I said, based on the modelling work we're doing. We'll turn that into a workforce plan, building on existing provision with our partners, with Social Care Wales, with local authorities and Colwm, to have that sharp focus. And as I said, it will build on existing provision, but we know we need to go further. And then you also asked me about the role of the expert steering group. The economist that you mentioned is one of the lead economists in the UK that looks at early years and childcare provision throughout the UK. He's been, you know, he's published papers on what's happened, for instance, in England. That group, I think, very well represents the voices we need in the room, but it isn't limited, and that's in the terms of reference of the steering group. We do bring in independent experts and have presentations from them. We had somebody from the DFE last week, someone who was key in designing the rollout in England, for us to be able to hear from him and also to hear about the lessons that need to be learned, because we don't want to replicate any of the unintended consequences that we've seen in some regards in what's happened with the rollout in England. So those unintended consequences or, you know, worsening inequality is absolutely not what we want to do, and so we are thoroughly considering that. Yeah.
Sam Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'd like to first of all thank the Cabinet Minister for today's statement and for the advance notice of it that she provided to members. Absolutely, every parent and carer wants the best start for their child, but for too many families, the cost of childcare is making that much harder. And we all know that parents who are weighing up whether it's even worth returning to work because those childcare costs take up such a large proportion of their income, as the Cabinet Minister outlined, in some cases higher than rental mortgages or other headline costs. And of course, the challenge that we're discussing today also feeds into this broader issue of falling birth rates and the challenge that's going to present to us as a nation in the years to come. And that's why we on these benches welcome any genuine attempt to make childcare more affordable, more accessible to parents. But I guess the question in this place today is whether what's being discussed can actually be delivered, because of course warm words of their own aren't enough. To begin with, we believe the childcare system in its current form is far too complex, especially for parents to navigate and understand what they are entitled to, and I acknowledge the Cabinet Minister's reference of that in her statement here today. So we believe one of the first things that Welsh Government should be looking at is how to streamline and simplify childcare funding so that parents in particular can easily understand what support is available to them so they can properly plan for the future. So I'd be interested to know, Cabinet Minister, what actions you will be taking to engage with parents and carers to ensure that any unnecessary complexity is taken out of the system for them. Secondly, the announcement of the £55 million investment is of course welcome. However, families and providers need greater clarity about how this funding will exactly be used, how many additional children will benefit, and the certainty that will reach those who need it most. And on the funding point, I do want to pick up the comment by my colleague in Flint Wrexham, who was absolutely right to call out this midpoint estimate of £375 million. I believe in your response you suggested that there is a range there, of course, and a maximum could be up to £500 million cost. That is, of course, significantly higher than initially expected from your manifesto. So I'm interested to understand how you're planning to manage that potential cost. Appreciate it's not necessarily what the cost will be at, but how you are managing to mitigate against any unnecessary escalation in costs. I'm interested also, Cabinet Minister, in the response you gave to our Labour colleague on the broader support services for families and for children, how you'll be working with health services to ensure that holistic support is available and the capacities there in those health services to deliver on that ambition that you mentioned in your response to Lynn Neagle. I also want to recognise the pressures that childcare providers are under, as colleagues have done so already. We know that these are often small businesses delivering an essential service, yet often on very limited margins. We know they're often struggling with rising costs, recruitment challenges and tight budgets, and you have already acknowledged the necessity of the workforce plan, and you've outlined the plan will come forward in the autumn. I'm interested to understand how you expect to work with skills providers to ensure that workforce is available quickly, because you will know, of course, that those skills take years to be in place, and you want to move at pace on this issue. I also welcome the updated national minimum standards. Every child deserves a safe environment where they can learn, develop and enjoy being a child. High standards matter, but so does ensuring providers have the support and resources to meet them. So would you be able to explain what support will be available to help settings implement these new standards? Finally, Cabinet Minister, you may have noted in our manifesto, we talked about an idea around a grandparent payment scheme or a nominated family payment scheme to recognise the role of the wider family in bringing up children. When you say it takes a village to bring up a child, I wonder what consideration you've given to a scheme similar to that, where a nominated family member is able to be supported to support bringing a child up, rather than perhaps necessarily that money always going to a childcare provider setting as well. At the end of the day, parents want childcare as safe, affordable and reliable. Providers want a system that is properly funded, sustainable and workable, and those are the priorities that we should all be focused on. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiynau. So the first point really, you were querying about the midpoint. And I think I've tried to explain So I think we said in our manifesto it was going to be about 400 million additional. So what we're seeing is the midpoint. That was modelled on a midpoint as well. That's the common practice. So the midpoint that we've been modelled here is 375. But as I said, obviously we do, because this is demand-led. This is a new thing. We're hoping that all the discussion around childcare will make sure, and the point you made around simplifying the process too. We know that many people don't take up childcare, not only because it's disjointed, but because it's difficult, it's complex. There are so many different eligibility thresholds, things you've got to apply for at different points during your child's life. So I can assure you that the point around simplification and what that looks like, what that front door looks like, is absolutely part of this work as well. And my officials are already working on that. So it isn't higher, actually. It's around the same as what we projected. But we do recognise, of course, there are all kinds of variables as we push forward towards the next phases that we need to allow for. But I do welcome your support for this initiative, for this policy. And as I said, I agree absolutely on your point around simplifying the system. On your point around the way this policy interacts with other parts of with other policy areas, it does, obviously, around education. Part of this work is about, we've seen, haven't we, it's been exacerbated since COVID, but we've seen for a long time that families do need more support in order to make sure that their children are ready to learn. And this is going to play a big part in that. So I'm having conversations. I actually met yesterday again with the Cabinet Minister for Education and Welsh Language. We are working on how we can measure that, how we can evaluate the effect that this will have on that readiness to learn, while keeping that absolutely child-centred, that evaluation. So it will interact across government, and as I said, especially with health, the interventions, the team around the family, that support which we will absolutely retain, but in a different form as we roll out this universal system. You asked me about exactly how the additional funding from the supplementary budget was going to be utilised. We've said we're going to invest an additional £55 million in the additional budget. So hopefully, if you support this policy, you can support that budget this afternoon. £20 million of that will help to accelerate the rollout. So that's the work we've indicated to local authorities that they're able to utilise in order to make sure that we get to the point where funded childcare is available to all 2-year-olds in Wales by the end of this financial year. Then there's £10 million of capital funding, which are going to help enhance and expand childcare settings, improving quality and capacity and accessibility of early years provision. And then £25 million of that is going to be used to support the wider system, including managing rising demand, because we're talking about it a lot more now. It's been such a front and centre policy during the election. That people are coming to access more provision, which is great. We need to make it easier for them and more affordable for them. We want to strengthen the long-term sustainability of providers, and that's something you talked about as well. And that is something that is absolutely crucial as well, and again is part of the work that we're doing. So we're already investing in that, and of course supporting Welsh medium childcare is part of that as well. And the last point on safeguarding, I think it is a really important point in quality. With the national minimum standard, which was updated last month, Wales has the highest national standard issued under the Children and Families Wales measure of 2010 and the childminding and daycare Wales regulations. And Care Inspectorate Wales, of course, is the regulatory body. So we will always make sure that anyone that is registered for providing daycare and childminding will be inspected according to those regulations. We are looking at creative solutions. I think we really need to consider childminders in this, who are constantly coming up as excellent and good when they're inspected. They provide such a valuable service for people who work irregular hours, or who are, especially in places where there isn't a density of population. So we will absolutely be considering other models of provision as we roll this out.
We'll move now to the 1 minute contributions. We have many speakers, but not enough time, I don't think, to accommodate all, but bear with us. We'll see how we can do with everybody's help. Ciara Marshall.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'd like to declare an interest as I have a beautiful 11-month daughter who will be going into childcare next month. But I'd like to thank the Government and the Minister, the Deputy First Minister, for her statement today and all the work that's clearly being done on this policy. I don't think we can overstate how transformational this policy is going to be. And I think when people ask, like, what has Wales done differently and what has devolution achieved, previously they might have pointed to free prescriptions or the 5p bag charge. And I think at full rollout, I really believe it's going to be this policy. But it needs to be done right, no pressure there. But I think one issue that's being raised with me a lot is general workforce capacity for the expansion, and specifically Welsh medium provision. I know from my own experience that one nursery I approached in Cardiff was at full capacity until 2027, and there's not many Welsh language providers already. And then I've also had providers raise issues specifically with support for younger babies from 9 months until 2 years, and I was assured in your statement today that that's going to be in the later part of the rollout, which will allow this capacity building up. But I just wonder if you could provide some clarity there. I think investment in the supplementary budget is obviously going to really help this as well. But yeah, once this is complete, once this capacity review is under complete, what creative solutions, you said, will the government be using to build that capacity in these areas? Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. I really do welcome the support. I'm really excited about this policy, and we saw that excitement on the doors, didn't we? Because I think you can compare it. You know, when we deliver this, it will be up there with the most generous offer in the UK, certainly. World leading, actually. You know, there are nations which are very much ahead of us, but I think that this is something which should be a real badge of honour for Wales, and more than that, it won't be an empty badge of honour. You know, this will be something that makes a real difference to people's lives. So, you know, I think it's great to see the enthusiasm for this expansion. I'm hearing it from stakeholders and partners. It is a significant commitment. And yes, it will require a substantial increase in workforce numbers. So as I said, this is a key theme of the work of our expert group. So we are developing those projections of how many staff we're going to need, where we're going to need them as we're working through these phases. And a specific phase of that expansion is to extend the funded childcare to 9 months. To 2 years. We know that will require a step change in provision. This is completely new. The first 2 phases are building on something which is already provided in part. So this will be new. So there will be specific actions needed there to grow the workforce. And that will be informed by the work we're currently doing. I'll update colleagues regularly as we reach that phase. And of course, Welsh medium provision, as you would expect, is a core element of this expansion and a core concern of this government. So we're working closely with Mudiad Meithrin. The Chief Executive, Dr. Catrin Edwards, is a member of the expert steering group. And you know, we are already taking measures now. We announced a new pilot scheme, which is coming through the National Centre for Learning Welsh to build the Welsh language skills of our childcare workforce in order to increase that capacity.
Llawn.
Diolch, Llywydd. We have a statement on early years childcare and play, but I note in it that play is not mentioned once. Okay, so when we look back to our own childhoods, play develops resilience, communication skills, emotional well-being. For many children, particularly those that are facing disadvantage, play can be the difference between isolation and inclusion, between struggling and thriving. So in my constituency, I've had people complain, this is Blaen Gwent Cyfrif Rymni, about play services there. So I took the opportunity last week to go over to Torfaen, where they've got absolutely excellent play services. Torfaen Play are offering young people of all ages, so these are little ones as well. So they support children with additional needs, care experienced children, young carers and families across the community. And what stood out for me was not only the breadth of work, but the life-changing impact. So what we've got is in Blaen y Gwent, Cyfrif Rymni, we've got children that are really struggling through lack of play facilities, but in Torfaen, it's the opposite way round. So for a government who talks persistently about equality, could I ask what measures they are taking to ensure that high-quality play opportunities are available for everybody, regardless of where they live, and is there funding specifically for play?
Diolch, Llywydd. This statement is specifically on the childcare expansion, but I accept, of course, these things are linked. Play is within my portfolio. I'm not speaking about that today, but I would encourage you to ask me questions about that when I are here to answer questions on my broader portfolio. But I would say that ensuring children have access to childcare absolutely helps to socialise them, to bring out that play, which we know is absolutely key to children's development. As I said before, this is about making children also more ready for school and learning, getting into that foundation phase. But I would encourage you to perhaps ask me a question or write to me specifically about your concerns as regards play.
Zainab Akbar.
Diolch, Llawn. Cabinet Minister, families in Cardiff already face some of the highest childcare costs in Wales, with average fees significantly above those in other areas. One constituent of mine in particular, Lizzie, recently told me that she is paying £92 a day for a local nursery. She says, in her words, childcare is single-handedly the biggest financial issue for my family and the reason we cannot yet afford to have a second child. We currently pay over £1,400 a month, which is £400 more than our mortgage. Llywedd, given the significant childcare costs faced by many families in Cardiff specifically, it is crucial that the expanded offer reflects the pressures being felt in our higher cost communities, in addition to the needs of the rest of Wales. So I wanted to ask, when can Lizzie and other families across Cardiff specifically expect to be included in the expanded offer? What factors are determining which areas are being prioritised? And how can you ensure fairness for families in higher cost areas like Cardiff in the meantime?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn. I absolutely agree that childcare costs across Wales are prohibitively high. One of the reasons for this policy is understanding that it'll be a mitigation against the high cost of living for families. It will put money back in people's pockets, and parents, especially mothers, of course, can find themselves locked out of the labour market, and children then, of course, prevented from accessing all the benefits of quality childcare. So, as regards prioritisation, we're committed to make progress on the expansion as soon as we can, and as I mentioned in my statement, we're making very good progress to offer childcare to all 2-year-olds all over Wales. We're urging all local authorities to work with us to complete this stage, and as I say, the vast majority of them are there and will be there. You know, at the moment, thousands of children across Wales don't get any childcare support. And so we're going to go from that current reality to a system where all families are able to access support. But we have to add to that support incrementally until we reach our full commitment. But by proceeding with and getting early momentum with this initial phase, I think, of getting 12.5 hours funded childcare to all 2-year-olds, we're really laying the foundations of that truly universal funded childcare offer, which, as I say, is something only a handful of countries in the world have achieved.
I'd like to thank Kira Marshall for her excellent question on capacity. The Minister has characterised these benches as focused on worst-case scenarios. I asked whether she'd modelled for very high demand, because planning for a policy that succeeds beyond expectation isn't negativity, it's prudence. But today my question is about improving success. Last week, the Minister told this Senedd we are not able to measure the difference in Wales that having the early years education makes. You stated last week early years provision transforms children's potential, but I'm asking about benchmarking, yet she has told us Wales cannot currently measure that difference. So this rollout is happening now. How will the Minister prove that this £375 million policy delivers a transformation she describes when the children reached first will have received the offer before any baseline would have been analysed or met? So this is about benchmarking.
Thank you for the question. I think I just answered the question in that we absolutely recognise the need for better benchmarking. We simply haven't got that in place. It exists in parts, but it isn't satisfactory and isn't measuring what we think we need it to measure. Having seen learning from childcare provision, both in the UK and internationally, we can see that, for instance, 100% is unlikely. However, as work continues on developing this policy, we are, as I said, going to respond to any emerging trend, and that will include demand. And we remain ready and willing, and that's why this work has to be planned and phased in this way in order to respond to those things, to adjust and refine our plans. But this is an ambitious government, as I said, and we fully hope that as many children as possible take up the offer that we'll be able to give them.
Jane Dodds.
And I do welcome this statement. Thank you very much for all the work that's gone in it. You've said you've got a laser focus on delivering this, having had the ambition which many of the parties here in the Chamber had. So I really take issue with Reform UK and your spokesperson criticising the ambition, because you never had an ambition. Nothing in your manifesto talked about childcare whatsoever. So to critical of the ambition is actually without any foundation. My question to you, though, if I may, is about our private providers. We do rely on private providers across Wales, and particularly in rural areas, we see they're really up against it. So how will their interests be represented on your panel? Because currently it's only through Cwlwm. Will you be looking to get more views from independent providers? And also, how will that be rolled out in rural areas? Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr i'r aelod am y cwestiwn, a diolch yn fawr am y gefnogaeth ac am y gwaith ymgyrchu ry chi ac eraill yn y siambr yma wedi wneud ar y pwnc polisi holl bwysig yma. Dwi'n falch eich bod chi'n rhannu'n uchelgais ni ar gyfer plant Cymru, a dwi'n gwybod bod chi. O ran y llais yna ar y panel, mae Cwlwm, fel wnaethoch chi sôn, wedi cynrychioli ar y panel, ond hefyd mae yna gynrychiolydd yna o'r WLGA, sydd wrth gwrs yn cynrychioli holl awdurdodau lleol Cymru. Felly maen nhw yn llafar ac yn cymryd y negeseuon yna sy'n dod gan eu haelodau nhw a'i cynghorau nhw ynglyn â sefyllfa arbennig nifer o ardaloedd amrywiol yng Nghymru. A fel Sonia si, dyw'r grŵp yma ddim wedi cyfyngu. Mae e'n aelodaeth graidd, a beth i ni yn wneud, ac wedyn ni wedi cwrdd dwywaith yn barod, dyn ni'n gofyn i bobl ddod ato ni, felly fe fydd edrych ar y darlun gwledig yn sicr, fel ni'n gweud, yr anghenion gwahanol yna sydd yn mynd i fod ar draws Cymru yn un o'r pethau fyddwn ni sicr yn ystyried.
Diolch, Dirprwy Brif Weinidog. Ymlaen felly i eitem 6, datganiad gan y Dirprwy Weinidog dros iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol, blaenoriaethau ar gyfer iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol. Galwaf ar y Dirprwy Weinidog dros iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol, Nerys Evans.
Dirprwy Lywydd, heddiw dwi'n nodi fy mlaenoriaethau gweinidogol ar gyfer iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol dros tymor y Senedd hon. Wrth i ni ddathlu 78 mlynedd ers i Aneirin Bevan sefydlu'r NHS ar sail yr egwyddor radical na ddylai amgylchiadau eich genedigaeth fyth penderfynu ansawdd eich gofal, mae'n werth cofio geiriau Bevan ei hun. The victories won by preventative medicine are much more the most important for mankind. Dros 70 wedyn, mae'r neges honno yr un mor berthnasol ag erioed. Ond dyw trin salwch ar ben ei hun ddim yn ddigon. Mae iechyd cyhoeddus ac ataliol yn allweddol i sicrhau dyfodol mwy cynaladwy un system iechyd ac un poblogaeth ehangach. Mewn cyfnod pan fod galw am wasanaethau'n cynhyddu, anghenion pobl yn mynd yn fwy cymleth a phwysau ariannol yn dwysau, mae rhaid i ni symud o reoli salwch at fynd i'r afal ar achosion sylfaenol. Am o tro cyntaf ers datganoli, mae gan Gymru weinidog sydd â chyfrifoldeb penodol dros iechyd ataliol. Mae hynny'n gam sylweddol ymlaen. Mae ein datganiad clir o fwriad y Prif Weinidog bod atal salwch yn flaenoriaeth genedlaethol. Mae'r dillwn hefyd yn adlewyrchu'r ymrwymiad manifesto i symud yn ehangach tuag at wario ar atal ym mob maes polisi. Dyw'r angen am newid yma ddim yn newydd. Yr hyn sydd wedi bod ar goll yw'r penderfyniad i'w weireddu. Am gyfnod rhy hir, mae ein modelau, ein prosesau, ein ffyrdd o weithiau wedi canolbwyntio ar ymateb i'r argyfyngau yn hytrach nag ar ei hatal a helpu bobl i byw bywydau iachach ac apusach. Mae hynny'n newid nawr. O dan y Llywodraeth hon, fydd llwyddiant ddim yn cael ei fesur yn ôl y nifer o derbiniadau yr ysbyty, ond y nifer o bobl sy'n aros yn ddigon iach i osgoi cael ei dderbyn yn y lle cyntaf. A nid menter ar ei phen ei hun mo hon. Rydyn ni'n gwreiddio'r gwaith hwn ar draws y Llywodraeth drwy gyfres o gamau strategol mwyn sicrhau fod e'n cael ei adlewyrchu ym mhopeth am nawn. Dwi eisoes wedi cynnal trafodaethau gyda'r holl weinidogion cabinet a'r dripri weinidogion i ystyried sut allwn ni weithio a wreiddio atal yn fwy effeithiol a chanolbwyntio ar wella iechyd pawb yng Nghymru. Ond mae pob taith yn dechrau gyda'r cam cyntaf ac mae'r camau cynnar hynny yr un mor bwysig a phen y daith. Mae'r datganiad hwn yn nodi'r sylfaeni sydd eisoes ar waith wrth i'n mynd ar y trywydd cywir. I have agreed with the First Minister that government decision-making will be informed by a shared focus on public and preventative health. Official and ministerial level cross-government governance arrangements are being established to support this. These arrangements will provide the foundations for a comprehensive new public health strategy and framework for Wales. Embedding prevention and health into decision-making will be supported with the guidance and support for public bodies in preparing for when the health impact assessment regulations come into force next year. Being serious about prevention also means having the budgetary mechanisms to match. And in line with our first 100-day commitments, officials are in the process of exploring a better defining preventative spending within the Welsh budget, with the aim of instilling greater coherence in the deployment of resources. I've also held discussions with the Cabinet Minister for Finance and Treasury officials on options for the introduction of a designated Preventative Department Expenditure Limit, PDEL, within the Welsh budget. In addition to the strategic cross-government work, there are immediate priorities that we'll be tackling in addition to rolling out the 100-day commitments. I fully recognise the need for us to provide healthy environments that support people to make healthier choices and maintain a healthy weight to reduce the risk of severe, life-threatening conditions, including type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke and certain cancers. This includes the rollout of prevention programmes to encourage and support children and adults to be more active, in line with the recent changes to the UK Chief Medical Officer's evidence-based physical activity guidelines. I recognise that weight loss medications have a place for some patients, but we cannot simply medicate our way out of the high levels of obesity that we see across Wales and the UK. It must form part of a blended approach that includes looking at the food systems, regulation, availability and promotion of physical activity alongside more medicalised interventions. We're getting to work straight away through our first 100-day commitments. Firstly, on advancing the Active Mile and the Daily Mile Foundation work across primary schools, with preliminary work well underway with stakeholders to begin the rollout. Secondly, I have discussed with the Cabinet Minister for Culture and Sport strengthening partnership working between health services and sport organisations and the wider role both arts and sports can have in health pathways, and I've agreed that we will embed a work stream for this work within our new cross-government structures. I will also be working closely with my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Resilience and Sustainability, on the development of the food strategy for Wales. Together, we will consider the fundamental changes needed to strengthen our food systems and the opportunity this presents to improve access to affordable, nutritious food, support locally produced Welsh food and embed healthy, sustainable food choices, education and awareness within our schools. Alongside this, we will be examining how we create healthier food environments across Wales. This includes considering the levers available to us to support healthier choices in the retail sector, across the out-of-home food settings and within our communities, helping to make the healthy choice the easy choice. I am firmly committed to addressing the concerning rise in vaping amongst children and young people. Nearly 1 in 4 of our 11 to 16-year-olds have tried vaping, despite these products being developed as a smoking cessation aid for adult smokers. The unintended consequence of their widespread availability and appeal to young people are deeply concerning, and this government is determined to take action. The consultation we launched last week marks the first step in delivering the robust measures needed to protect the health of the next generation. Lung cancer disproportionately affects those from the most deprived communities, with a higher incidence rate in these areas. I am committed to improving outcomes with the development of a national lung cancer screening programme with integrated smoking cessation services. Smoking remains one of the leading causes of preventable illness and deaths in Wales and highlights stark inequalities. And through the groundbreaking Tobacco and Vapes Act, we will progress towards the goal of creating the first smoke-free generation in Wales. And this will include work to further reduce smoking rates during pregnancy, which in Wales are the highest amongst the UK nations. My approach to addiction includes tackling substance misuse and is based on the principle of harm reduction to support and protect families and communities from the problems associated with harmful substance use. I am focused on working across the Welsh Government to do all that we can to tackle the risk factors for substance misuse, alongside work to strengthen support for those that need it, ensuring our work is informed by the voices of those with lived experience. Reducing the equity gap will play a key role in my future vision for preventative services. This includes work to promote vaccinations and screening, which are disproportionately less prevalent amongst our most deprived communities. This will involve better engagement with our underserved communities, better access to services and digital enablement. I have already taken action to introduce a time-limited Men B vaccination programme ahead of the winter peak, and an expansion to the RSV programme to include those aged 65 to 74 who are immunosuppressed or with chronic respiratory disease. Both these actions will help reduce those affected by serious disease this winter. This national focus on prevention will be informed by and supported by action working with local government and the community and the third sector. I'll be building on the work of the Marmotplaces under the Health Equity Wales initiative that builds on learning from Torfaen and Blaenau Gwent in taking a more preventative approach with communities in the delivery of services and tackling inequalities. The importance of having a healthier, more resilient population is also clear in the context of increasing frequency and severity of public health risks. The impact of climate change on the health of the population have come to the fore with recent extreme heat. But other linked risks include antimicrobial resistance, environmental hazards, and outbreaks of communicable diseases. A fundamental priority of any government is to protect its population. This will include work to plan, prepare and respond to existing and emerging public health risks, working with colleagues and partners to embed a One Health approach across human health, animal health and the environment, and looking internationally to share and learn best practice. Llywydd, rwy'n ni'n credu'n gryf bod adeiladu poblogaidd iachach nid yn unig yn ofyniad moesol, yn enwedig wrth i ni fynd ar afel ar angydraddoldebau dwfn a hirsefydlog, ond hefyd yn anhyfodol i gryfhau ffyniant a gwydnwch ein cenedl. Dyma pan yw'r ni'n gwreiddio'r egwyddor hon ar draws y Llywodraeth, bod gan bob rhan ohoni, nid jyst y rai sydd gyda iechyd yn ei portffolio, gyfrifoldeb ar y cyd i gefnogi'r uchelgais hon. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at roi'r gwybodaeth ddiweddaraf i'r aelodau am yn y cynnydd y gwaith pan byddwn dychwelyd yn y Hydref.
Diolch, Dirprwy Weinidog. James Evans.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to welcome the Minister of Posts. I'll stop the pleasantries here because people are watching the clock and we'll be here all night. So anyway, I'll move on to your statement, Minister. It says here that you've had bilaterals with Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers across government. That's lovely, but I'd like to know what the next steps of those are going to be, really, because if we don't know what's coming out of it, they're just lovely meetings to have, aren't they? You said here as well that you've talked to the First Minister and Government. Decision-making will be informed by a shared focus on public health. Well, I think we can all agree with that, but what does that look like in practice? We've heard these things before, and it'd be quite good if we could get some understanding today. What actually does that look like? You did say that officials and ministerial across governance and arrangements are all being established. Fantastic. But what does this mean? How much is this going to cost the Welsh Civil Service in terms of have all these cross-ministerial portfolios? Is this more civil servants do this? Is this going to be managed within the current health portfolio? And you also mentioned further down as well about, in your statement, about creating a new budget line within the government's overall budget setting process. Is there a risk with that, even though I'm not against it in principle, that we could end up with a bit of silo work in here, that actually other departments are all chipping in trying to look for this pot of money? Well, actually, if it's sat directly within the departments, it'd be easier to spend. If the cross-governmental work was focused on prevention, you maybe wouldn't need a budget line there, and I'm sure the Finance Committee would be quite pleased if it wasn't. There's something else to look at. Yeah, and you also talk about weight loss medication. This is something I've been quite involved in, actually. I took it personally. But I think, one thing we have to be careful with weight loss medication is, yes, it is changing lives, but it's not changing lifestyles. It cannot be seen as a silver bullet to losing weight long term, because we do know about the longer term health impacts with osteoporosis in women, with people with cardiovascular problems emerging from these jabs. So I'd just like to know, there needs to be a way for people to get off the treadmill as such of taking these jabs. So I'd like to know what work you're doing with primary care to understand how you can work with local gyms, leisure facilities, that when people are actually accessing weight loss medication, that their lifestyle is changing along with their life. Because if you don't, it's just a vicious circle. You'll come off it, go back on, put weight again, and you're back on the jabs, and then end up in A&E with longer term problems, and that's no way to help our health service. You did talk about working quite closely with the wider portfolio across health. I'd be interested to know how much money you're intending to move into the prevention agenda. I know the Cabinet Minister for Sport is here as well, and the government talked an awful lot during the election period about moving money into that portfolio. So it'd be quite good today to get some figures on how much of that prevention agenda is going to be delivered there, and what proportion of that is the budget. I think that's really important. You also mentioned about working with the Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience. I think it's very important we talk about healthy food. I'm a big advocate of that. I know there was members in the Conservative brought forward a food bill which was supported across the chamber, which is really important. But I think we need to make sure we've got good quality food in schools. We've all seen the scandal with Thai chicken in our schools. That's not the sort of food we want to be put into our kids. So actually, prevention agenda is actually moving money into the schools' budget so you can actually make sure that they can afford those good things in schools and not imported food from across the world. Where else? Lung screening, you talked about, a lung screening programme. Well, we had the pilot in the previous Senedd. That was actually a good success story that came out of it. And I'm pleased you're rolling that out further and going to develop that. But one thing which was raised at the time was COPD screening. If we don't embed COPD screening as part of that lung cancer screening process, you're literally having another test for something else. So sometimes it's cheaper to do it all at the same time. Yes, you might be double diagnosing somebody, but if someone's got lung cancer, you can almost at the same time, they've got COPD or developing it, or they have COPD and do not have cancer. So to get it done first time is the right approach, rather than having numerous different tests for people. Treat it once and get it done with. Then you also talked about substance misuse. I know the Deputy Minister for Mental Health is also sat to your side. To deal with substance abuse, I think we have to look as well. You have to treat the individual, not the offence as such. And if you are going to move to try and address this problem, mental health support has to be there. I know when Lynn Eagle, for example, was the Minister for Mental Health, she actually laboured on this quite a lot, that if you do not put the mental health support in place to support people on their substance misuse journey, whether that's drugs or alcohol, you're just going to have the revolving door of people getting clean and then coming back in again, because you've actually not dealt with the trauma that's actually led people there in the first place. And on the interest of time, Deputy Presiding Officer, I think I've taken my 5 minutes, even though I said I was going to be quite brief. So if you could answer some of those questions, Deputy Minister, I'd be very much obliged. Diolch.
You could have had another 10 seconds of pleasantries at the start.
Oh, no, we want to have 10 minutes then.
Thanks for the contribution and for the welcome into the role. In terms of the bilaterals and the shared government understanding, I think this is the first time we've ever had this discussion across government level. I think there's been lots of pockets of good practice over the number of years, but nothing embedded, nothing strategic, no discussion about the impact of spend on the population of Wales in other portfolio areas. So the bilaterals have been really good to kick that process off in terms of just seeing where we can work together. For example, you mentioned food, a discussion with the Cabinet Minister for Rural Resilience. That's not just a bilateral between myself and that Cabinet Minister. We're talking about education, we're talking about planning, our planning system, we're talking about the economy and supporting our food businesses. So that's what this approach is absolutely about, to make sure we don't miss those opportunities. And if we look at kind of the approach to food during the last government, it was quite narrowly focused, and this is absolutely building on the work that you mentioned of your previous colleague on the food bill, to make sure that it is a whole system approach. Absolutely agree with you in terms of the quality of food in schools, but also teaching our young people about food skills. And making sure that we understand where our food comes from, supporting our brilliant agricultural industry, and looking at our procurement rules. So this is not just something for food. This is absolutely health prevention, looking at the economy. And so those bilaterals have kicked off that discussion. while we work out how do we make sure that these are embedded discussions early on in every policy development, that we look at preventing ill health and reducing the health inequality that we've got, and making sure it's a cross-government approach. And that's my role, to make sure that we don't miss those opportunities while we work out the mechanics, and that replicated on the official level as well, that these conversations potentially have never happened before in these policy areas. So making sure that's embedded, so it's systematic and strategic, that we really do look at health inequality and look at preventative health measures. In terms of the budgets and the costs, you raised some interesting points there in terms of how that will be developed. And you're right in terms of a new budget line. I think the first step that we're grappling with now is the definition of prevention, especially if we are committed to increase spend to prevention over the Senedd term. How do we define that is really important. How do we define current activity within health and social care, but also in the other portfolio areas as we move to shift resources towards prevention. So getting that definition of prevention is absolutely key. And there's different mechanisms then of identifying that spend. The Scottish Government are currently looking at how you tag some spend as prevention, so not necessarily creating a budget line, but tagging it as preventative, and those definitions within preventative spend. So we're exploring those options, with the key fundamental principle that transparency is key. Without us knowing what we're spending, how we're spending it, and ultimately what the outcomes of that spend are in terms of population health, it's all just, you know, it's not as impactful as it should be, and that's why I'm in role. In terms of the weight loss medication, absolutely, it's creating that system of support around individuals for those lifestyle choices. They are right in some instances, preparing people for treatment in the NHS, for example, or certain BMIs, but making sure we've got that whole system approach around the individual to make sure that sustained improvement is really important, and we're keeping that under review. Public Health Wales have been successful recently in coordinating a Wales-wide bid for funding through the Obesity Pathway Innovation Programme. That's £8 million funding in order to look at these issues, to develop and test approaches that could form part of that delivery model going forward. And we want to be looking at treating obesity as a chronic condition, and obviously the changes that would mean in terms of how the NHS would respond to that as well would be key. In terms of, I mentioned the food issue, on substance misuse, absolutely. Pleased to hear your approach in terms of the person-centred approach, not just dealing with what's the substance misuse issue, absolutely mental health, and making sure that all the services around that individual, and following on from the last government's harm reduction method, we will absolutely be taking that on forward and working closely with the Deputy Minister for Mental Health. If I've missed anything and no time is tight, I'll come back to you on the COPD screening specifically on that one then. Thank you.
Jane Bryant.
Diolch, Deputy Llawn, and thank you to the Deputy Minister for her statement today. And as Welsh Labour spokesperson, I welcome the cross-government approach to preventative health. But I'm interested in what outcomes we'll deliver for people across Wales. And you've mentioned today the designated preventative departmental expenditure line within the Welsh budget for 2027-28. But I'm sure you'd agree, Minister, that it isn't just the creation of the budget line itself that we should be focused on, but rather how it will, people's overall health and well-being will improve. And I, like many others, challenge the government to go beyond the process. And we want to know what exactly will change and how will success be measured during this Senedd term. I'm glad the Deputy Minister mentioned two very effective interventions, screening and vaccinations. It's good to hear the Deputy Minister supports the continuation of the National Lung Cancer Screening Programme, which was introduced by the Welsh Labour Government. I'm surprised there's no mention today of HPV vaccine. Since it was introduced in 2008, the HPV vaccine has reduced cervical cancer rates by almost 90% in women in their 20s, and that's saved hundreds of lives every year across the UK. So I'd like to know how the government will engage with schools across Wales to encourage participation in vaccination programmes like this. And cervical screening also saves lives, and there's work to be done to make that more accessible. So I'd like to see the government learn from areas where there have been increases in screening uptake. You did give one example of a screening uptake best practice, but I think there's been some other ones, particularly in London, where GPs have adapted to offer appointments for their clinics that fit in with people's work and family lives, such as on weekends and late evenings. So I'd be interested if you've been able to look into that. An encouragement to help break down stigma is also key to increasing screening uptake. So I'd like to know how Public Health Wales is focusing screening delivery that is tailored to local communities. For instance, consistent breast screening opportunities in each geographical area throughout the year to support local health board demand. And there's also work to be done engaging with businesses and organisations to support their workforce to attend all screening as a priority. And targeted communications and education is important, breaking down stigma for everyone, but specifically for those attending their first screening appointment. So we all know the way people access information is changing, and I'd like to know how national screening programmes are adapting to fit into that communication methods to reflect this. Inclusion health is a globally recognised approach to address and prevent the health inequalities facing marginalised groups who struggle to access health services and experience far poorer health outcomes. And we know that there's a huge human cost to these inequalities, as well as a cost to public services such as blue light services, A&E, and emergency inpatient treatment. And a stark example is people experiencing homelessness who experience acute physical and mental health problems and die 30 years younger than the general population. So there are some fantastic examples of inclusion health work led by Public Health Wales and services such as Cardiff and Vale Inclusion Service and the partnership work between Ysbyty Gwynedd and Cyngor Ynys Môn. However, this is often reliant on passionate individuals going above and beyond the remit of their roles rather than inclusion health being prioritised, systematic and integrated with health services. And prioritising inclusion health is a key to preventative health, as well as delivering significant savings to emergency health services. So will you commit to making inclusion health one of your ministerial priorities and consider developing an inclusion health strategy? Finally, we know that sport helps to tackle obesity and to prevent physical and mental health conditions. Professional grassroots sport clubs play a leading role and their impact is far-reaching. They are trusted places at the heart of our communities, and I'd also recommend to you the Fit Fams programme, which works across our football league clubs. But in Plaid Cymru's manifesto, you said you would invest in sports and physical activity as part of the preventative health agenda, and you've mentioned today your discussions with the Minister for Culture and Sport. However, any new work stream does need funding. The Health Minister couldn't give an answer when I previously asked how much that investment will be and where the money will come from. So can you, Deputy Minister, today tell us that? Diolch.
Diolch. Thanks for those questions. In terms of the outcomes, we're going to be working on a public health strategy that brings all of this together in terms of what we're trying to achieve, cross-portfolio, and looking at kind of those objectives and those outcomes in the short, medium and longer term. And as you mentioned, in terms of the budget, the budget increases transparency on what's actually happening. We don't have that now. Up until the last 27 years, we don't know what's being spent on prevention. We don't know the impact. It's not been embedded. So ensuring that we have transparency in terms of what we're spending does drive activity in terms of being transparent and putting those outcome measures in place to make sure that we are really clear what the expectation is in terms of public and preventative health. In terms of the HPV vaccine, absolutely, and there will be a statement by the Cabinet Minister on the cancer strategy this week, which will include details on that. We are right in terms of that, working with education, and we've been discussing with the Cabinet Minister for Education how we can improve those communication messages to schools. Schools are under pressure with lots of demands on their time, but making sure that they understand their role in promoting vaccine uptake in schools as well is really important and something that we are working on. One of the things that worries me is the differences within our deprived communities in terms of screening and vaccine uptake. So the work you mentioned there on inclusion health is really important, and I think there hasn't been a systematic look at this up until now, so we really need to be making sure that the work that Public Health Wales are doing on screening and vaccinations really understands at that community level what the barriers are for uptake in terms of screening and vaccinations, because we know obviously the benefits of making sure that people undertake screening and vaccinations when they're meant to be part of that. So there is definitely good work happening, especially on the stigma side as well, but we do need to do more. We do need to better understand it, and we do need to better make sure that the good work that's happening now is better understood across the health service as well.
Natasha Ashgar.
Presiding Officer, can I also thank the Deputy Minister for bringing this statement here to the Chamber today. We've seen a lot of proposals flying around the Chamber when it comes to health and social care over the past few months, outlining summits and following clinically led decisions, but less about when and how these proposals are going to be actioned. Take, for example, the shift towards primary care and prevention. It's great that the government is proposing an extra 100 GPs, but when GP practices are saying they do not have the physical space to be able to train up new GPs, we have a problem. We also know the scale of the challenges that Wales is facing. From 1 in 3 adults living with obesity, which costs Wales £5.2 billion in health spending and lost productivity, to nearly 4,000 preventable deaths each year because of smoking. I know the Deputy Minister has already launched a consultation on vaping as part of the 4-nation approach to prevent children and young people from starting to smoke or vape. So I'd like to know, what other actions are you going to be taking on both of these issues, and when are we likely to be seeing a delivery? Also, are you considering the work and recommendations of the previous Health and Social Care Committee's inquiry in relation to obesity? I welcome that you are focusing on activity as part of weight loss and prevention, but sometimes green spaces and safe walk routes are inaccessible to communities across all of our constituencies. According to the Ramblers Association, councils in my constituency spend an average of just 44 pence per resident on maintaining public paths. Therefore, will the Deputy Minister commit to continuing the Access Improvement Grant so that more communities get the benefit of walking regularly and safely? Deputy Presiding Officer, I see that there will be a food strategy for Wales. My colleague Peter Fox, who I know his name's been mentioned quite a few times, was strident in his work regarding the food bill in the last Senedd, which focused on sustainable and secure food sources and increased the proportion of Welsh food and drink served in hospitals and schools across Wales. Sadly, this was voted down by Labour and Plaid in the last Senedd term. So, Deputy Minister, will you make a commitment to revisit my colleague's proposals as part of your food strategy now? Deputy Presiding Officer, I believe that prevention is better than cure, and I know many of us say it here enough in the Chamber, but we should also be looking at what we can learn from the past. It's now over 6 years since COVID-19 hit Wales, and we still are none the wiser as to how well or badly our health and social care system coped, and vitally how we prevent another virus from nearly collapsing Wales. The fallout from COVID is also clear when it comes to those who suffer from long COVID, as well as the health of those who have had mixed diagnoses due to lengthy shutdowns of routine exams. As the Deputy Minister will be aware, both Plaid Cymru and the Welsh Conservatives supported calls for a Wales-only COVID inquiry. Now that you're in government, will the Deputy Minister be initiating a Wales-only inquiry as well? Additionally, I see the mention of building on the Marmot initiative, but I note from the findings that although it provides a successful framework, it's failing to rapidly change lives because councils don't have sweeping macroeconomic powers or huge cash reserves to apply it. So, Deputy Minister, are you committing to more powers to local authorities and further cash to apply Marmot across Wales? Finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, child oral health is a huge component of prevention and public health. And I don't see any specific mention in your of this in your statement today, because we're seeing 1 in 4 children aged 5 being affected by tooth decay, rising to 1 in 3 in the most deprived areas across Wales. Therefore, Deputy Minister, will we be making a commitment on record to embedding oral health in nursery and school settings? And I'd also note that the dental contract has a massive impact on child oral health. So, Deputy Minister, how are you going to be working with the Cabinet Minister to change the dental health contract and provide a better deal for both dentists and NHS patients here in Wales? Thank you.
Thank you. So on the first point there in terms of tobacco and vaping, you referenced the consultation that we launched last week. So mentioned a key priority is making sure that we tackle the increasing number of children and young people who are vaping. You know, vaping is seen as a cessation tool for adults who smoke. It's never intended. So these are unintended consequences with dire impact. And talking to parents and teachers, really want us to step up and support tackling this issue. So I'd urge people to respond to the consultation, which looked at changing the packaging of vaping products, making them plain packaging similar to tobacco, removing the ability of companies to call them flavours that would be attractive to young people, and also the design of them, making them less appealing to young people, and also restricting where they're sold in shops other than under the counter. So that's kind of the first step, and I've asked officials to give us an outline of the other powers that we have in order to tackle tobacco and vaping, and making sure that we really do tackle these issues. On obesity and green spaces, absolutely, I think social prescribing, where it happens, is fantastic, and it's making sure that we embed that, share the best practice, making sure that people understand kind of the benefits of linking to their local communities, not just in terms of green spaces, but physical activity and community groups, making sure that that is seen as a central part of the prescribing tool that our GPs have. On the food strategy, we are working at pace at this, and we will be sharing information on it. It is going to be comprehensive, as I mentioned in the answer to James. It's not just looking at food in terms of what we produce, but also looking systematically at healthy food, supporting our rural industries, looking at production, but also in terms of healthy foods, looking at schools and our young people. And I think also going further than that, I'm keen to look at healthy food environments and making sure that we talk to food producers and manufacturers about what more they can be doing and what more we can be asking them to do in terms of reformulation, product placement, and really looking at retail spaces and out of home food outlets to make sure that we are really committed in terms of tackling this, making sure that the healthy choice is the easy choice. We know that we are not eating as much fresh fruit and veg as we should be doing. We know we've got a fantastic agricultural industry that we should be looking at procurement rules as well, which will be part of that. In terms of COVID, you mentioned in terms of our manifesto call, we've made a clear manifesto call to establish a Wales-specific review of the COVID response, focused on matters not fully addressed by the UK-wide inquiry. The report up today, of course, will be studying the report's finding and the recommendations in depth and publishing a response to that within 6 months. Responsibility lies on my Cabinet colleague. And in terms of children's public health, absolutely. In terms of the demographics, in terms of the outlook for children's public health, this is an absolute area we need to be focusing on, and that's why as part of the public health strategy there will be a specific public health strategy for children that we'll be developing in the months ahead.
Safael Hassan.
Diolch. Diabetic eye screening is a vital preventative service. In England, OCTs, or optical coherence tomography, has been introduced in diabetic eye screening, with an estimated 120,000 hospital eye appointments a year saved, while improving diagnostic accuracy. In Wales, patients are often referred to the diabetic eye screening, into the hospital eye service, and then in some cases into WGOS pathway back to the screening service. For patients, that means additional travel, time away from work, and caring responsibility. For the NHS, it means administrative appointments and costs. Much of this would be potentially avoided earlier if there is earlier access to simple, non-invasive OCT scans during the screening. So will the Cabinet Secretary work with Diabetic Eye Screening Wales to develop a pathway of introducing OCTs into the diabetic eye screening in Wales to improve efficiency, reduce unnecessary referrals, and help improve avoidable sight loss? Diolch. As you would well know, and thank you for your work in this area, everyone over aged 12 and over diagnosed with diabetes and registered the GP in Wales is invited for screening through the Diabetic Eye Screening Wales service. The OCT you mentioned, delivered with Diabetic Eye Screening programme, may reduce referrals for inadequate images to hospital eye services, which would improve a participant experience. However, the introduction of OCT would need a new service delivery model, which would require additional specialist workforce and equipment. So scoping of the introduction of an OCT is part of the wider diabetic eye screening Wales transformation plan, which is planned for future years, and will determine the potential benefits of introduction and requirements in relation of resource and funding. So the focus at the moment is currently on improving the stability of the diabetic eye screening for existing screening pathways. So as you would know, the Diabetic Eye Screening Wales is delivered in accordance with the recommendations of the UK National Screening Committee, and that committee is currently consulting on the use of digital imaging within the screening programme, and we will consider the advice of the committee when that is received.
Steve Bayliss.
Thank you, Deputy Clywed. Nobody in this chamber disputes that preventing illness is better than treating it. But look at the evidence in my constituency. Swansea Bay has been under targeted intervention for cancer since January 24, and on the latest published figures, its bowel screening uptake is the lowest in Wales, around 57% of the most deprived communities, and compared with around 72% of the least deprived. Prevention is falling short precisely where it is needed most. Analysis by the Future Generations Commissioner also found that less than 10% of the previous Welsh Government's budget was directed towards evidence-based primary prevention. Warm words about prevention has never been in short supply in this chamber. Budgets and screening programmes have. So, Deputy Minister, will your government do better? When will eligible people across Wales begin receiving invitations for the National Lung Cancer Screening Programme? And will the first budget increase the proportion spent on evidence-based primary prevention? Thank you.
Thank you. You're right to point out in terms of the cancer inequalities, and I think that's one of the clearest examples of the wider health inequalities that we face in Wales, and especially in some of the communities in South Wales. Evidence shows that people living in more deprived communities are more likely to develop cancer, more likely to die from cancer, and less likely to survive cancer than those living in the least deprived communities. So it's an absolute imperative that we tackle that issue and tackle the issue you mentioned there in terms of screening as well. These inequalities are driven by many of the same factors that underpin health inequalities, including poverty, smoking, obesity, housing, employment and access to services. And that's why this is a cross-governmental approach, and this is why this government is taking a very, very different approach to previous governments by having a designated minister with responsibility for looking at these issues cross-government. And we'll be setting out, the Cabinet Minister for Health will be setting out a statement on the cancer plans for cancer this week, with the aim of developing a cancer plan as we've set out ahead of the election.
Peredur Owen Griffiths.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Prevention must be essential to turning around the NHS and improving services for staff and patients, and I welcome your statement today. This issue arose repeatedly in the cross-party group on substance use and addiction, which I chaired in the last Senedd and intend to re-establish in September, working with Kaleidoscope as the Secretariat and members from across this chamber. And if anybody else is interested, please get in touch. The group heard expert lived experience evidence on harm reduction, including wider access to naloxone, the international impact of safer consumption facilities, and the urgent need to educate people, particularly young people, about ketamine. Although Westminster's outdated drugs legislation limits what Wales can do, would the Deputy Minister explore further harm reduction measures within her remit? And in particular, will the government consider a national ketamine awareness campaign to challenge myths about its perceived safety and explain the serious risks of frequent use, including bladder and kidney damage, pressure on GPs and urology services, and the potential life-changing harm developed over a relatively short period for users?
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch. Mae yna pryderon sylweddol ynglyn â defnydd ketamine, a'r cynnydd yn y defnydd o ketamine, wrth gwrs, yn enwedig ymysg bobl ifanc, a'r niwed all hwnna i peri. Allwn ni diolch i chi am eich gwaith yn ystod y Senedd diwetha ar y maes yma. Fi'n edrych mlaen i cysylltu gyda chi yn y grŵp trawsbleidiol pan fyddent cael ei sefydlu. Fyddai'n hapus iawn i wneud na. So, across Wales, the area planning boards have developed a range of information about ketamine, mainly focus on awareness raising, harm reduction and reducing risks, ensuring information is being disseminated widely. Areas are also adapting services to address these issues and these developing needs, with treatment pathways specifically for those using ketamine, with some areas implementing joint assessments for those using the drug. This allows access to clinical support and consultation from the Substance Misuse Service and quicker access to GP support and community mental health referral teams where appropriate. And given the concerns and the rise of the concerns on the use of ketamine in our communities, we've established a ketamine working group with key stakeholders and clinical leads to take this work forward. So the aim of the group is to share best practice and to inform a coordinated approach across Wales. So this includes informing treatment pathways and prevention, but also how we raise awareness of the harms, building on the local work already being led by the boards. And the first meeting of the working group took place on the 13th of July. But I'd like to reiterate, more than happy to work with the cross-party group to share information about that working group and how we can work together to raise awareness of this really important issue and the harms associated with it.
Paul Maher.
Thank you, Deputy Llywydd, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for your statement and welcome to your role. Minister, everyone agrees that prevention is better than cure, but prevention only works if people can actually access the services they need. In West Rural Wales, too many residents face long journeys, limited appointments availability, and growing difficulty accessing GPs, community healthcare and screening programmes. Reform UK believes that public money should be focused on delivering effective frontline services, not expanding bureaucracy. Rural communities contribute just as much to the public purse as anyone else and deserve the same standard of healthcare. If we are serious about preventative health, we need practical action that improves access, shortens waiting times and ensures services reach people where they live rather than expecting patients to travel even greater distances. Deputy Minister, what specific changes will the Welsh Government make to improve access to preventative healthcare in West Rural Wales? And can you guarantee that future investment will be directed towards strengthening frontline services in rural communities rather than increasing administration costs? Diolch.
Well, I'm glad you agree with the priority that we've put on tackling waiting lists and the investment that we've set out in the supplementary budget in order to do that. And I hope indeed that members would reflect on what voting against that supplementary budget would mean in terms of the investment that we need in our NHS. And across other preventative health measures, there's investment in the supplementary budget on the swimming initiative for schools as well. So voting against the supplementary budget this afternoon does have serious consequences in terms of the ability of our NHS to respond to the demands it's facing now and the backlog that we have been inherited from the previous government, which it absolutely impacts on the issues that you mentioned about the provision of health services in our rural communities. I am also from rural West Wales and know the challenges, and as the First Minister set out earlier this afternoon, our ambition to make sure that we look at rural proofing, to make sure that the cost of delivery of services really does adequately reflect the actual costs in terms of what's being funded, and that is a key central part. But I urge members across this chamber to make sure that they support the supplementary budget, so make sure exactly what you mentioned in terms of tackling the waiting list and making sure our health and social care system is on a sustainable footing.
Diolch. Ac yn olaf, Dirprwy Weinidog, Gwyn Williams.
Diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Llywydd. Mae cael mynediad at ofal deintyddol yn holl bwysig mwyn atal problemau deintyddol a iechyd yn gyffredinol. A dwi'n croesawu ein ymrwymiad i adolygu contract deintyddol y gig mwyn datrys materion holl bwysig sy'n effeithio ar y proffesiwn yng Nghymru ac ar brofiad ein cleifion. Fe wnaethom gyfarfod ag arweinwyr y maes deintyddiaeth yng Nghymru wythnos diwethaf i wrando ar ei pryderon ac mae adolygu'r contract, fel yn nodir yn ein manifesto, yn un o'i prif flaenoriaethau. A hoffwn dal i teyrnged i Mike Hedges o'r Blaid Lafur, achos oedd ei yn cyfarfod hefyd. A fydd y dirprwy weinidog yn ymrwymo i wneud hyn cyn gyntedd a phosib, yn ogystal â chysylltu ag arweinwyr y maes deintyddiaeth Cymru i geisio atebion cloi i sefydlogi gwasanaethau deintyddol yn y cyfamser. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. The NHS dental contract arrangements that came into force on the 1st of April this year represent the most significant changes to the NHS dentistry in 2 decades. Health needs and prevention at the heart of the new system, creating an opportunity to improve access to care and ensure resources are targeted towards those with the greatest need. We are, as you would expect, keeping the new contract under continual review to assess their impact on patients, practitioners and access to service, but we do need to give it some time to bed in. As evidence emerges, we will work with stakeholders to identify where further refinements may be required to ensure that the system is delivering the intended improvements and remains an attractive place to provide NHS dental care.
Diolch, Dirprwy Weinidog. Yn symud ymlaen felly eitem 7, datganiad gan y Dirprwy Weinidog dros sgiliau ac addysg drydyddol, blaenoriaethau ar gyfer sgiliau ac addysg drydyddol, galwedd ar y Dirprwy Weinidog dros sgiliau ac addysg drydyddol, Kevin Campbell.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn, Dirprwy Lywydd, pnawn da pawb. Heddiw byddai'n nodi blaenoriaethau'r Llywodraeth hon ar gyfer sgiliau ac addysg drydyddol. Mae'n sector addysg drydyddol yn cefnogi pobl ifanc sy'n cymryd eu camau cyntaf ar ôl addysg orfodol, oedolion sy'n dychwelyd i ddysgu, gweithwyr sy'n ceisio gwella eu sgiliau neu ddysgu sgiliau newydd, a chymunedau sy'n ceisio hyder, gwydnwch a ffyniant cymdeithasol. Mae'r sector hefyd yn cefnogi ein heconomi drwy ddatblygu'r wybodaeth, y sgiliau a'r capacity ymchwil sydd ei hangen ar Gymru i gefnogi yn busnesau a'n diwydiant, ac adeiladu hefyd ar gyfer y dyfodol. Dwi wedi ymrwymo i weithio'n agos gyda gweinidog y Cabinet dros addysg y Gymraeg i gyflawni gweledigaeth gyffredin o un system addysg a sgiliau i Gymru, gyda darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg wrth wraidd y weledigaeth hon. A dwi wedi gweld droso fi fy hun trwy fy mhrofiad o addysgu oedolion mewn prifysgolion yng Nghymru yr effaith y gall y sector trydyddol i chael ar newid bywydau pobl. Dwi am i ddysgwyr symud ymlaen drwy'r system yn hyderus gyda llwybrau datblygu clir, gweladwy a chyfrwng Cymraeg. Dylai llwybrau academaidd, galwedigaethol a seiliedig ar waith gael ei deall fel rhannau ategol o daith pob dysgwr sy'n cyd-fynd ac anghenion Cymru heddiw a'n uchelgeisiau ar gyfer fori. Our future economic success depends on developing a highly skilled workforce. I will work closely with the Cabinet Minister for Enterprise, Connectivity and Energy to ensure the skills system supports our wider economic ambitions. A comprehensive national skills audit is currently underway. It will bring together evidence, analyse available data and gather views from employers, industry representatives, providers and other stakeholders. Its purpose is to provide a clear, cross-government view of current and future workforce needs across Wales, including where shortages exist, where demand is likely to grow, and how the system can respond for learners, employers and the economy. The findings will help us target investment more effectively and align education, employment and training pathways with Wales's priorities. Early findings will inform the Future Skills Summit this autumn, bringing together business, the tertiary sector, training providers and other stakeholders to develop a shared vision and strategic direction for the future skills system and its funding. We will take an employer-led approach to identifying skills needs, and we'll work together with business and industry to co-design solutions which meet key sector needs. Our manifesto also commits to developing a national strategy for skills and vocational education. This will draw on evidence from the Skills Summit and the Skills Audit, supporting learners in a changing labour market, strengthening economic growth and promoting genuine parity between vocational and academic pathways.
It will also build on the priorities set out in the strategic direction for vocational education and training. On higher education, we are aware of the challenges universities face, including rising costs and constrained income. That is why one of our first 100-day commitments is to take forward a review of higher education funding, and we will publish the terms of reference for that review in the summer. I am grateful for the responses to the recent call for submissions on the future of tertiary education in Wales. These views are informing our thinking. I will publish a summary report of those responses, followed by a fuller report in the autumn to support transparent, evidence-led policy development. I'm also examining options for reforming SEREN so that it has a stronger focus on addressing participation gaps, on supporting learners from Wales's most disadvantaged communities, and strengthening pathways so learners can reach their full potential. I will issue a written statement in due course setting out our next steps. Mae Cymru wastad wedi bod yn genedl sydd yn edrych y tu hwnt i'w ffiniau. Ac ni'n benderfynol o fanteisio i'r eitha ar gyfleoedd I bobl ifanc o Gymru I fyw ac astudio a gweithio yn Ewrop. Ni'n gweithio'n agos gyda Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig I sicrhau bod manteision ail ymunog Erasmus yn cael ei gwireddu ac yn ystyried opsiynau ar gyfer taith hefyd yn y dyfodol. A dwi am bwysleisio pwysigrwydd darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg a dwyieithog ar draws y system drydyddol. Dyle dysgwyr gael y cyfle I ddatblygu, cynnal a defnyddio I sgiliau Cymraeg ar bob cam. Ac ni'n gweithio, wrth gwrs, gyda medr y Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol, darparwyr a chyflogwyr I ehangu'r ddarpariaeth prentisiaethau cyfrwng Cymraeg a dwyieithog, I gryfhau llwybrau gyrfa a cynyddu darpariaeth ddwyieithog, a meithrin capacity hefyd fel y gall mwy o bobl ifanc sy'n ymuno ar gweithle allu gweithio'n ddwyieithog a darparu gwasanaethau allweddol yn y Gymraeg. Mae mwy I wneud, ond mae'r cyfeiriad yn glir. Rhaid I ddarpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg a dwyieithog gael ei hymgorffori yn nyfodol addysg a sgiliau trydyddol. Nid ei thrin fel ychwanegiad. Bydd medr yn ymgynghori ar gynllun cenedlaethol ar gyfer y Gymraeg yn yr hydre, a dwi'n edrych ymlaen at ymgysylltu medr a'r sector wrth I ni weithio tuag at ein nodau ar gyfer y Gymraeg. I recognise the vital role FE colleges and school sixth forms play in transforming learners' lives and supporting our economy. I'm aware of the pressures they face. I've already met stakeholders and will continue to work with the sector to address these challenges. And one of my core aims is to encourage collaboration between schools and colleges to provide as broad a range of options for young people as possible. And MEDR are looking now at funding principles to encourage greater collaboration between schools and colleges in that particular post-16 sector. Colleges also play an important role in supporting learners with additional learning needs to develop the skills, confidence and independence they need to thrive as individuals. Over the coming months, I will work with stakeholders to ensure all learners are supported to achieve their goals. My message to the sector is this. I want to work with you, listen and engage openly, and build a shared understanding of the challenges and a shared commitment to solutions. I would expect collaboration, accountability, and a focus on learners. In return, I will seek to provide clarity, honesty, and a willingness to work across government. Our ambition should be a tertiary education and skills system that is accessible, coherent, and excellent. One that supports people throughout their lives and contributes to economic prosperity and social cohesion. That is the work I am committed to taking forward. And I look forward to working with members, ministerial colleagues, learners, and the whole sector to deliver it. Yn fyr di'r pwylywydd wrth gloi, ei nod yw adeiladu system addysg trydyddol a sgiliau gydol oes sy'n gweithio i ddysgwyr, cymunedau a'r economi. A bydd hyn yn cael ei gyflawni mewn cydweithrediad llawn a'r sector. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, di'r Prif Weinidog. Helen Jenner.
And I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister for his statement, and I'd also like to declare an interest in that. I worked in the education sector myself until Easter this year. I don't think anyone in the Chamber would disagree that Wales needs a stronger skills system. And if we're serious about growing our economy, attracting investment and giving young people a reason to build their future here, then skills have to sit right at the heart of that. And there's plenty in your statement that I welcome, particularly as well about the Welsh language and being able to broaden the use of that in the sector. Also, a proper look at the skills Wales is going to need in the future is sensible. And of course, employers should have a much stronger voice in shaping what is taught and where public money is spent. But Deputy Minister, I couldn't help feeling that this statement contained a great deal about how government intends to think about these challenges and much less about what is actually going to change. We have a skills audit. We have a Future Skills Summit. We have a national strategy to come. We have reviews, consultations and engagement. My concern is that businesses across Wales don't feel they have the luxury of waiting for another round of policy development. They're trying to recruit today. One thing I was particularly pleased to hear was your commitment to making sure the skills system supports Wales' wider economic ambitions. If that genuinely is the government's ambition, then surely we need to start preparing now for the opportunities we already know could be on the horizon. Take Wilver in my constituency, for example. Whether it's new nuclear or small modular reactors, if those projects move forward, they'll require thousands of skilled people, not just engineers, but welders, electricians, project managers, construction workers, technicians and apprentices. Those skills cannot be created overnight. By the time a final investment decision is made, the training pipeline should already be in place. Can the Deputy Minister therefore tell us whether MEDA, our further education colleges and apprenticeship providers have already been asked to begin planning for these opportunities? Because if we're waiting until the contracts are signed before we start training people, we're already behind. The same principle applies more broadly. Businesses don't just want to be consulted, they want to know that government is prepared to respond when they identify genuine skills shortages. So if this audit comes back and tells you what employers have been saying for years, that we don't have enough people coming through into engineering, construction, manufacturing or digital industries, what will the government actually do differently? How quickly will funding follow the evidence and how will success be measured? Because, Deputy Minister, I don't think employers will judge this work on the number of strategies that are published. They'll judge it on whether it's any easier to recruit the people they need. Young people won't judge it on how many summits have taken place. They'll judge it on whether the qualifications they're studying lead to secure, well-paid jobs here in Wales. And communities like mine in North Wales would judge it on whether major investment creates opportunities for local people or whether those jobs end up being filled from elsewhere because we didn't prepare in time. I genuinely hope this work succeeds because Wales cannot afford another decade of talking about skills while other parts of the UK get on with delivering them. Now is the time to make sure our education and skills system is preparing people not just for the jobs we have today, but for the industries we want Wales to lead tomorrow. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn am y cwestiynau. There are a number of points, and they're really valid, and I value the contribution that you've made. And if I can just take them one at a time. When we start in government, we look at what skills audits have taken place in recent years. The last skills audit took place in 2012. That is 14 years ago. So we don't really know now what the skills needs of Wales are without going out to actually do this exercise and understand what the future needs, skills of Wales are. So that is why we are currently undertaking that skills audit. The main findings of that audit will be made clear in the Skills Summit, which we'll be holding in October. Now, that Skills Summit will bring together, as I mentioned in the statement, not only providers, FE and training providers, but also bring together businesses and industry. And I want them to co-design the next steps with us as a government, because they understand the sector better than us. So that is an approach that I want to take. Let's understand where the future growth sectors are. And you mentioned yw'r. Absolutely. And I can assure the member that I've spoken to the Chief Executive of Coleg Llawn Menai, and I can reassure you that they've been looking at the challenges of yr yw'r for a number of years, and they have a pipeline of young people already on courses to fill those jobs on Ynys Môn. So that is an example of the kind of approach we want to take. I mean, if we look at other potential developments for the future, there's the green energy sector, there's skilled manufacturing, for example. So all of those we know are the skills for the future we need, but also the audit might show others as well. So that we will tailor our strategy then based on evidence. And I just want to finish just by saying this in terms of that particular aspect of your question. The summit will be focused on implementation, because when we bring all of those sectors together, they with us will help shape direction and inform the next steps that we need to take. Because I absolutely agree with you, and I've worked closely with the Minister for Enterprise on this. We want to achieve a growing economy in Wales, higher paid jobs, better productivity levels, higher GVA levels as well. That is all of our ambition, and skills plays a vital role in that.
Llywydd, and can I welcome my former sparring partner to his post and his first statement in the chamber, and draw members' attention to my declaration in my register of interests that I'm enrolled on a course at Cardiff and Vale College. Can I thank the Deputy Minister for his statement? I have several questions. The first is on the commitment that you've made to a connected system, which was also stated in the Cabinet Minister's statement as well, and which I very much agree with, that it has to be joined up between schools, FE and HE. What I would like to understand better is where FE fits into those priorities. Now, you've committed today to publishing the responses to the call for evidence on tertiary education initiated by my colleague Vicky Howells, which was very well received by the sector. Yet the commitment that we've had from you to take work forward relates to the review of funding in HE. So I'd like to understand how you see FE within your priorities. We know that there are huge participation pressures within FE, and I think it's a success story that we have so many young people and other learners in FE. But as you know, that has led to funding pressures. So I'd like to understand what your plans are to tackle those pressures, in particular in relation to the forthcoming budget round in the autumn, because that is going to be key. In relation to the review of HE funding, I hope that we will have more information on that soon, but I wanted to specifically ask about part-time learners, because a third of undergraduates in Wales are learning with the Open University, which I think is a very good thing and is testament to the success of the Diamond reforms in supporting part-time learners. So I'd like to ask you about your commitment to continue that support for part-time learners. Qualifications, obviously there have been major changes over the border in terms of post-16 qualifications, some of which will impact on provision in Wales because things like BTEC are unlikely to be offered to learners in Wales. It's my understanding from discussions with Qualifications Wales that the government will have to make a decision imminently on whether to further align with England or whether to develop a more made in Wales approach to tertiary qualifications. So I'd like to understand when you plan to make that decision and what the opportunities for scrutiny will be. I wanted to ask about mental health in tertiary education. There was a commitment made by the previous government in response to a Children, Young People and Education Committee recommendation to roll out the Mental Health University Liaison project that's been developed in South Wales to the rest of universities in Wales. And that was, we were provided an extra £2 million of funding for that. I was meeting MEDR monthly to check on progress on that, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, too slow. So I would like to know what you're going to do to make sure that that is available to young people in universities across Wales. And I think it's important to recognise that the beauty of that model was it recognised that young people in universities are away from home, they're away from their GPs, they're away from their communities, and it was a way of holding them and managing risk for them while they're away from home. So I think that is a vital initiative. But at the same time, we need an equally good but different offer for FE. And one of the things I raised regularly with MEDR is you can't just do the same for FE students because they're in the communities, they've got access to their GPs, but they still have to have their needs met. So I'd be interested to know how you're going to take that forward. Junior apprenticeships, I know you're a big fan of. Just hoping that you'll be able to assure me that that will continue to be a priority for the government. And if I can just conclude on the SEREN programme, as you know, I'm very passionate about the SEREN programme. I think it is crucial that that programme continues to encourage learners to go to whichever university they can best achieve. It is the only programme that we offer for our more able and talented learners. And I'd like to ask for your assurances that whatever work you're doing on SEREN will not involve restricting learners to studying in Wales, but will, as we have done, encourage them to follow their dreams and their aspirations and to be the very best they can be wherever that is. Diolch.
Well, diolch Lynn, there's a lot there. And yeah, no, we were sparring partners, but we always got on very well as well because we shared many of the values around education and tertiary education in particular. I'll start off with where you started about having a connected system. Absolutely agree, which is why in my statement I emphasise the need for schools and colleges to work closer together. That also includes training providers in apprenticeships as well. You mentioned the pressures on FE, in particular the participation pressures. Now, On one level, it's good to see an increased number of enrolments. The flip side of that, of course, is we are seeing fewer young people going on to sixth form. We're also seeing those young people leaving school, going into FE colleges, entering at lower level qualifications. Now, that begs another question, and that's for another day, but it is symbolic of something that is going on that we need to address. And I recognise that FE colleges are facing significant increases and, as a result, funding pressures. You will know that MEDR has given 6.25 million extra in this financial year to support FE colleges, and you will of course know that MEDR are monitoring the position closely, and we will obviously, when enrolments become clearer in September and confirmed in November, we will consider providing additional funding should it be available as part of a wider consideration of the overall government budget position. But we fully understand the pressures, and I would obviously want to support the FE sector in what is a success story in one way. The part-time learners, absolutely agree with you. It's one of the success stories we've seen in recent years, is the increased number of learners of all ages going back into learning. In particular, part-time courses in the Open University have been excellent in the work that they do. So I will absolutely want that to continue. I want now to turn to the matter you raised around the qualifications. So, for those who don't know, the qualification system post-16 is changing in England, and it will have consequences for Wales. They are bringing in a V and a T level set of qualifications. And it means that over the next couple of years, some of the awarding bodies that are familiar to all of us in that post-16 sector will be defunded by UK government. Now, the obligations of that, they are quite clear, that we need to prepare for that. And as it happens, the Minister for Education and the Welsh Language and I met with Qualifications Wales this morning, and we had another meeting with them about a month ago. So they are keeping us abreast of what is happening, and we will be given a set of options in the autumn about the way forward that we as a government will have to consider. So I will come back with more information around qualifications space later on. Mental health support, I agree, and I know you've been a great champion in this Senedd for mental health support, particularly across the board, but you mentioned higher education where young people are away from home, and I would absolutely support that. I mean, just in passing, the need for mental health support is so acute because the NEET numbers since COVID, those who are economically inactive, has gone up from 50% in the 16 to 25 age group to nearly 70%. Now, that shows that mental health issues, anxiety issues are really a part of the struggle these young people are facing. So I absolutely support the mental health issue. And just very quickly, junior apprenticeships, I'm a big supporter, as you know. What I want to see now is that the junior apprenticeship scheme is rolled out across Wales to provide that equity provision in every corner of our country. And finally, Seren, if I can. We are looking at repurposing Seren. You've heard me in this chamber ask particular questions about the way that the previous government, in my opinion, used money to actively encourage young people to leave Wales to the elite universities and the Russell Group universities in England. I want to support Welsh universities, and I want to support young people and encourage as many of them to come to Welsh universities, to stay in Wales, to get jobs in Wales, to use the talent that they have to grow our economy, improve public services in Wales. So we will, again in the autumn, come back with more information around Seren, but absolutely, it won't be chucking the baby out with the bathwater. We want to keep the best parts of Seren because their experience and has done a lot of great work, especially for those more able and talented young people. So we want to keep those aspects, but we will be changing the focus, particularly to support young people from disadvantaged communities.
Sam Rowlands.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank the Deputy Minister also for today's statement and the advance notice of it as well. We absolutely agree. Skills and tertiary education are central to Wales's future. If we want to grow our economy and create opportunities, we need a skills system that's ambitious, flexible and responsive to employers and businesses' needs. And while we welcome the focus on understanding future skills requirements and bringing together employers, colleges and universities, Deputy Minister, you will know businesses are already facing skills shortages and cannot wait for years for action to take place. So I echo comments made from across the Chamber, because what those businesses need to know is not necessarily what the skills plan is for future years, but what's going to happen now to plug the gaps that they are experiencing. Because frankly, we've heard strategies and reviews before. Employers are desperate for action today. And I can give you a quick example. I recently met with the Electrotechnical Contractors Association, who highlighted to me the shortage of skilled electricians. Back in 2015, there was 13,500 electricians here in Wales. That number is now 7,600, so nearly half the number of electricians in Wales that we had just over 10 years ago. And you will know, Deputy Minister, the need for electrical contract work is going to expand, as that's a huge part of our economy in the future. So an example there of the number of people in a skilled workforce being nearly halved over a 10-year period. Businesses, employers want to know, what are you doing now to make sure those gaps are being plugged? And that links specifically also to apprenticeships. I've heard your comments on those junior apprenticeships. But I think part of the problem at the moment, the challenge at the moment, is in particular for small businesses, is making the system as simple as possible, removing unnecessary bureaucracy and improving the funding so those businesses can access those apprenticeships and support those apprenticeships in the future. We as Welsh Conservatives in our manifesto were keen to see more than 100,000 apprenticeships delivered over this Senedd term. I'm not sure there's a target coming from Welsh Government at the moment, so I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on that. But I guess the question is, Deputy Minister, how will you be looking to make apprenticeships easier to access, more attractive to learners, and ensure that Wales is developing the skilled workforce our economy requires with apprenticeships in mind? We certainly welcome the commitment to increase funding for Welsh medium education and training, particularly within apprenticeships as well. And those Welsh medium skills are important across many sectors, but I wonder if you could outline how this commitment will be funded and delivered. You mentioned our universities, of course, higher education, who are facing significant pressures. Representatives from the sector have raised concerns about those financial challenges, job losses and long-term sustainability. We know that more than 1,000 university jobs have been lost across Wales in the past year alone, while falling international student numbers and demographic changes are creating further uncertainty. We welcome the review of university funding, but you will know that it must deliver practical solutions, not just another consultation. And Deputy Minister, you've spoken prior to this statement of the possibility of university mergers, but there's little clarity about what this actually means. Of course, forced mergers would be a major undertaking and may not address the underlying problems in universities. So I wonder, in your response, if you could clarify what role you see mergers playing, whether a particular models you're considering, and whether any options are off the table at this stage. And finally, Deputy Minister, skills are not just about young people entering work, as you would acknowledge. Wales must become a lifelong learning nation where adults can retrain, upskill and adapt throughout their careers. So I wonder if you could expand further on what the Welsh Government is doing to ensure adults across Wales have access to flexible learning opportunities that will enable them to gain new skills and qualifications. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn, Sam. Again, a number of really interesting points, and I agree with the context of many of the questions you raise. I'll start off with the skills shortages, and I've met with a number of businesses in Sir Gyfyrddin, but also elsewhere as well, and they want apprenticeships, they want to upskill their staff. But we need to build any strategy for the future on hard evidence and data, which is why this skills audit is really, really important. And I expect the learning and work partners to produce a report for us in March, April of next year. But some of the headline findings will be available for that skills summit in October. The audit will bring together existing evidence, analysing available data and gather views from industry and business representatives and employers and other key stakeholders to provide a clear cross-government view of the future workforce needs of Wales. And I think we absolutely need to do that before we move forward to the next stage. Of course, in the meantime, we will continue to support apprenticeships. We will continue to support skills development. But I'm hoping by March of next year that work will be built on solid data and evidence. Apprenticeships. I'm a huge supporter of apprenticeships, and I want Careers Wales, for example, to make it clear to young people in school that a traditional route isn't confining them in any way, because apprenticeships is another option that they may want to consider as a pathway into work. We haven't set a target for apprenticeships, but I'm open-minded about that. But let's see what the skills audit shows first, because we need future targets to be informed by robust evidence. And I'm sure you would agree with me on that, and also on engagement with employers. And I'm sure you would agree with me that that is important as well, because employers have a crucial role to play. Universities and job losses, it's obviously hugely disappointing to have seen these job losses over recent years. My fear is that we will see more as we move forward, because some of our universities are facing serious financial challenges. But I want the universities as institutions, and I certainly, as a Deputy Minister, want some reassurance from them that they will work closely with unions, as I want to do, in the spirit of social partnership, to mitigate as best as we can the devastating job losses that we have already seen and might see more of moving forward. You mentioned mergers. I have never mentioned the word merger. What I have said, and you will see when the terms of reference will be published over the coming weeks, that I am asking the independent panel to consider the future financial sustainability, operational sustainability and organisational sustainability of our university sector. It is for the panel to come up with recommendations around what they think is the most sustainable future for that sector, and I will give those recommendations my full consideration. And your final point and my final answer to you is adult education needs to be flexible in order to meet the needs of those people, and I'm fully supportive of that methodology in terms of provision for adults.
Diolch. Mynd i weld faint o siaradwyr allai galw I chdi dirprwy weinidog, ond mae dim ond 6 munud ar ôl ar eitem. Felly os mae pawb yn gallu bod yn gryno, Ciara Marshall.
Diolch. Last week I visited Cardiff and Vale College to meet with learners, staff, unions and the college leadership about what they're doing. I heard directly from apprenticeships and junior apprenticeships about the life-changing opportunities they've been given by the apprenticeships. And I think one issue that was consistently raised by all of the learners I spoke to was about how they made the decision to go onto those courses and those pathways. Basically, every single one of them told me that they were originally chose or they were pushed into a more traditional pathway and had to drop out or change or do their own research to find out what was available for them. Our young people shouldn't be left without support to make decisions like this, and we want to make sure they're pursuing and doing what is best for them and right for them. So I wonder if the Deputy Minister could outline what this government's going to do to improve careers advice, guidance, work experience and information for young people on all the options available to them to ensure they have the best experience and they aren't disadvantaged, and at worst they don't disengage with the education system altogether. Diolch.
Thank you, Ciara. A few of us in the chamber were members of the 6th Senedd Education Committee, and one of the inquiries we undertook was to look at post-16 pathways. And one of the clear messages that came out of that inquiry was that we need to provide young people at a much earlier age advice and information around career pathways, not to allow them just to follow traditional routes, but to open their minds about other potential avenues. And the junior apprenticeship scheme and apprenticeship schemes in general are some of those alternative pathways that can lead to good jobs and well-paid jobs in Wales. But just one point on junior apprenticeships. They are extremely important as an intervention pathway to support those at risk of becoming NEETs, those who are disengaged from education, those that are vulnerable young people. So there is an absolutely vital role for junior apprenticeships to play in that space as well.
Joshua Kim.
Deputy Minister, thank you for your statement. I want to focus on the increased participation fund. Diprwy weinidog, mae prifathro Coleg y Cymoedd wedi ysgrifennu ataf yn dweud bod y gostyngiad sylweddol yn y gronfa cynyddu cyfranogiad wedi ei offodi I roi cannoedd o ddarpar ddysgwyr ar restrau aros ar draws campusau'r coleg, bod llawer o dysgwyr hyn yn ceisio ennill cymwysterau mewn sectorau blaenoriaeth, megis adeiladu gofal plant a sgiliau digidol. Ar adeg pan rydym dim os yn ceisio lleiau nifer y bobl ifanc nad ydynt mewn addysg, cyflogaeth na hyfforddiant a mynd i'r afael a prinder sgiliau sy'n wynebu cyflogwyr Cymru, pa sesiad y mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi wneud o effaith y gostyngiad mewn cyllid addysg bellach ar gyfleoedd I ddysgwyr ar biblinell sgiliau os gwelwch yn dda?
Wel, gai ddiolch I chi ddechrau am ofyn y cwestiwn yn y Gymraeg. Mae mor hyfryd I glywed mwy o bobl yn y siambr hon yn defnyddio'r iaith, a dwi falle am fanteisos gai dirprwy lywydd I annog unrhyw un, beth bynnag yw lefel eich Cymraeg, I ddefnyddio beth bynnag o Gymraeg sydd gyda chi, achos mi fyddwn ni gyd yn eich cefnogi chi a'n eich croesawu chi I wneud hynny. Felly diolch o galon eich ymosod esiamplu ni y prynhawn yma. Dwi wedi ateb y cwestiwn i raddau yn barod ynglyn â y cynnydd o ran lefelau y bobl ifanc sydd yn mynd i golegau addysg bellach. I ni yn cadw llygad ar y sefyllfa. Mae medr yn ymwybodol fel ni, falle bydd mwy o bwysau eto yn mis Medi yn dod. Felly, ar y pryd hynny, bydd rhaid i fi ac o bosibl y gweinidog dros gyllid gael sgwrs i weld faint i ni'n gallu ymestyn gyllideb Llywodraeth Cymru a chyllideb medr i gefnogi yr cynnydd sydd yn yr arfaeth. A wnaethoch chi ofyn hefyd am gefnogaeth i bobl sy'n dysgu Cymraeg ac i bobl i ddefnyddio'r iaith Gymraeg. Wel, fel byddech chi'n disgwyl, mae hynny'n ganolog i'r gwaith dwi yn ei wneud a pob gweinidog arall yn y Llywodraeth. A dyna pam dwi yn awyddus iawn i weld gymaint yn dysgwyr ni yn gwneud rhan neu i cyrsiau cyfan trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, as bod nhw'n sgiliau pwysig ar gyfer y dyfodol.
Vicky Howells.
There's 9 universities and 13 FE colleges in Wales. An effective minister should be able and willing to hold direct talks with institutions and trade unions when issues arise. And you'll know the way that's how I operated when I held that portfolio. So with that in mind, I'm focusing on my constituency. What direct discussions have you had with colleague Cymoedd regarding the participation pressures it faces, with over 500 students now on a waiting list for courses beginning in September? 500 students who are at high risk of becoming NEET unless that extra funding is made available. And what direct discussions have you held with the trade unions UCU and Unison regarding the threat of compulsory redundancies at the University of South Wales? Job cuts look to be focused mainly within student support, which is a crucial area both for encouraging an increase in participation and to ensure that students complete their courses successfully. So what direct talks have you had on these two crucial issues, Minister?
Diolch am y cwestiwn. Just to answer your central point, both the Minister for Education and the Welsh Language and I have had numerous meetings. As you can imagine, all kinds of stakeholders have wanted to meet us, and everybody wanted to meet us in that first week. Obviously, that was impossible, and due to, diary pressures and also the availability of other stakeholders, we have met Universities Wales and we have met Colegau Cymru, which included the Chief Executive of Coleg Cymoedd, and we fully understand the pressures on the FE sector. You'll be glad to know that both the Minister and myself are meeting UCU and Unison. I think it's the week after next. I think it's the last week of July. And I met one of the officials of UCU this afternoon, had a brief discussion with him, and I reassured him that it was purely coincidental that we are meeting the unions after the universities and colleges. It is no reflection on any priority over one over the other. It is just a matter of the timetabling and the diary pressures. But I'm looking forward immensely to that meeting, because I want to engage on a regular basis with unions.
Diolch. Ymddiheuriadau rhaid dwi'n methu galw, ond yn olaf Dirprwy Weinidog, Sarah Evans.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd. A Dirprwy Weinidog, mae bach o running theme fan hyn gan ei ofn. Ni'n gwybod bod prentisiaethau yn rhan graidd o bolisi ar draws y Llywodraeth gan gefnogi blaenoriaethau yn yr economi, iechyd, amaethyddiaeth a llawer mwy. Mae gwella mynediad at wybodaeth a chanllawiau gyrfaoedd diduedd, fel y glywson ni gan Cira heno, o ansawdd uchel yn rhan anfodol o'r ecosystem sgiliau, a mae'n rhaid i ni gael yn iawn. Rydym am helpu pobl ifanc i wneud y dewis cywir iddynt ar yr amser iawn, ond mae'n risg bod modelau presennol yn gyrru cystadleuaeth yn anfwriadol rhwng darparwyr addysgol. Fodd bynnag, fel y glywson ni gennych chi, mae yna hefyd enghreifftiau rhagorol o ysgolion a cholegau yn cydweithio. Mae'r partneriaeth prentisiaethau iau rhwng ysgol gyfun Cwm Rhondda, ble dwi gyda llaw yn isgadeirydd y Llywodraethwyr fel y nodwyd yn fy nghofrestr buddiannau, a choleg y cymoedd, enghraifft, wedi trawsnewid canlyniadau i bobl ifanc sydd mewn perygl o ddatgysylltu o addysg draddodiadol. Enghraifft, cynyddodd disgybl o'r enw Gwenu ei phresenoldeb o dim ond 8% ym mlwyddyn 10 i 70% ym mlwyddyn 11. Cyflawnodd tygau mewn mathemateg, rhifedd, Saesneg a gwyddoniaeth ochr yn ochr a thysysgrif estynedig lefel 2 agored Cymru. Bydd hi'n symud ymlaen i gwrs celfa dylunio lefel 1 ar gampws Nant Garw Coleg y Cymoedd ym mis Medi, ac fe'i enwyd hi yn ddysgwr ddarpariaeth amgen y flwyddyn yn wobrau dysgwr y coleg eleni. O ystyried llwyddiant rhaglenni fel hyn, sut bydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn gweithio gydag ysgolion colegau a darparwyr eraill i ehangu mynediad at lwybrau galwedigaethol o ansawdd uchel o bobl ifanc 14-16 oed ac annog mwy o gydweithio ar draws y system.
Diolch yn fawr, Gwenidog.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Sarah, yn fyr iawn. Mae rhaid i ni ddod ar gysadleuaeth rhwng ysgolion a cholegau i ben. Mae angen i ni weld mwy o gydweithio rhyngddyn nhw mwyn sicrhau bod y ddarpariaeth yr opsiynau gorau posibl ar gael iddyn nhw. Mae'n enghreifftiau o arfer da. Mae angen gwella hynny. Mae angen i ni hefyd gadw'r llygad ar sut allwn ni wella y cydweithio o safbwynt darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg. Hefyd, a dwi wedi rhoi'r sialens yma i golegau addysg bellach Cymru, mae rhaid iddyn nhw i gynyddu i darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg mwyn sicrhau bod mwy o ysgolion cyfrwng Cymraeg yn gallu cydweithio gyda nhw i gynnig y ddarpariaeth galwedigaethol a'r ddarpariaeth mwy academaidd. A dwi'n hynod o falch i glywed am y cydweithio rhwng Ysgol Cwm Rhondda a Choleg y Cymoedd a llwyddiant, Jenny? Gwenu a llwyddiant Gwenu llongyfarchiadau mawr iddi hi fel enghraifft o beth sydd yn gallu digwydd pan mae colegau ac ysgolion yn dod at ei gilydd i gydweithio.
Bil y diwydiant dir wladoli, galwaf ar Gweinidog Cabinet dros fenter, cysylltyd ac ynni i wneud y cynnydd. Adam Price.
Lywydd, diolch yn fawr. I move the motion and recommend that the Senedd gives its consent to the relevant provisions in the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill as set out in the Legislative Consent Memorandum. Steel is no abstraction to Wales. It is in our bridges and our railways, in the turbines that will power our future, and in the history of generations of families from Shotton to Llawn, from Trostre to Cardiff. It's a strategic national asset, and a country that cannot make its own steel is a country living at the mercy of others. That is why this bill matters. It builds on the UK government's steel strategy, and it provides the power to transfer the shares or property of a steel undertaking into public ownership where a public interest test is met. In simple terms, a safety net beneath an industry too important to lose. And the need is real and urgent. Energy costs are among the highest in Europe. Global overcapacity is squeezing prices. Trade barriers are closing markets. And the short-term cost of the transition to the low-carbon steel of the future weighs heavily on the industry of today. But I must also be honest with the Senedd that welcoming this bill is a bittersweet experience. When the blast furnaces at Port Talbot hung in the balance in 2024, we were told by one government in Westminster and then the next that nationalisation was not on the table. Roughly 2,600 people lost their livelihoods. A year later, when Scunthorpe's furnaces came under the same threat, Parliament was recalled on a Saturday to keep them burning. Suddenly, every option was on the table. And that was the difference, and Wales felt it keenly. I deeply regret that the purpose at the heart of this legislation before us today was not embraced in time to save the blast furnaces at Port Talbot. The belief is wide and deep in Wales that our steel industry was not treated equally. We do not ask for preferential treatment for Wales, but we do expect to be treated with the same fairness and the same dignity. Even so, yesterday's regret must not stop us from protecting tomorrow. I welcome the fact that this tool will now be firmly in the toolbox for Wales as for every other part of the United Kingdom. And let's also be clear about what this bill does not do. It does not guarantee the future of the Welsh steel industry. No statute can do that. What it guarantees is that if the hour of danger comes again, government can act within days rather than despair for months, so long as these powers remain on the statute book where they're needed. We will oppose any attempt to let them quietly slip from it. A sunset clause on these powers contained in the bill must never become the sunset of an industry. We also must be equally clear about something else. A safety net for one producer must not pull the floor from under the others. If British Steel in Scunthorpe is nationalised, a state-owned undertaking must not undermine the commercial position of Severn Steel or Tata Steel. A company relying on the public purse should not price below other producers, nor enjoy an unfair advantage in public procurement, nor draw investment and energy support away from Welsh sites. The Welsh Government will hold the UK Government to this principle at every stage. The bill deals with both reserved and devolved matters, and it will affect all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And I told the UK Government clearly that the lack of time given to this Government and to the Senedd to scrutinise the bill was unacceptable. Urgency is never an excuse for disregarding devolution. We did insist on clear commitments to protect Welsh interests, and we secured important undertakings as a result, and I will return to them in closing. While there is currently no intention or need to use these powers in Wales, it is right that they exist, and it is the UK Government that holds the resources to act at this scale. Let's remind ourselves what is at stake. Once the electric arc furnace at Port Talbot is operational, the second largest anywhere in the world, nearly half of the UK's steel-making capacity will be here in Wales. The future of steel in these islands is a Welsh future. The bill does not secure that future by itself, but it ensures that no government can ever again claim that the means to defend it, if necessary, is missing. It's on this basis, clear-eyed and with our expectations on the record, that I recommend the Senedd gives its consent.
Galwad fy nawr ar gadeirydd y pwyllgor deddfwriaeth, Sarah Cooper-Lasard.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Minister for bringing this motion forward. Let me begin with a word about the scale of the task. This is one of 7 legislative consent memorandum the Legislation Committee has considered, and we've been operational for just 3 weeks. At least 2 more are waiting for us in September. If I may say so, we really have hit the ground running, and I'd like to thank everyone in the committee who has worked so hard with me to do this. At our very first meeting, we recognised that scrutinising consent memorandum would be core to our work, and 7 in 3 weeks rather proves the point. But that of course is the work of the committee, and it is work we are glad to do. I want to raise 3 matters with the Senedd today: the timing of this memorandum, the absence of a recommendation, and the substance of what the committee found. First, timing. The memorandum was not laid until 6 weeks after the bill's introduction to the House of Commons. Now, we acknowledge that the bill arrived very soon after this Welsh Government was formed, and we do recognise that was challenging. But the Welsh Government would have known that the UK Parliament had agreed to expedite the bill through its stages, so the pressure on scrutiny time was foreseeable. Standing orders expect a consent memorandum to be laid normally within 2 weeks of the bill's introduction. Better observance of that expectation would greatly improve the Senate's opportunity to scrutinise, and we have written to the First Minister to say so. Second, the recommendation, or rather its absence. The first 8 consent memorandum laid before this Senedd contained no recommendation on whether the Senedd should consent. Instead, in each case, the responsible minister says a recommendation will follow once the Welsh Government has analysed the wider impact of the UK legislative programme for Wales. We are genuinely unclear why so broad an analysis should bear on recommendation about an individual bill, and we've written to the First Minister seeking clarity. On this bill, a recommendation to consent did reach us, but not until a letter on the 7th of July, by which point we already had to consider this memorandum on the 6th of July in order to meet the timescales for today's debate. That timetable also forced a decision I want to be transparent about. Because our time was so limited, we wrote directly to the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, supporting the Cabinet Minister's request to strengthen the Welsh Government's role in the exercise of any future powers, should a steel undertaking in Wales be nationalised. Let me be clear about why I flagged this. We did so because of the specific compressed circumstances of this bill, and it should not be read as the committee's settled preference. Our preferred position always is the fullest possible protection for this role of the Senedd as the legislator responsible for devolved matters in Wales. Third, the substance. The Cabinet Minister's 7th of July letter updated us on intergovernmental negotiations. We now know the UK Government has given a dispatch box commitment that it will ordinarily consult the Welsh ministers if the transfer of powers are likely to be used in relation to a steel undertaking whose principal place of business is in Wales. We also note that the Welsh Government used the Interministerial Standing Committee to press the importance of parliamentary timetables that give this Senedd and its committees the maximum opportunity to scrutinise. Llawith, the committee offers a number of conclusions. First, we agree with the Welsh Government's assessment of the provisions in the bill that require the Senate's consent. Second, the Welsh Government advocating for the Senedd to have maximum opportunity to consider bills that trigger the consent process is to be welcomed. Third, poor communications between the two governments is regrettable and has seemingly contributed to the delay in laying this memorandum and so the time available for scrutiny. Fourth, the absence of the Welsh Government's recommendation on consent at the point we had to scrutinise the memorandum plainly affected our scrutiny, and we hope that Senedd committees will not regularly find themselves in that position in future. Fifth, as we said in our letter to the First Minister on the 8th of July, we remain unclear why the impact of the UK's government legislative programme as a whole should influence a Welsh minister's recommendation on an individual bill. We do not consider this a desirable approach, and we hope it will not be repeated when future UK legislative programmes are announced. And on that dispatch box commitment, it is not binding on any government. Its value is weakened further by the fact it reflects only the current UK's government's intentions, not the action of a future government could lawfully take. And finally, I would draw the Senate's attention to a document laid only recently. The Council General's written statement on the Welsh Government's principle on UK legislation in devolved areas. Those principles state, I quote, that non-legislative intergovernmental agreements such as Memorandum of Understanding and ministerial assurances should not be relied upon in place of statutory provision. This is the government's stated principle, yet on the bill it has accepted precisely such an assurance in place of statutory provision. The role of this Senedd should not depend on goodwill alone. Safeguards that can be withdrawn are no safeguards at all.
Jason O'Connell.
Diolch, Llywydd. Now, Reform believes Britain must do everything it can to retain the ability to make its own steel. Our MPs supported this bill in Westminster, and today we will support it in the Senedd, but we have to be very clear. This bill comes far too late. The workers and their families at Port Talbot know that better than anyone. For years they were promised certainty, instead they got delay. They were promised a plan, and despite a £1.25 billion transition programme, including up to £500 million of taxpayer support, many workers are still asking what replaces the secure, skilled jobs that have been lost. Instead of those jobs, they got managed decline. And thanks to praying at the altar of net zero, we all now know that economic decline comes hand in hand with net zero. The blast furnaces have gone, thousands of livelihoods have been affected, and Britain has become more dependent on in-world and weakening our national resilience. The closure of Port Talbot's blast furnaces have been linked to almost two-thirds. The closure of Port Talbot's blast furnaces have been linked to almost two-thirds of the reduction in UK emissions between 23 and 25. Yet global emissions do not disappear. When that production moves overseas, they are simply exported along with the jobs. The only achievement here is economic decay and destroying Welsh communities. Where intervention is needed to protect steelmaking, it should be decisive and focused on rebuilding a competitive industry. Our steelworkers deserve an industry with a future. Our nation demands a strong steel industry and a government with a credible strategy, one that protects jobs, strengthens Wales and secures Britain's industrial independence. This bill is a necessary step towards that, and it has our support. Diolch.
Ellen Stevens.
This bill is critical to supporting such a key asset. Primary steel plays a critical role in so many parts of our economy, and maintaining the ability to produce it underpins so many key sectors. My constituents know this more than most, with generations of experience and knowledge in this industry. While this bill is welcome, and I support the Gwynedog's recommendation to grant consent, I have to say, given the importance of steel to the Welsh economy and given our recent experience, it's extremely disappointing to see how little time both the Senedd and the Welsh Government has had in terms of genuine dialogue with the UK Government on the implications of this bill and the role the Welsh Government would play in the event that this bill would be used in a Welsh context. I welcome the concession won by the Gwynedog, and we may hear a bit more about that later. However, people in Port Talbot have been let down by the previous Conservative government and the soon-to-be previous Labour UK government under Starmer. Members of the 6th Senedd will remember Luke Fletcher's calls for the UK government to bring the Port Talbot site into public ownership and retain primary steelmaking throughout the transition. At the time, those proposals were ridiculed and dismissed as fanciful. Yet here we are today, discussing the implications for Cymru of a UK steel industry nationalisation bill. It's abundantly clear, regardless of which party is in power at Westminster, what was deemed necessary for Scunthorpe was apparently too much to ask for Port Talbot. What assurances can the Gwynedog give workers in Port Talbot that this government will continue to make the case for greater investment at the Port Talbot site under a Burnham-led UK government?
Shab Taj.
Thank you for asking me to speak on this really important legislative consent motion this afternoon in relation to the UK Labour Government's steel nationalisation bill. As a Labour member, as a trade unionist, support for our workers, steel workers, is very much in my DNA. My colleagues here today and my predecessors in the Senedd have always strongly supported steel workers in Wales, and we will continue to do so, whatever it takes to stand up for steel and protect thousands of steelmaking jobs and communities in Wales. Steel is, of course, as many have said, one of the most important industries in Wales. Whether in Port Talbot, known as Steel Town, or in Llawn in Newport, where generations of families have built their lives around the steel industry. The steel industry has, of course, been a major employer for decades in the town of Port Talbot, and thanks to the prompt actions of the UK Labour Government in 2024, although, of course, we recognise that sadly the last blast furnace was closed down, there was hope, and there still is hope, in the form of a transition period and funding which has saved jobs. With 500 million of UK Labour Government investment as part of a 1.3 billion deal into steel transition in Port Talbot, we were able to protect 5,000 jobs and ensure the Welsh steelmaking has a new future with a new electric arc furnace being commissioned. And importantly, workers have had a seat at the table during the transition period. Working in social partnership with our unions, Welsh Government and the UK Government invested in helping workers find new opportunities and new careers, with Port Talbot becoming a model for a worker-centred just transition. Instead of leaving people behind to fend for themselves, unions, Welsh Government and UK Government invested in helping workers find new opportunities and new careers. Now, as the daughter of a steelworker, I know that when change comes to a steelworks, it affects far more than payroll. It affects confidence, it affects family life and mental well-being. And that's why the support that's been offered to workers throughout this transition has been so important in helping people to actually navigate that uncertain period with dignity and hope. Without the support provided through the Community Support Centre and the wider Transition Board programme, many workers would have faced redundancy with far fewer options on the table. The success of that model has helped people move into retraining, access advice and find new opportunities while remaining rooted in their community. We've also seen an increase in, we've also not seen any increase in unemployment benefits claimed during the transition, which is testament to its success. Now, turning to this LCM, I know there's been extensive engagement with the Department for Business and Trade, the bill sponsor, the Wales office and this Welsh Government, and I understand that this bill is primarily being brought forward to address the current situation at British Steel Limited in Scunthorpe. The UK Government has no plans to use the powers in this bill more widely, and I know the concerns have rightly been raised about the powers being used in Wales at a future date. However, I'm reassured that the UK Labour Government has listened to these concerns about any potential impact in Wales and has set out a number of commitments in response. Firstly, DBT has confirmed that UK Government would consult Welsh ministers in advance of using the powers of this bill in any undertaking in Wales. So that's worth noting that this was accepted, of course, by the Scottish Government as being sufficient assurance to support the LCM in Scotland. Secondly, it is going further by confirming that should the UK Government ever have to nationalise a Welsh steelworks, UK Government would identify and ensure an appropriate role for the Welsh Government in the oversight of the works. And it will do this while recognising the statutory role of the Board and the Secretary of State in those circumstances. And it also reflects the established practice of the UK Labour Government in terms of steel projects in Wales. So, for example, the Port Talbot Transition Board, established to administer more than 100 million UK Government funding to the steelworks and businesses affected by the transition, is deputy chaired by Welsh Government Minister, now obviously the Minister Adam Price. So I am satisfied the